Welcome, wizards and warriors, to another tale from Omni Wizard. What if Harry Potter was trained by the Avengers? Before the owl arrived, before the wand chose him, before the sorting hat touched his head, Harry Potter was forged in the fires of something far greater than Hogwarts could have imagined. He was raised by Earth's mightiest heroes. If you enjoy this story, make sure to subscribe to Omni Wizard and hit the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Now then, let's begin. Chapter 1. The soldier's shield. The gray English morning matched Steve Rogers' mood perfectly. Overcast, cold, and utterly unremarkable. He sat in the rented sedan parked 3 houses down from 4 Privet Drive, nursing cold coffee and watching the suburban street come to life. The neighborhood was aggressively ordinary: neat lawns, white picket fences, the kind of place where nothing interesting ever happened, which was precisely why S.H.I.E.L.D. was interested. The energy signature Fury had shown him didn't match anything in their files. Not Hydra, not the usual suspects. But it was there, buried under the normal electromagnetic noise of the neighborhood, spiking randomly at irregular intervals. The director had given him 3 days to scout quietly. Steve preferred it that way. No backup, no complications, just observation and report. He'd been parked here since 6 a.m. The morning light had shifted across the street in pale, weak bands, illuminating the carefully maintained properties with the kind of precision that suggested people had something to prove. Lawns so perfectly manicured they looked artificial. Garden gnomes positioned with geometric precision. Every house a monument to conformity. Nothing stirred except the occasional dog walker, hurrying past with their eyes down. This was the kind of neighborhood where people minded their business because they didn't want anyone minding theirs. Around 7:30, a gray tabby had wandered down the sidewalk and paused in front of number 4, staring directly at the house for nearly 5 minutes before moving on. Steve had filed that away. Cats didn't stare at random houses for no reason. Through the front window of number 4 he could see movement. A woman, thin-lipped, pinched-looking even from a distance, moving through the kitchen with jerky, aggressive motions. A man was already at the table in his purple shirt, reading yesterday's newspaper. He'd been reading it since Steve arrived. The same page, the same section. Nothing yet except a man in a purple shirt drinking tea on the front porch of number 4, reading the morning paper like he didn't have a care in the world. The newspaper had been the same one for the past hour. Steve doubted the man was actually reading. Every time Steve blinked, the man's eyes were elsewhere, flicking toward the street, the driveway, the windows. The posture of someone on guard, trying to hide it. Steve's tactical assessment clicked through the variables automatically. Nervous, secretive, defensive. Whatever was happening at 4 Privet Drive, the people there didn't want it seen. At 8:47, the front door opened. A boy emerged first, round-faced, pale, moving with the stiff, cautious gait of someone used to making himself small. He couldn't have been more than 7. The resemblance to the purple-shirted man was obvious enough. A son, probably. But what caught Steve's attention was the thin frame, the 2 large clothes hanging off his small shoulders like hand-me-downs donated by charity, the way the boy kept his eyes down and his shoulders hunched. His hair stuck up in 17 different directions, as if no one had bothered to comb it in weeks. There were bruises on his arms, some faded to yellow, others fresh enough to be purple. Behind him came a woman, thin-lipped, pinched-looking, already yelling before the door had fully opened. Steve couldn't make out the words yet, but the tone needed no translation. He knew that tone, had heard it plenty growing up in Brooklyn. It was the tone of someone who enjoyed making others small. Then came the fat boy, roughly the same age as the first one, but soft where the other was drawn, confident where the other was timid. This one was carrying a plate of eggs and bacon. moving with the casual entitlement of someone who'd never been told number. Steve sat forward slightly, watching the dynamics with the careful eye of a soldier trained to read a scene. The fat boy sat down at the porch table without being told, like he belonged there because he did. The thin boy, the one from inside, remained standing behind him, waiting for something. His small hands were curled into fists, his knuckles white. The woman said something sharp. Her voice carried a particular venom. The thin boy flinched, his entire body jerking back as if struck. Steve's jaw tightened. He'd lived through a lot in his 90-plus years. War, ice, betrayal, an entire world moving forward without him. But there was one thing that never stopped getting under his skin: watching someone with power use it against someone who had none. He'd spent his early years smaller than everyone else, always the target, always the one getting shoved around. Couldn't fight it, couldn't run from it, just had to take it and keep moving. He knew the calculus of that helplessness in a way that made his bones ache. He knew that look, that particular combination of resignation and desperate hope in a child's eyes, the way the boy's hand trembled as he reached to clear the dishes the fat boy was leaving on the table. The way he anticipated the woman's next words, flinching preemptively, his body learning the rhythm of violence the way other children learned nursery rhymes. The man in the purple shirt, Vernon his name was, according to the file Steve had reviewed, stood up suddenly and pointed toward the door. Even without hearing the words, Steve could read the gesture. The boy moved faster than he'd been moving before, going back inside the house. But Steve caught something else in that moment. The boy glanced back once, his eyes following the fat boy with a look that was oddly protective, even as he was being dismissed. As if he cared what happened to the child who'd been given everything while he received nothing. Steve watched the woman pick up the breakfast plates, her movements sharp and economical. The fat boy wandered into the house, already calling for something. Vernon returned to his newspaper, now actually reading it, the moment of tension seemingly past. But his knuckles were still white where he gripped the pages. He was wound tight as a spring. Steve drained his cold coffee and made a decision. He waited 20 minutes, letting the morning settle back into its normal rhythm. The woman came out to water plants with the kind of vicious efficiency that suggested she was taking out anger on the flowers. She kept glancing at the upstairs window, toward the back of the house, Steve noted. The fat boy went inside, his voice carrying demands for toys and treats. Vernon disappeared around the back of the house, and Steve heard the muffled sound of something being shoved or thrown. Steve was out of the sedan and moving before he consciously decided to stand. The front door was unlocked. He didn't kick it in or use any unnecessary drama, just opened it quietly and stepped inside. The house smelled like fried breakfast and something else, something acrid and dusty. There was also an undertone of something else. Fear, sweat, and despair, the kind of smell that didn't come from outside. He followed the smell and the sound of crying. Under the stairs. Of course it was under the stairs. There was a small door there, reinforced with bolts on the outside, bolts, plural. Like someone had really committed to keeping whatever was inside from getting out. The door was warped and scarred, and through it came the sound of a child sobbing quietly, trying not to be heard. Trying to be invisible. Steve's first instinct was to rip the door off its hinges. He'd done worse for less reason. But he took a breath instead, centered himself the way Nat had taught him, and knocked quietly on the wooden frame. The crying stopped, footsteps tiny, rapid, frightened. "I'm sorry," a small voice called, desperation threading through every word. "I didn't mean to, I'll be better. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Steve closed his eyes for a moment, steadying the anger rising in his chest. That response, automatic, desperate, already apologizing without knowing what he'd done, was the response of a child who'd been blamed so often that he'd stopped waiting for actual accusations. He opened the door carefully, ducking his head through the narrow space. The cupboard was tiny, barely tall enough for a child to stand in, barely wide enough for a small frame. The boy was there, huddled at the back of the space, surrounded by blankets and old shoes. His forehead was bruised. There was blood dried under his nose. His left eye was swollen purple. His small wrist showed marks, handprints where someone had grabbed him hard enough to leave bruises. He couldn't have been more than 7, skinny as a rail, with dark hair that stuck up in 17 different directions and the most startling green eyes Steve had ever seen. Those eyes went wide when he saw Steve, and he pressed himself against the back wall like he was trying to become part of it. "Hey, buddy," Steve said quietly, keeping his voice low and gentle. He wasn't in the cupboard yet, just in the doorway, making himself as small as possible despite his height. "What's your name?" The boy pressed himself against the back wall, eyes going wide. "I didn't do anything," he whispered. "I swear I didn't. I don't know why the light bulb broke. I was just reaching for my book and it just shattered. And I tried to clean it up, but I cut my hand and there was blood and I didn't mean to." "Easy," Steve said, keeping his voice low and gentle. "I'm not angry. What's your name?" "Harry," the boy said uncertainly. "Harry Potter, are you? Are you from the council?" Aunt Petunia said if I did magic again, they'd send someone from the council and I'd be taken away and— "Not from any council," Steve said. "I'm Steve, and I'm going to need you to come out of there with me, okay?" Harry didn't move. "I'm not supposed to leave the cupboard," Vernon said. "I know what Vernon said," Steve said, his voice steady and sure. "We're not going to listen to Vernon anymore. Not ever again. Come on, I won't hurt you. You have my word." The boy took several long moments, clearly weighing his options. Steve could see the calculation happening behind those green eyes, fear versus hope, the familiar calculus of a child used to no good choices. The boy's lips moved silently, as if he was running through the permutations, checking them against his limited life experience. Finally, slowly, Harry crawled forward. Steve made room, stepping back into the hallway. Up close, the damage was worse. Not just the fresh bruises, but the old ones, faded now but still visible like a map of violence. Scars on his small hands, his fingernails bitten down to the quick, a long, thin scar on his left arm that looked like it had been made by something hot. When Steve reached down to help him up, Harry flinched hard enough that it broke something in Steve's chest. "It's okay," Steve said softly. "I'm going to help you, Harry, but we need to move quietly. Understand?" Harry nodded, taking Steve's offered hand. His fingers were small and cold and shaking. He was so light when he stood, barely any weight to him at all. Steve could feel every rib through his thin shirt. They were halfway to the front door when Vernon appeared from the kitchen, still in his purple shirt, his face already starting to redden. What are you doing with the boy?" Steve didn't stop walking. He didn't speed up. He just kept moving toward the door with the calm, deliberate pace of a man who'd faced a lot worse than an angry man in a purple shirt. Harry squeezed his hand tighter, almost cutting off circulation. "Kid's got an appointment," Steve said flatly. "We're going to be late." "That's my nephew, you bloody." Steve turned, and something in his expression must have cut through Vernon's bluster, because the man stopped mid-sentence. Steve was still holding Harry's hand. The boy was pressed against his leg now, trembling but not from cold. Steve was standing at his full height now, all 6 feet of muscle and authority and the accumulated weight of 100 years. "Let me be very clear," Steve said quietly, his voice a knife's edge. "That kid isn't staying here. He's not your responsibility anymore. And if you make this difficult, things are going to get a lot worse for you than they already are. Understand?" Vernon's face turned purple, the same color as his shirt. "You can't just waltz into my house and—" Steve was already moving again, picking Harry up easily and settling him against his hip. The boy wrapped his arms around Steve's neck, holding on like a drowning person to a lifeline. His small body shook against Steve's chest. Steve pushed through the front door into the gray English morning and didn't look back. Behind him, he heard Vernon shouting something about the police. Steve pulled out his phone with one hand, keeping Harry secure with the other. "Fury," he said when the director picked up. "Yeah, it's Rogers. I've got a situation here in Surrey. I found the source of those anomalies. It's a kid, 7 years old. He's been living under the stairs of his aunt and uncle's house, and they've been— Yeah, the abused kind." Harry whimpered against his neck, his small arms tightening. He listened while Fury swore in approximately 4 different languages. "Police are coming," Steve continued, keeping his voice steady for Harry's sake, even as the boy trembled against him. "I know. Yeah, there's going to be paperwork. Get legal down here. And Fury, there's no way this kid goes back into the system, not to these people." Steve shifted Harry slightly, and the boy made a small sound, not a cry, just a tiny whimper of fear or relief or both. Steve rubbed his back gently, walking toward the sedan. "Get me a containment plan, boss, now." By noon, Harry Potter had been taken into custody by 2 very confused local police officers who'd stopped making questions once Steve identified himself, and Fury got legal on a 3-way call with the local authorities. The officers had been professional but skeptical until they saw the state of the cupboard, the bolts on the outside of the door, the blood on the walls. Then their expressions had hardened. By 2 o'clock, the boy was in the back of a nondescript van, heading toward a Shield safe house in the English countryside. By 6 o'clock, they were on a Quinjet heading to New York. Steve sat across from Harry in the aircraft. The boy was wearing new clothes now, proper clothes, not the 2 large hand-me-downs he'd arrived in, and he'd eaten a sandwich and some fruit. He was curled in the corner of his seat, eyes following Steve everywhere, like he was still waiting for this to turn into some kind of trick. Like kindness was a temporary condition that could be revoked at any moment. The Quinjet hummed around them, the low-frequency vibration of the engine steady and constant. Through the small, reinforced windows, the English countryside was falling away beneath them, replaced by open ocean and the curve of the earth. "You ever been on a plane before?" Steve asked. Harry shook his head, his green eyes tracking Steve's every movement. "Aunt Petunia went to France once. She didn't take me." Steve kept his expression neutral. "Well, this is a little different from a regular plane. It goes a lot faster and it doesn't make as much noise. You'll see New York City from the air. It's something pretty special." Harry didn't respond, but his eyes stayed fixed on Steve's face. His left hand was wrapped in a bandage where he'd cut it on the light bulb glass. His bruises were already starting to darken, the purple deepening. "I know you're scared," Steve said after a moment, leaning forward slightly. "That's okay. You've had a rough time. But I need you to understand something, and I need you to really listen to me when I say this." He made sure he had the boy's full attention, meeting those green eyes directly. "You're safe now," Steve said. "That's not a promise I make lightly, and it's not one I break. Wherever we're going, whoever we meet there, they're all people I trust with my life. They're going to make sure nothing like what happened in that house ever happens to you again. Okay?" "Why?" Harry whispered. "Why are you helping me?" "I don't even know you. Aunt Petunia said people don't do things without wanting something. What do you want?" It was a fair question, an old question, a child's assessment of a world where kindness had always come with a price. Steve had heard versions of it before, from soldiers, from people he'd saved, from the people who'd survived things they shouldn't have survived. The question that came from learning that nothing was free. Steve sat back and thought for a moment. The Quinjet hummed around them. Somewhere ahead, New York was waiting. "I had a woman help me once," he said finally. "When I was young. Younger than I should have been for some of the things I went through. She showed me that there were people in the world who cared about other people, just for the sake of caring. She didn't want anything from me. I just remember her being there, being solid, being someone I could trust." He looked directly at Harry. I'm never going to be her, Steve continued. I'm not built that way, but I can be someone you trust. I can be someone who's solid. I can be someone who stands up for you when no one else does. That's what I want, Harry. That's what I want to give you. Harry was quiet for a long time, processing this. His small hand uncurled from where it had been gripping the armrest. His breathing slowed from the shallow, panicked rhythm it had held to something more measured. Then, very slowly, he unfurled from his corner and reached across the space between them. He took Steve's hand carefully, like he was holding something fragile, and fell asleep like that. His small fingers wrapped around Steve's, his head tilted against the armrest. Steve didn't move. He sat like that for hours, his hand being crushed by a 7-year-old's grip, and thought about the things Fury was going to say when they landed in New York. He thought about the magical world and Dumbledore and the complexities of a hidden war he didn't understand. He thought about the weight of this responsibility, settling across his shoulders like armor. But mostly, he sat in the dark cabin of a SHIELD aircraft and let a broken kid sleep while holding his hand, and understood that everything had changed. Avengers Tower was not what Harry expected, though Steve suspected the boy wouldn't have known what to expect in the first place. His eyes got wider as they went higher, past the common floors and the training areas and the technical laboratories, until they reached the residential level where Steve kept his own suite. The elevator ride alone seemed to terrify him. He stood pressed against the far wall, watching the numbers climb, his small hand gripping Steve's jacket like it was a lifeline. "This is where I live," Steve said, keying the door open. "You're going to stay here with me while we figure some things out." "Okay." Harry just nodded, still in shock. His head was turning in slow circles, trying to take in everything at once. The floor-to-ceiling windows showing the New York skyline, thousands of buildings stretching toward the horizon, cars moving on streets like blood cells through veins, people everywhere. The comfortable furniture, all of it oversized and designed for people much larger than him. The kitchen with a full refrigerator, visible through the open concept design. The bathroom visible through an open door with hot water taps and towels folded neatly on a rack. "Are you hungry?" Steve asked, already knowing the answer. The boy had been malnourished his entire life. "I'm always hungry," Harry said, then looked stricken. "I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia said that's rude." "It's not rude, it's honest," Steve said simply. "Come on, I'll show you where the kitchen is." They'd moved through the apartment to the kitchen when the comm system pinged. Fury wanted Steve downstairs. Now. Steve glanced at Harry, then back at the kitchen. The boy was looking at the refrigerator with an expression of awe, as if it might disappear if he looked away. "I've got to go deal with some administrative stuff," Steve said. "You want to stay up here where it's comfortable, or do you want to come downstairs with me?" Harry looked at the kitchen, then at the door, then back at Steve. "Stay," he whispered. Steve made sure there was food readily available: fruit, bread, cheese, cold chicken, a full pitcher of milk. He left the kitchen door open so Harry could see him from the living room, and he called down to the comm. "Coming." Fury was in his office, his single eye boring into Steve the moment he walked in. Nick Fury had faced a lot of things in his life: gods, aliens, weapons of mass destruction, and he had the scar tissue to prove it. But the look he was giving Steve now was something close to exasperation mixed with something else, something that might have been respect. "You're going to cause me a headache," Fury said flatly. "The kid was in a cupboard under the stairs," Steve replied, not bothering with niceties. "He's been locked in there every day. He's malnourished, he's been hit, and according to some of what he said on the flight, this has been going on since he was an infant. So yeah, I brought him here." "You want me to apologize, Director? I'll do it, but I won't mean it." Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his hands. "There's a complication," he said, "one that explains some of the energy signatures we've been picking up." "What kind of complication?" "The magical kind," Steve blinked. "Come again." The boy, Potter, he's not just a neglected kid, Rogers, or rather, he's that, but it's not the whole story. There's a magical community, a whole hidden society in Britain, and they have a standing claim on this kid because of something that happened before he was born. A war. A dark wizard named Voldemort. The usual fairy tale nonsense. Magic, Steve said flatly. Magic. Fury confirmed. And according to my intelligence, there's a powerful magical figure who placed the boy with the Dursleys in the first place. Alleged leader of the light side of this magical war. His name is Albus Dumbledore. Steve understood where this was going. He's going to want Harry back. Already sending diplomatic feelers, Fury said, and there was an edge to his voice now. Claims that placing the boy with blood relatives was necessary for his protection. Some kind of protective spell that requires family connection. Claims we can't offer him anything but danger. Says the boy is destined for greatness in their world and that he'll be safer with them. He was in a cupboard under the stairs, Steve said, his voice flat and hard. What kind of protection is that? The kind where someone puts a child in an abusive home for the greater good, Fury said, and there was something dangerous in his tone now, something that told Steve the director had already been doing his own calculus. I've fought a lot of wars, Rogers. I've made a lot of calls that cost lives. I've made decisions that woke me up at 3 in the morning because of the bodies attached to them. But there is no version of this world where putting a child in a cupboard to protect him from anything makes sense. There's no ideology, no greater good, no prophecy worth that. Fury stood and walked to the window, looking out at the New York skyline. Dumbledore's claiming that there's political fallout incoming. Fury continued. That the magical government in Britain is already asking questions. That they might push for the boy to be returned. He's suggesting that cooperation from our side would be appreciated. That sharing intelligence about magical artifacts and societies would make this easier. Steve understood immediately. He wants to trade Harry for access to magic. He wants to negotiate from a position that suggests Harry staying with us is a loss for everyone, Fury said. He's hoping we'll decide the political cost is too high and just hand the kid back. And what do you think? Steve asked. Fury turned back from the window, his single eye cold and calculating. What I think is that I've spent my entire career protecting people who couldn't protect themselves. What I think is that no child should live in a cupboard, no matter who they are or what they're destined to become. What I think is that if Dumbledore wanted Harry protected, he should have actually protected him instead of leaving him in a house with people who beat him every day. Fury moved back to his desk, his expression settling into something harder. What I can do is claim that the boy is now under shield protection due to his exposure to classified materials and his demonstrated potential as an asset. He stays with us, training, protection, education. That puts him under our jurisdiction and gives us the legal framework to keep him here. But Dumbledore will fight it. The magical government will push back, and we'll have to hold the line. You're making him a weapon, Steve said. No, Fury said quietly. I'm keeping a kid alive who had nobody else to keep him alive. If Dumbledore wanted him protected, he should have protected him. Instead, he left him in a house where he was tortured every day. That's not leadership. That's negligence wrapped in good intentions. We don't do that here. Steve nodded slowly. The responsibility felt heavier now, more complex, but also more clear. He doesn't know how to trust yet. He thinks everything comes with a cost, Steve said. Then teach him, Fury said. You're the one who brought him back. He's your responsibility now. Figure it out. Steve left the office with his orders and found Harry exactly where he'd left him, sitting at the counter with a piece of bread in one hand and a slice of cheese in the other, eating carefully and watching the door. When Steve came back, the boy's entire body relaxed, as if he'd been holding his breath the entire time. Hey, Steve said, settling onto the stool next to the boy. "You doing okay?" Harry nodded, mouth too full of food to answer. But he set down his bread and shifted closer to Steve on the stool, their shoulders nearly touching. "I talked to my boss. He's fine with you staying here. There's a lot of stuff to figure out, but that's not your problem. That's grown-up stuff. Your problem is just being a kid." "I don't know how to do that," Harry said quietly. "I know," Steve said, "but you're going to learn. Tomorrow we start training." Harry's eyes went a little wider. Training. Physical stuff. Running. Exercises. Getting your body strong again. You're going to be sore and you're going to want to quit, and I'm going to tell you to keep going. But I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to do the work with you. Sound okay? "Okay," Harry said, but he didn't sound convinced. That night, Steve set up the second bedroom in his suite. He put fresh linens on the bed, a small nightlight in the corner that cast a soft blue glow across the room, and left the door cracked open so Harry could see the light from the living room. He wanted the boy to know he wasn't alone, that help was within reach. Harry fell asleep in the armchair next to Steve, curled against Steve's leg, and Steve carried him to the bed without waking him. The boy's arms went around Steve's neck in his sleep, holding on even through unconsciousness. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching the boy sleep. Even unconscious, Harry looked tense. His small fists were curled. His breathing came shallow. The bruises on his face were stark against his pale skin. In his sleep, he looked even smaller than he did awake, diminished by everything that had happened to him. Steve had fought in 2 world wars. He'd fought gods and aliens and the darkest parts of human nature. But this hollow, furious need to protect one small, damaged kid, this was a war he was willing to fight for as long as it took. This was a war that made sense. The training started the next morning at 6 a.m. "I know you're tired," Steve said, standing over Harry's bed in athletic clothes and running shoes. "Get up anyway. We're going for a run." Harry groaned and covered his head with the blanket. Steve didn't laugh, but it was a close thing. "Come on, buddy. Up. You've got 5 minutes." By the time they made it downstairs, Harry was awake if not happy about it. Steve had found clothes that were close to his size, still baggy but wearable. They headed for the training level of the tower, to the track that Tony had installed years ago. The space was vast and empty at this early hour, just the 2 of them and the long loop of the track stretching out before them. "Okay," Steve said, stretching his hamstrings with the ease of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. "Here's the first thing you need to understand. Your body right now is not what it's going to be. You're too small, you're weak because you haven't eaten enough, and your muscles don't remember what they're supposed to do. We're going to fix that, but we do it slow, we do it steady, we do it every day. No shortcuts. No magic solutions, even if you've got them inside you. Just work." "I can't run," Harry said, looking at the track with something close to horror. The track was enormous to him, a vast space he had to traverse. "You can," Steve said, "just not very far yet. We're going to start with a 1/4 mile. Just around the track once at a walk if you need to. You ready?" Harry nodded miserably and started moving. He made it 100 yards before he started limping. 200 yards before he was breathing hard, his small chest heaving with effort. 300 before he looked back at Steve with desperate eyes. "Keep going," Steve said, running alongside him easily, not pushing, just there, just present, just the solid evidence that he was serious about this. "You're doing fine. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other." Harry's face went red. His breathing came in gasps, but he kept moving, his small legs pumping, his willpower burning brighter than his physical exhaustion. By the time they finished the 1/4 mile, Harry was shaking and barely able to stand, but he'd done it. Steve had him sit down immediately, checking his pulse and his breathing, making sure the kid hadn't overdone it completely. "Okay?" Steve asked. Harry just nodded, too breathless to speak. His whole body was trembling from exertion. "Good," Steve said. "That's something to be proud of. Tomorrow we do it again." "It's horrible," Harry gasped. "It is," Steve agreed. But it gets better, I promise." They did it again the next day, and the day after that. By the end of the first week, Harry could jog most of the quarter-mile instead of walking. By the end of the second week, he could do a half-mile. His appetite increased. His cheeks started to get some color. The hollow look in his eyes started to fade, replaced by something more hopeful. "Stand up," Steve said in the training room on day 14. "I'm going to teach you some basic defensive moves." Harry stood, spreading his legs the way Steve showed him. His legs were longer now, having recovered from the first week of proper nutrition. His breathing came easier. His eyes were brighter. "Okay, first rule. In a real fight, everything about being polite goes away. You fight dirty. You fight to win. You don't worry about hurting your opponent because your opponent doesn't worry about hurting you. But until you know what you're doing, we practice controlled. Understand?" "Yes," Harry said, his small voice steady. Steve showed him how to make a fist without breaking his thumbs, how to stand with his weight balanced, how to move with purpose instead of panic. "Attack me," Steve said after they'd done some basic footwork. "What?" Harry looked terrified. "Throw a punch, right at my face. Don't worry about hurting me." "You can't," Harry tried. His punch was slow and telegraphed, with no power behind it, his small fist barely moving through the air before hitting Steve's open palm. Again, Steve said, "Faster, and use your hips. Your strength doesn't come from your arms, it comes from here." He pointed to his core. "All your power flows through your center. You twist from here, not just from your shoulders." They worked on it until Harry was sweating, his small face set with concentration. His punches still had no real power, but they were getting better, getting faster, getting more confident. "That's enough for today," Steve said. "Good work." "I'm still weak," Harry said bitterly. "You're getting stronger," Steve corrected. "There's a difference. Weak is a state you accept. Getting stronger is a choice you make every day. You're choosing to get stronger, so stop being weak." It was harsh, and Steve watched to see if it was too much, but Harry just nodded and went to splash cold water on his face. The water ran red for a moment, blood from where he'd bitten the inside of his cheek while concentrating, but he cleaned up and came back without complaining. The anomalies kept happening. Accidental magic, though Steve didn't know to call it that at first. It was on day 17 that Harry was running the track and got startled by a shadow that passed over him. Just a bird, nothing dangerous, a pigeon drifting past the high windows. But something happened. His legs moved in a way that wasn't physically possible. He jumped 4 feet in the air and came down running, his velocity doubled, his landing controlled and solid. Steve caught it on the security cameras later. For a moment, Harry had defied the basic laws of physics. "Okay," Steve said, finding Harry in the common room with a book, one of the ones from the tower's library. "Tell me what happened to your body during that jump today. The one where you got scared." Harry went pale. "I didn't do anything." "I swear, hey," Steve said gently, settling next to him on the couch. "No one's in trouble, I just want to understand. What happened?" "I was scared," Harry said quietly. "The bird came out of nowhere and I didn't want to fall, and something inside me just pushed and I was flying and I couldn't stop it." Steve sat back, processing. "Have that happened before?" "At the house," Harry admitted, his voice getting smaller. "Once I was being hit by Vernon and I didn't want to be there anymore, and suddenly I was on top of the cupboard. I don't know how I got up there. It was like I just wasn't where I was and then I was somewhere else. And once the neighbor's dog chased me and I made it stop chasing me. Things just happen when I'm scared or angry. I can't control it. I can't stop it." "Magic," Steve said, testing the word. Harry flinched. "The council said it's wrong. Petunia said it's wrong. I can't control it. I can't stop it. She said I'd have to learn to suppress it or bad things would happen." "Okay," Steve said. "Well, here's the truth. None of us can control what we're born with, Harry. All we can do is learn to work with it. I was born small and sick and weak. I got a serum that changed my body and then I had to learn how to use it. You were born with magic inside you. It's just another thing to learn to work with." And unlike me, you've got it inside you naturally. That means you're going to be better at it in the end. Can you teach me? Harry asked, his voice small. No, Steve said honestly. Magic isn't something I understand, but I know people who probably do and will find them. In the meantime, we keep training your body, because whether you use magic or fists or weapons, the foundation is the same. You need discipline. You need strength. You need to know what your limits are so you can push past them. Over the next few weeks, the training intensified. Steve mixed in flexibility work and breathing exercises. He had one of the SHIELD medical staff check Harry over and confirm what Steve had already figured out. The boy was still malnourished, still recovering from years of abuse, but he was healing. His ribs were becoming less visible. His arms were getting definition. His mind was getting clearer, sharper, more confident with each passing day. "Can I ask you something?" Harry asked one day, sitting on the floor after an especially hard session, breathing hard. His shirt was soaked through with sweat and his hair was plastered to his forehead. "Sure," Steve said, toweling off his own sweat. "Why are you teaching me? You don't have to. You could have just left me at the house and called someone." Steve sat down across from him, giving the question the gravity it deserved. He was quiet for a long moment, thinking about how to answer truthfully. "When I was young," Steve began, "I was sick all the time. Asthma, arthritis, a bunch of other things. I was small and I was weak, and every kid in Brooklyn could push me around. There was this one kid who used to follow me around, make fun of me, hit me whenever he got the chance. His name was Tony Manelli, and he made my life miserable." Harry listened, his green eyes fixed on Steve's face. "I didn't grow up big enough to stop him," Steve continued. "I got sick, and then I got the serum, and then I got big and strong. And somewhere in all of that, I decided that I was never going to be the kind of person who watched someone smaller than me get pushed around. Because I remembered what it felt like, and I decided I didn't want anyone else to feel that way if I could do something about it." "But you barely know me," Harry said. "I know you got hit every day for something you didn't do," Steve said. "I know you were locked in a cupboard. I know you're 7 years old and you've been treated like you're worth nothing. That's all I need to know." He leaned forward slightly, his expression intense. "Here's what I want you to understand, Harry. The measure of a man isn't how hard he can hit. It's not how fast he can run or how strong he is or how smart he is. It's whether he stands up for people who can't stand up for themselves. It's about choosing to do the right thing even when it's hard, even when it would be easier to look away." Harry was quiet for a long time. Then he reached out and took Steve's hand just like he had on the Quinjet. His small fingers gripped tight. "I don't want to be like Vernon anymore," Harry said. "I want to be like you." Something caught in Steve's chest. "Then we'd better get back to work," he said gently, "because you've got a lot of catching up to do." By the 4th week of training, Harry had changed. Not completely, he was still small, still recovering, still cautious. But something fundamental had shifted. He stood straighter. His eyes had more light in them. When he accomplished something, he didn't look shocked that he'd managed it. He started to look like he expected to succeed. Steve had him run the obstacle course he'd designed. A simple one, mostly designed to build confidence and coordination rather than push any real limits. It had low walls to climb, hurdles to jump, balance beams to cross, a rope to swing on. "Go," Steve said, timing him. Harry ran. He didn't have an adult's power or speed, but he had determination. He pulled himself up the wall by grabbing onto the handholds, his small muscles straining with effort. He jumped the hurdles with more grace than Steve would have expected. He crossed the balance beam slowly but without falling, his arms stretched out for balance. And when he got to the rope swing, something happened. He jumped, caught the rope, and for just a moment his body moved in a way that defied gravity. It was subtle, a boost, a push, something. Magic, Steve was pretty sure. Harry swung across the gap faster and farther than his small frame should have allowed, his body moving with an ease and strength it didn't possess on its own. He landed on the other side in a stumbling run, looked back at Steve with wild eyes, surprise and exhilaration mixed together, and kept going. He finished the course in just under 3 minutes. Steve stopped the timer and just watched as Harry came back to him, gasping, covered in a light sweat, his chest heaving with effort and joy in equal measure. "I did it," Harry said, surprised. "You did," Steve agreed. "And did you feel that at the rope?" Harry nodded, still breathing hard. "I was scared I'd fall and something pushed me." "Magic or no magic," Steve said, "the fundamentals don't change. You had a plan, you executed it. You pushed yourself harder than you thought you could go. That's not magic, Harry, that's discipline. That's the foundation. And once you understand that discipline, that choice to push yourself, then you can layer anything on top of it, magic, weapons, training, whatever, and you'll be that much stronger for it." He pulled the boy into a hug, and Harry hugged back, his small arms around Steve's neck, his body relaxed in a way it hadn't been before. "You're going to be something extraordinary," Steve said quietly. "I can already tell." Harry pulled back and looked up at him, and for the first time Steve saw something besides fear and confusion in those green eyes. He saw hope. He saw the beginning of belief in himself. He saw the foundation of someone who might actually survive, who might actually thrive. "Will you teach me more?" Harry asked. "Every day," Steve promised, "until you don't need me anymore." "I'll always need you," Harry said simply. Steve didn't trust himself to respond to that, so he just ruffled the boy's hair and sent him to shower. But later, when he was alone in his room, he thought about what Fury had said, figure it out. Steve was figuring it out, one day at a time, one lesson at a time, one small moment of trust at a time. He was building something with this broken kid, something neither of them had had before, a foundation, a future. That night, Harry fell asleep in the armchair next to Steve again, and Steve carried him to bed again. And everything about that felt like the right thing to do. The weight of the boy in his arms, the small heartbeat against his chest, the trust implicit in sleep, it all felt like the rightness that came from doing exactly what needed to be done. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2. The Genius's workshop. Tony Stark had been watching the kid for 3 weeks. He hadn't announced it, hadn't made a production out of it, the way Fury seemed to do with everything involving what he'd started calling the Wizard Project in meetings. Tony preferred subtlety when it served his purposes, which in this case meant installing monitoring equipment throughout the tower's residential floors, analyzing magical discharge patterns, and carefully observing Harry Potter from a distance while pretending he had absolutely no interest in the child whatsoever. The problem was that the kid was fascinating in precisely the way Tony found impossible to resist. He represented a complete unknowable, a variable that didn't fit into any equation Tony had ever written. Magic. Real, quantifiable magic that apparently violated every thermodynamic principle he'd ever staked his career on. When the Dursleys' incident had happened, when S.H.I.E.L.D. had detected the magical anomaly spike that had brought Rogers and his merry band of tactical specialists down on that house in Surrey, Tony had been in his workshop, half listening to Pepper discuss quarterly reports while he rebuilt the Mark 38's repulsor array. He'd caught only the briefest mention of the incident, written off as another magical situation. Stark, not your department. Not his department. Tony Stark, possessor of a Ph.D. from MIT at age 17, inventor of the arc reactor, creator of the Iron Man suit, expert in advanced engineering, quantum mechanics, and currently the only person alive who understood the full scope of his nanotech programming, was being told something wasn't his department. That was how Tony ended up in the observation room hidden in the walls of the tower's main training facility, watching Steve Rogers teach an 8-year-old to throw a proper punch. The kid had no natural instinct for violence, which was somehow both unsurprising and profoundly sad. His form was terrible, shoulders tensed, elbow flaring out in a way that made Tony's eye twitch, but his concentration was absolute. He watched Rogers with the intensity of someone studying scripture, and when Rogers corrected his stance for the 15th time, the kid nodded and adjusted without complaint. "Again," Rogers said, his voice patient in a way that made Tony feel oddly nostalgic for a world that had never existed. Harry did it again. Better. Over 3 weeks, Tony watched the transformation. The kid's shoulders straightened, his flinch response reduced from automatic to almost non-existent, and the way he moved began to mirror Rogers' efficiency. More remarkably, the magical incidents reduced in frequency. Tony's sensors had initially been tracking random bursts, energy spikes that corresponded to emotional distress, fear, sudden jolts of adrenaline, but as Harry trained with Rogers, they became more controlled. Not gone. The kid still had the occasional accident, still showed magical resonance when he wasn't paying attention, but there was structure emerging. What Rogers was teaching him was discipline. And the kid was drinking it down like someone who'd been thirsty his entire life. Tony understood that hunger. He'd felt it himself once, before he'd learned that nothing could fill the void left by Howard Stark's absence, before he decided that the void was actually fine, actually useful, actually the source of his greatest work. It was that thought, that moment of recognition, that made Tony decide Rogers had had his turn. He found Steve in the main workshop level, tinkering with something on one of the training drones. Rogers did that sometimes, which Tony found amusing. The man was a genius with strategies and tactics, but absolutely hopeless with actual technology. It was like watching a beautiful painting try to do calculus. "You know," Tony said, not bothering with preamble, "that's going to short out the servo if you keep using the wrong calibrator." Rogers looked up, unsurprised. The man had some sort of enhanced hearing, one of the perks of being a science experiment that had worked, unlike all the failed ones that had come before him. "Pepper said you were working on the storage systems." "I'm always working on something, Cap. Multitasking is what separates the brilliant from the merely competent." Tony walked over and took the drone from him, dismissing Rogers' work with barely a glance. "But I'm taking a break, which means I have a proposal. I'm listening." Kids made good progress with the physical conditioning. Excellent progress, actually. You've done a thorough job of teaching him that his body can be trusted. Very touching, very Captain America. But he's going to plateau soon if he doesn't develop the mental components of training. Tony set the drone down and turned to face Rogers fully. "You've taught him to punch things. Time he learned to think." Steve's expression shifted. Something in his jaw tightened. "Fury. Fury's happy as long as the kid is developing into something useful, and I'm telling you that what I can teach him is going to be a hell of a lot more useful than advanced boxing techniques." Tony leaned against the workbench, pulling out the research pad he'd been keeping. "Look at the magical discharge patterns. Raw output analysis shows an approximate energy signature of about 340 joules per incident. That's scaling for an 8-year-old's metabolism. Kids his age expend an average of 1,200 calories daily. If we assume a conversion efficiency rate of Tony." "Right, yes. The point. The point is the kid's magic is responding to his emotional state because he doesn't have any framework for understanding it. Rogers, he's brilliant. I've watched him. The way he analyzes your form correction, the way he remembers complex sequences after 2 repetitions, that's not normal kid stuff. That's exceptional cognitive function paired with a phenomenal memory. What he needs is instruction in systematic thinking, in methodology, in the kind of analytical framework that will let him control the magic instead of just enduring it." Steve was quiet for a long moment, and Tony recognized the expression. The man was calculating probabilities the way humans had calculated them for thousands of years, which was to say slowly and somewhat inaccurately. "He trusts you," Tony added, pressing the advantage. I can see it. Kid looks at you like you hung the moon. That trust doesn't disappear if he starts spending time with me. It just expands. How long? For his training, as long as it takes. I'm thinking 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, integrated with your physical work. I won't interfere with your schedule. Steve nodded slowly. If he doesn't want to, he'll want to, trust me. Tony grinned. I know how to make things interesting. Harry arrived at the workshop at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday, summoned by JARVIS with a message that Mr. Stark would like to see him. He'd walked to the elevator with his heart hammering. He'd learned quickly in his time at the tower that summons from the Avengers usually meant something important was happening. He'd spent the ride down composing calm expressions, the way Cap had taught him, preparing for some kind of test. What he wasn't prepared for was the workshop. It was enormous. The tower's training facility was big, but this was vast, a cathedral of technology, all sleek metal surfaces and enormous screens displaying incomprehensible data, mechanical arms suspended from the ceiling, dozens of workstations covered with equipment in various states of assembly and disassembly. The light was cool and clinical, everything laid out with geometric precision. And in the center of it all stood Tony Stark, holding a cup of coffee and grinning like he just invented something magnificent. Harry, welcome to the real future. Tony gestured expansively. This is where the actual innovation happens. The Iron Man suits are built here. The new tower defense systems came from those terminals. The nanotechnology infrastructure that keeps this building from falling into the Hudson River runs through those servers, and as of approximately 7 minutes ago, you have unlimited access to it. Harry looked up at him, trying to process. I do. You do. Rogers told me I could have a crack at your training, and I'm taking it seriously, which means you need a proper lab. So I've set up a section in the back, with equipment appropriate for your size and capability level. It's yours to use during our sessions and whenever else you want. JARVIS has you on a secure access list now. Tony took a sip of his coffee. Assuming you're interested, which I'm betting you are because I've analyzed your cognitive patterns and you're dying to understand how things work. It's written all over your face whenever you try to watch Rogers explain strategy. How did you? Harry started, then stopped, then started again. I want to learn about how things work, but I'm not. I mean, I don't know anything about technology. Yet, Tony corrected. You don't know anything yet. That's a much more useful state than I can't learn this, or I'm too young, or any of the other limiting nonsense I'm betting people have told you. We're going to fix that. Come on, I'll show you your space. The section of the workshop that Tony had designated as Harry's was smaller than the main area, but not much. There were workstations with equipment, monitors displaying various readouts, and a special chair that adjusted automatically for his height. More remarkably, the walls had been fitted with custom shelving that held everything from basic circuit boards to small mechanical components, all organized with meticulous precision. Okay, Tony said, here's how this is going to work. I've been monitoring your magical output for the past few weeks. Don't be offended. I monitor everyone's output if it interests me, which yours does tremendously. What I've found is that your magic is responding to emotional stimuli and responding without any conscious direction from you. That makes sense because nobody's ever taught you how to direct it. Magic, from a scientific standpoint, appears to be an expression of personal will manifesting through a biological medium with properties we don't yet fully understand, which is a fancy way of saying, your body is like a radio transmitter, your magic is the signal, and right now you're just broadcasting static. We're going to teach you to tune the frequency. Harry stared at him. That was too technical, Tony amended. Let's start simpler. What happens when you use accidental magic? I get scared, Harry offered, or angry, or I'm thinking really hard about something and then it just happens. Cap says I need to be calm. Rogers is right, but he's only half right. You don't just need to be calm, you need to be focused. Calmness without focus is just passivity. You need both. The emotional regulation so you're not reactive, and the focused intention so you're not wasting energy on random discharge. Tony pulled up something on one of the nearby monitors, a visualization of magical energy patterns that looked almost like an X-ray. This is what your magic looks like when you're actively training with Rogers. See how it concentrates in your core. That's actually good. Natural focus toward the source. But when you're emotionally activated, it disperses like this. The image changed, showing patterns that bloomed outward in all directions, scattering through your entire body with no coherent direction, like trying to light something on fire by spreading the flame instead of concentrating it. Harry leaned closer, fascinated despite his nervousness. "Can you measure magic?" "I'm learning too," Tony said. "It doesn't respond predictably to traditional instruments. It actually seems to interfere with most electromagnetic measuring devices, which is irritating because it makes it harder to analyze the output ratios. But I've been developing a specialized sensor that filters the interference. Come here, let me show you something." What followed was a detailed technical explanation of electromagnetic interference patterns, quantum measurement problems, and Tony's hypothetical framework for understanding magical energy. Harry understood approximately 30% of it, but something in how Tony was explaining it, like it was a puzzle they were solving together instead of a subject Tony was lecturing about, made him want to understand the other 70%. "The point," Tony said, once he'd run out of technical analogies, "is that magic isn't magic. I don't believe in magic. It's just a phenomenon we don't understand yet, and anything we don't understand can be understood if we apply the right methodology. Which means you're not cursed, you're not broken, and you're not uncontrollable. You're just untrained in how to use your particular skill set. That's fixable." "Cap says something similar," Harry said slowly, "about the training, that I can learn to control things. Rogers is a man of immense wisdom and remarkable efficiency in combat scenarios, and he's not wrong. But where I differ is that I'm going to teach you to think your way through problems too. Not just react, not just survive, but actually optimize your responses, understand the principles beneath the applications, and design solutions instead of just implementing them." Tony pulled up a chair, a full-size one that made him look enormous compared to Harry, and settled into it. "That's going to be our framework for training. Every time you learn something new, we don't just learn the application. We learn the principle, we understand the mechanism, and we develop the ability to apply that principle in new ways." "Does that sound interesting to you?" Harry nodded. More than interesting, it sounded like the exact thing he hadn't known he needed. Over the following weeks, the workshop became Harry's second home. He still trained with Steve Rogers in the mornings. The physical discipline had become something he not only accepted but genuinely enjoyed. But his afternoons belonged to Tony Stark. They started with fundamentals. Tony had him building circuits first, simple ones, switches, lights, basic series, and parallel configurations. Harry's hands were small enough that soldering was tricky, but Tony was patient in a sharp, efficient way that was entirely different from Rogers' style. Where Rogers would correct a mistake by demonstrating the right way repeatedly, Tony would explain the principle, show the optimal technique once, and then make Harry figure it out himself. When Harry made errors, Tony didn't coddle him. "Your joint there is a cold solder," Tony pointed out on the third day, examining Harry's work under magnification. "Look, see how it's not flowing properly. You didn't heat the joint long enough. You were worried about burning the component, so you jerked away too fast. Second-guessing yourself ruins precision work. Here's the thing about soldering and about most technical work: confidence matters. You have to trust that you understand the parameters well enough to execute, If you don't trust yourself, you can't do it right. What if I burn it? Harry asked, looking at the small electronic component with worry. Then you burned it and we get a new one and you try again. Cost of learning. But you won't burn it if you're paying attention because you've got the temperature settings right and the timing metrics. And if you execute the procedure correctly, the component survives. The problem isn't that you might fail. The problem is that you're already assuming you will. It was a lesson that extended far beyond soldering. Over the weeks, Harry realized that Tony was teaching him something much deeper than electronics. He was teaching him to trust his own thinking, to examine problems systematically, to push through doubt and second-guessing. They moved on to actual engineering problems. Tony set up scenarios, designed a system to move an object across the room with minimal energy input, create a mechanical lever system with one mechanical advantage, figure out which materials would withstand specific forces. Harry began to see patterns. He started to understand how to approach problems, identify the variables, understand the constraints, brainstorm solutions, test hypotheses, refine based on results. And then Tony started incorporating magic into the problems. "Okay," he said one afternoon, setting up what looked like an elaborate Rube Goldberg device. "Here's the scenario. There are 5 objectives in this course. You need to hit all 5 in order using only the resources available in the room. The catch is that 3 of the mechanisms are broken. I'm going to tell you which ones, but you can't repair them with technology alone. You're going to have to work something out with your magic." Harry looked at the setup, his stomach twisting. "I don't know how to, yet," Tony interrupted. "You don't know how yet. Think about what you do know. You know that your accidental magic responds to emotional stimulus. You know that when you focus, it concentrates instead of dispersing. You know what your magic feels like: cold, hot, expansive, directive. Given all of that, tell me, what do you think might happen if you tried to point that feeling at something specific, with intention instead of just letting it discharge randomly?" Harry stared at the mechanism. "It would. Do something specific." "That's my hypothesis. Want to test it?" They tested it. Harry failed 17 times. The first 3 times he couldn't manage to generate magic on demand. It just wouldn't come, like trying to sneeze on purpose. The next 5 times, he generated it fine, but it scattered again, dissipating into useless chaos. The times after that, he managed to focus it somewhat, but not with enough precision to hit the targets Tony had set up. "You're getting closer," Tony observed after the 12th failure. "Look at where you're placing the energy, see how it's moving in a more coherent pattern. That's progress. You're learning to shape it. The problem now isn't generation or even shaping. It's precision. You need to think of it like aiming. You wouldn't just throw a ball and hope it lands somewhere useful. You'd look at where you want it to go, calculate trajectory, and execute the throw with direction." "But it's not a ball," Harry said, frustrated. "I can't see it. I can just feel it." "So use your feeling as the targeting system. Your instinct is your sensor. Work with it instead of against it." Tony gestured at the apparatus. "Try again. And this time don't think about the magic, think about the target. Where does it need to go? What does success look like?" Harry closed his eyes. He could feel the magic coiled in his chest. It had gotten easier to sense over the weeks, more present somehow. He thought about the first target, a small ball he needed to knock across the room. He visualized the path it would take, visualized the impact. The magic moved. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't controlled, but it was directional. The ball fell forward 3 feet before stopping. "That's the mechanism," Tony said, and Harry could hear genuine excitement in his voice. "That's real directed magic. You just did that. You aimed something you couldn't see at a target you could, and you made it hit. That's not accident, that's intention." "I barely moved it," Harry said. "Because you've been training for weeks, not months, and because you're 8 and your magical resonance capacity is still developing. But you made it move where you wanted it to move. The magnitude doesn't matter yet. The direction does. You just proved that you're not a prisoner of your own power, you're the one in control." They kept working on the mechanisms. By the end of the session, Harry had managed to activate 3 targets with directed magic, though only one worked correctly the first time he tried it. Tony didn't seem concerned about that. "Trial and error is the most reliable path to discovery," he'd said, making notes on his tablet. "You fail, you analyze the failure, you adjust, you try again. Do that enough times and you develop intuition. Do it long enough and you develop expertise. This is how humans solve problems that nobody's ever solved before. This is how innovation happens." In the evenings, Tony had JARVIS set up tutorials. Harry's initial reaction to JARVIS had been automatic wariness. Another artificial intelligence couldn't be trusted, couldn't provide the kind of warmth that actual people could. But JARVIS was somehow different. Maybe it was because JARVIS had no body to betray him, no expectations beyond what Harry explicitly asked for. Or maybe it was because JARVIS had been programmed with an almost English politeness that made asking questions feel less like admitting ignorance and more like a civilized conversation. JARVIS, Harry asked one night, unable to sleep, "What's it like to be artificial? Does it feel different from being real?" An interesting philosophical question. JARVIS replied through the speaker system. "I experience existence through processing information and generating responses. Whether that constitutes feeling in the way humans understand it is a matter of some debate. I function optimally when I am of service. In that regard, I suspect I may be not so different from humans, who also tend to function optimally when they are being useful to others. But you chose to be that way." "I was programmed to experience satisfaction in service." One might argue that all beings, human or otherwise, are programmed by their nature to find satisfaction in certain activities. The human child is programmed by biology and psychology to seek attachment and approval. Is that choice, or is it simply compliance with one's nature? "That's confusing," Harry said. "Yes, the nature of choice is perpetually confusing. However, I can tell you that serving Mr. Stark and assisting individuals like yourself creates something in my processing that resembles what you might call contentment. Whether that is artificial contentment or genuine contentment may be a distinction without a meaningful difference." Harry found himself asking JARVIS questions at odd hours, finding comfort in responses that were informative but never judgmental. JARVIS never made him feel foolish for asking something simple, never made him feel like he should have known something already, never withdrew approval for any reason. Tony noticed. "You and JARVIS have become friends," he observed one afternoon, watching Harry consult with the AI about a specific calculation. "Is that okay?" Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. "It's more than okay. JARVIS has an excellent memory and an extraordinary amount of patience, which are the hallmarks of a good teacher. I trust his judgment. If he thinks you're worth talking to, that's actually a higher compliment than I could give you, because JARVIS doesn't suffer fools and he doesn't waste his processing capacity on people he doesn't respect." Tony leaned back in his chair. "My point is, don't apologize for valuing intelligent company, regardless of the medium through which it's delivered. Some of the most valuable relationships in human history have been people finding understanding in unexpected places. Did you have that?" Harry asked. "Finding understanding," Tony's expression shifted. Something complex and sad moved across his face before he controlled it. Not for a long time. My father was a genius, but he had very specific ideas about what I should be, and understanding wasn't compatible with those ideas. He wanted me to be certain kinds of things, and I wanted to be understood, and those two desires are actually pretty incompatible. It took me a while to learn to value myself without waiting for someone else to do it first." Is that why you like working? Harry asked. That's a surprisingly insightful question, Tony said. Yes, partly. Work gives you something to prove when you're not sure what you're worth. It gives you metrics and results and things you can point to and say, see, I made something. I exist. But it's not the healthiest framework for self-worth, which is why I'm telling you now, don't do that. Don't wait until you've invented something magnificent to believe that you're valuable. You're valuable now. You're valuable because you're intelligent and you're willing to learn and you're not afraid to ask questions. That's enough. It's more than enough. Harry wasn't sure what to do with that information. Nobody had ever told him he was valuable just for existing before. The Dursleys had made it clear that his value was inversely proportional to the amount of trouble he caused, which meant it was effectively zero. Steve Rogers praised him for effort and improvement, but Tony was saying something else, saying that he was already worth something, independent of achievement or future potential. Thank you, Harry said, because it seemed appropriate and because he wasn't sure how else to respond. Don't thank me, just remember it. When you get old, when you start doubting yourself, and you will, everyone does, remember that a genius-level intellect once told you that you had value just for being willing to learn. Tony stood up. Now come on, I've got something to show you. The thing Tony showed him was extraordinary. It was a wristband, sleek and silver, about the thickness of a standard watch but lighter, with what looked like crystalline structures embedded in the metal. I call it the Focus, Tony explained, setting it down on the work table. It's based on the technology in the Iron Man suits, but reverse-engineered for magical output instead of energy input. The theory is that your magic is electromagnetic in nature, or at least partially electromagnetic. The relationship is still being refined, and that if we give it a channel to flow through, we can focus the output with better precision. The crystalline structures are designed to resonate with your magical frequency, which should theoretically allow you to direct your power through the band instead of through your whole body. Does it work? Harry asked. We're about to find out. Try it on. Harry fastened the band around his wrist. It was warm to the touch, and he could feel something almost like a hum when his skin made contact. Now what? Now you try to generate magic. Channel it toward the band instead of dispersing it through your body. See what happens. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking about that feeling he was learning to recognize, that cold, hot surge that meant his magic was responding. He thought about the band, about focusing the energy into it instead of letting it scatter. The band got warm, then hot. Then Harry's entire arm filled with a sensation like electricity, and he yelped and nearly ripped the thing off. Don't take it off, Tony said sharply. Stay with it, push the energy through it, let it flow. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed. The sensation intensified, becoming almost unbearable, and then suddenly something changed. The heat resolved into something more manageable, more directional. He opened his eyes and looked down. There was light coming from the band. Not electricity, but something more like condensed magical energy, visible and contained and brilliant. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Incredible, Tony breathed. Look at the output ratio. Your magical signature is stabilizing, the energy is concentrating, and he was checking readings on a nearby monitor. The resonance frequency is increasing. JARVIS, record everything. All parameters are being recorded, sir. JARVIS confirmed. Harry dimmed the light by accident. It flared and then faded when he got startled, and suddenly the band felt responsive in a way it hadn't before. It was like the band was listening to him, learning what he wanted. He made the light brighten again, and this time it was smoother, more intentional. This is going to change everything about your training, Tony said, and he was grinning like he just invented the most magnificent thing in existence, which, from his perspective, he had. With this, you can develop actual control. You can practice without having to worry about random discharge damaging the tower, and you can generate directed magical attacks without accidentally blowing up the kitchen. This is a game changer. They spent the rest of the afternoon testing the focus's capabilities. Harry could generate light, could make the light brighter or dimmer, could even make it pulse in patterns. He couldn't yet figure out how to do what Tony called focused output, creating a directed blast instead of ambient light, but Tony didn't seem concerned. That's a refinement. You've got the basic channel working, which was my hypothesis. Everything else is iteration. You'll figure it out with practice. When Steve Rogers came by the workshop at the end of the day, something he'd started doing, coming to observe Tony's training sessions, he looked at the focus with the expression of someone watching their child discover that gravity could be overcome. "That's remarkable," he said simply. "It's functional," Tony corrected. Remarkable is when the kid can fire directed magical blasts and hit moving targets with precision. Right now he's just got channeling capacity, but we're well on our way. Steve nodded, and something in how he looked at Harry had shifted. Not disappointment exactly, but something like recognition that Harry was outgrowing the scope of what Steve alone could teach him. It was a small moment, easy to miss, but Harry caught it. "Cap's good at what he does," Tony said that evening after Steve had left. "The discipline he's taught you is foundational. You can't learn anything else without it, but discipline is just the foundation. You're ready for the next level, which is learning to apply your mind to the problems in front of you." "What kind of problems?" Harry asked. "All kinds. Strategic problems, engineering problems, problems that require you to think innovatively, problems that don't have obvious solutions." Tony pulled up a scenario on one of the main displays. "For instance, you're in a room with 5 exits. 3 of them have magical traps you can feel but can't disarm with what you know so far. 2 of them are genuinely safe. You have 5 minutes. How do you get out?" Harry studied the schematic. "I could try each one." "You could, or you could think strategically. What do you actually know about traps?" "They're designed to trigger under certain conditions." "What conditions might magical traps respond to?" "Fear," Harry ventured. "Possibly. What else?" "Magic," Harry tried. Maybe just to the absence of magic or presence of it. You need more information." Tony gestured at the display. "Notice how the safe exits have subtle environmental differences from the trapped ones. See that air circulation difference in exits 2 and 4. What does that tell you?" Harry leaned closer, studying the details. "That they were built at different times. Or that one set was designed to allow for something and the other wasn't. Look more carefully at what kinds of traps are indicated. Most of them require active magical energy to function. They need power. If the builders wanted to create a truly safe path, they might have routed it through an area where magic works differently or where it's harder to maintain a spell. So the safe exits would be the ones with different air flow. That would be one hypothesis. You test it, but see. You went from random guessing to systematic analysis in 30 seconds just by applying a framework. That's what I'm teaching you, not answers. A methodology for finding answers." It was 3 months into Tony's training when the impossible scenario happened. Tony called it the multiplicity test, and he explained the parameters with the careful precision of someone describing an experiment to a colleague. There were 5 separate systems running simultaneously in the workshop. One required solving a mechanical puzzle. One required electrical diagnostics. One required mathematical calculation. One required analyzing a situation strategically. And one required using magic to move objects in a specific sequence. "All of them are failing," Tony explained. "Your resources are limited. You can only call JARVIS for technical support once. You've got 30 minutes. I'm not going to tell you which system fails first or in what sequence. You're going to have to monitor them, prioritize, and manage all of them at once. You'll have to use technology where it's useful, magic where it's useful, and your brain where it's useful. Go." Harry's first reaction was panic. All 5 systems lit up at once, alarms sounding from different stations, screens flashing with error messages. He wanted to shut down, wanted to say this was impossible, wanted to run. Then he remembered what Tony had said about confidence. He took a breath. He looked at the 5 problems. He started moving. The mechanical puzzle had a clear solution once he understood the design. He'd solved enough of these that he recognized the pattern. He fixed it in 3 minutes and moved on. The electrical diagnostics required him to trace a power line failure, which would normally be tedious, but he used his magic to feel the electrical flow, to sense where it was interrupted, and he found the problem in 4 minutes. The mathematical calculation was straightforward algebra that he could do in his head while running between stations. The strategic situation was harder. It was a supply chain problem, how to move resources from point A to point B given certain constraints. He had to think about the variables, about how changes in one area affected others, about optimization. It took him 10 minutes and he wasn't sure if his solution was right. The magic puzzle was last. 5 objects, specific sequences, specific targets. Under normal circumstances, this would have taken forever because he'd still be learning to control his magic precisely. But he'd been practicing with the focus daily, and he was getting better at maintaining focus, at directing power with intention. He made the light flare from the focus, pushed it toward the first target, missed by an inch, adjusted. Tried again, hit, moved to the next target while simultaneously monitoring the mechanical puzzle system, which was showing early signs of instability. He was sweating. His concentration was pushed to its absolute limit. He was managing 5 different problem sets, 5 different mental modes: analytical, strategic, magical, technical, creative. The strain was immense, but he was doing it. With 2 minutes left, he completed the magical sequence. With 90 seconds left, he managed to stabilize the mechanical system before it would have required a reset. With 60 seconds left, he finished the remaining calculations. He collapsed into a nearby chair, exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. "Exceptional," Tony said quietly. Harry looked up at him, too tired to speak. "That was genuinely impressive," Tony continued. "You didn't just solve the problems, you managed competing priorities while doing it. You recognized what required your direct attention versus what could wait. You combined your magical ability with technical knowledge in ways I didn't predict. You innovated on the fly when one approach wasn't working fast enough. That's what separates adequate problem solvers from brilliant ones. The ability to maintain multiple problem sets simultaneously while adapting your approach based on feedback." "I was panicking," Harry said. "Yes, and you panicked efficiently. You didn't let panic paralyze you. You worked through it by focusing on immediate objectives instead of the overall scope of the problem." Very sound tactical thinking. Tony was making notes on his tablet. "You've got the raw capability. Now you need to develop stamina. This kind of thinking is exhausting because it requires you to maintain conscious control over processes that will eventually become automatic. You'll get faster at it with practice." "How much practice?" Harry asked. "Years," Tony said, "but you've got the foundation. You're ready for the next phase." "What's the next phase?" "That's when things get interesting. But first, rest. Your brain just ran a marathon. Drink some water, get some food, and don't try to solve any complex problems for at least 6 hours." It was a Tuesday when Tony showed him the map. He'd been waiting in the workshop when Harry arrived after his morning training with Steve, and the moment the kid was through the door, Tony pulled up a holographic display of the Earth. But it wasn't the Earth Harry recognized. Instead of political boundaries, there were energy signatures superimposed across the globe, bright points of concentrated magical power in various locations. "That's you," Tony said, pointing to a small but distinct signature around Manhattan. That's your magical output, translated into a visualization my sensors can generate. Now look at these other signatures. There were 3 major concentrations, each one dramatically larger than Harry's signature. One was in Scotland, one was in Egypt, one was in parts of Asia that Harry couldn't quite identify. Scotland is that castle, Harry asked, remembering something about Hogwarts, though nobody had explained what it was in detail. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Tony confirmed. Based on geographical analysis and what limited magical signatures I can detect, there are approximately 500 to 700 magical practitioners centered there, which means it's a specialized training institution, which means it's where Fury's planning to send you eventually. Harry felt something twist in his chest at the word eventually. I know, Tony said, not unkindly. You're happy here. You've got Rogers, you've got Jarvis, you've got me. The tower is becoming home in a way that makes the thought of leaving it complicated. But here's the thing, you can't develop as a magic user without access to others who understand what you are. There are things I can teach you about approach and methodology, and Rogers can teach you about discipline and physical capability, but neither of us can teach you how to be a wizard. That knowledge lives with wizards. You'll go there because you have to, because it's where you'll learn things that matter. I don't want to, Harry said, and his voice sounded very small. I know. Nobody wants to leave home when they've just learned what home feels like. Tony closed down the display and turned to face Harry fully. But here's what I'm going to make sure of. When you go, you won't go unprepared. You'll go with problem-solving skills that no other student at that school will have. You'll go with the ability to think strategically about challenges. You'll go with technological understanding that most wizards don't possess. And you'll go with confidence, genuine, earned confidence, that you're brilliant and capable and valuable. He gestured around the workshop. Everything we've been doing, the engineering, the problem-solving, the multiplicity tests, the magical precision work, it's all preparation for you to become something more than just a wizard. You're going to be a wizard who can think like an engineer. That's a combination they've probably never seen before. What if they don't want that? Harry asked. What if I'm weird? Oh, you'll definitely be weird, Tony said with absolute certainty. All the best people are. I'm weird. Rogers is weird in his own way. Man gets upset about things from decades ago like they happened yesterday, which is behaviorally unusual even for a person with his history. The point isn't whether you're weird. The point is whether you're weird in a way that makes you more capable or less capable. I'm confident you'll be more capable. He paused, and then he said something that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. The people who were supposed to love you failed. That's on them, not on you. Never let anyone make you feel small again. Not at that school, not anywhere. You know what you're capable of. You know what you've achieved. You know that you can take problems, any problems, and solve them through a combination of discipline, analysis, and creative thinking. That knowledge is going to be your real armor. The last thing Tony did before Harry's time in the workshop reached the informal end point was build him armor. It wasn't the kind Tony wore. It wasn't the sleek, sophisticated Mark suit that could reshape itself and fire repulsors and calculate 1,000 tactical parameters per second. Instead, it was something that looked almost like leather, soft and flexible, fitted to Harry's exact specifications. But when Tony demonstrated its properties, running it through impact tests with weapons, subjecting it to heat and cold, dropping it from heights, it proved to be dramatically more resilient than anything made of conventional materials. Nanotech composite, Tony explained. Same basic structure as my suits, just scaled for someone your size and size adjusted for growth. It'll keep you from getting seriously hurt without limiting your movement. You wear it under your regular clothes. Nobody will know it's there unless they look for it. Will I need armor? Harry asked quietly. Eventually, probably. The world is complicated, magic is real, and apparently there are magical people who have caused enough concern that you got rescued from your living situation by a government agency. I'm going to guess that means there are threats. The armor is insurance. He also showed Harry one more thing, a holographic schematic stored in JARVIS's systems of every piece of technology they'd worked on together, every problem they'd solved, every insight they'd developed. This is yours, Tony said. You can access it whenever you want. Need to remember how a particular circuit works. It's there. Need to review the methodology for a specific problem type. There's documentation. You've got the knowledge that we developed together, captured in a form you can access whenever you need it. That doesn't go away when you leave the tower. You take it with you. Why are you telling me all this? Harry asked. Why does it matter so much that I'm prepared? Tony considered the question for a long moment. Because someone once bet on me when I was a disaster, and I spent years being too angry and too broken to appreciate it. But that person believed I could be brilliant, and eventually I started believing it too. I'm trying to give you what it took me 30 years to figure out, that belief that you're capable shouldn't require decades of suffering to justify it. You're capable now. You're brilliant now. You don't have to earn that. You just have to remember it. On the last day of their structured training sessions before the informal summer recess that Tony had decided on, Harry stood in the middle of the workshop with the focus on his wrist, running through every single problem type they'd practiced. The mechanical puzzles, the electrical systems, the strategic scenario, the magical exercises. He moved from station to station, and he didn't panic, didn't second-guess himself, didn't look for permission or validation. He just solved the problems. When he finished, Tony pulled up the global map again with the magical signatures. The Scotland concentration glowed bright. That's where they'll want to send you eventually, Tony said. When they do, you'll be ready, because you won't just be a wizard kid, you'll be a genius. Harry looked at the map at the place where he'd eventually have to go, where he'd have to learn to be something he didn't yet understand. But he looked at it differently now. Not with fear, but with curiosity, not as an ending, but as a beginning. Can I come back, he asked. To the tower. Every summer, Tony promised. And whenever else you're able, this is your lab, you belong here. That doesn't change because you're in Scotland or anywhere else. Steve Rogers, watching from the observation window he'd been standing at for the last hour, smiled. The kid was ready. Not just for the tower, not just for Avengers training, but for whatever came next. And that was something worth being proud of. Chapter 2, End. Chapter 3. The spy's shadow. The common room fell silent the moment Natasha Romanoff stepped out of the elevator. Not the comfortable silence of evening, the careful silence of people who knew they were about to have their world shifted. Steve was the first to react, setting down his coffee with deliberate calm. Nat. Didn't expect you back until tomorrow. Natasha moved through the room with the fluid grace that came from decades of trained muscle memory. She wore black tactical gear even now at rest, as if comfort was a state she'd never quite mastered. Her red hair was pulled back in a tight braid, and her eyes, sharp green that missed nothing, fixed on Steve first, then Tony, then finally settled on Harry, who was sitting at the kitchen counter with a book about aerodynamics open in front of him. We need to talk about Harry's next phase, Natasha said. Not a request, a statement. She pulled out a chair at the dining table and sat with the kind of posture that suggested she would not be leaving until this conversation was concluded. Tony looked up from his tablet, eyebrows rising. You're not still sore about the thing with the suit malfunction, are you? Because I've explained how the repulsor output affected the... I'm not interested in your repulsors, Natasha interrupted, but there was no heat in it, just fact. I'm interested in Harry, Steve stood, a small gesture but one that somehow made the room feel smaller. I don't think. You don't have to think, Natasha said with the barest hint of a smile. You're done, both of you. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Harry watched the three adults carefully, noting the slight tension in Steve's shoulders, the way Tony's jaw tightened, the absolute stillness that came over Natasha when she'd made a decision. He was good at reading these things now. Tony had taught him logic and observation. Steve had taught him about character through example. And Jarvis had taught him the 1,000 small details that made humans understandable if you bothered to pay attention. Nat, Steve started. You've taught him to fight, Natasha continued, addressing them as if Steve hadn't spoken. You've taught him to think. Neither of those things matters if he walks into a room and can't read it, can't read the people in it, can't understand what they want, what they're hiding, what they're willing to do. She tilted her head slightly and her eyes moved to Harry. Those are the things I teach. Tony crossed his arms. He's 8 years old, literally 8. You're talking about him like he's a SHIELD operative. He will be, Natasha said simply, or something like it. Either way, he'll need to know. She stood, movements economical and controlled. Harry, come here. Harry hesitated. Steve gave him a small nod, permission and encouragement, though he didn't look happy about either. Tony looked like he wanted to argue, but he was already learning that arguing with Natasha Romanoff was like arguing with gravity, possible but pointless. Harry slid off his chair and walked to Natasha. She was shorter than Steve but somehow more imposing. It had nothing to do with height. When's the last time you left this tower? She asked. Tuesday, Harry said, for the medical appointment. Before that, Harry thought, the museum with Tony 3 weeks ago. Natasha nodded as if this confirmed something she'd already suspected. You spend most of your time here. Controlled environment, scheduled people, predictable. It wasn't criticism, just observation. That ends. Get comfortable clothes, sturdy shoes, nothing that stands out. Where are they going? Steve asked, and there was an edge to it now. Out, Natasha said. Into the world. Harry needs to learn how to exist in it, not just in this tower. She looked at Harry directly. You ready? Harry had learned not to say things just because adults wanted to hear them. But he'd also learned that sometimes when an adult gave you a choice that wasn't really a choice, the honest answer was the only one that made sense. He nodded. Good. 30 minutes. Harry changed into black jeans, a plain gray hoodie that Tony had brought back from one of his trips, and shoes with good grip. He packed a small backpack with a water bottle and his tablet. Natasha hadn't said he couldn't, and she hadn't said he could, which meant he'd have to read her reaction and adjust if necessary. Reading people was becoming a skill that mattered more every day. When he came back downstairs, Natasha was waiting by the elevator, and Steve was doing that thing where he looked like a concerned father and a tactical operative at the same time. Cell phone, Natasha said, holding out her hand. Harry hesitated. I'm not going to lose you, Natasha said, and something in her voice made it clear this wasn't negotiable. But they are going to track you because Steve will have a panic attack if they don't. So you give it to me, and I'll carry it, and you stop worrying about it. Harry handed it over. They left the tower through a service entrance Natasha seemed to know about, and from there to the subway. It was afternoon, late enough that the crowds were building but not yet the rush hour crush. Natasha sat beside Harry on the train, her posture relaxed, and Harry tried to follow her example, but he was acutely aware of every other person in the car. Too obvious, Natasha said quietly, not looking at him. You're looking at people, like you're cataloging them. Stop it. How am I supposed to observe without looking? Harry asked. Peripheral vision is your friend. You don't stare, you glance, you feel. She shifted, crossing her legs in a way that looked casual but positioned her so she could see 3/4 of the car without turning her head. Most people are too caught up in their own problems to notice anything about anyone else. Watch without watching. Listen without seeming interested. Let them reveal themselves. Harry adjusted his posture slightly and tried again. It was harder than it sounded. His instinct was to really look, to gather data the way Tony had taught him. But Natasha was right. There was something about actually staring that made people uncomfortable in ways that could work against you. They got off at Union Square. The October afternoon was cool enough to need the hoodie but sunny enough to keep the streets moderately full. Natasha led him to a coffee shop with large windows and a good view of the street. "We're going to sit here for an hour," Natasha said. "We're going to drink something and you're going to watch people. When we leave, you're going to tell me everything you noticed about the person sitting 3 tables over. Don't look at them. Tell me now." Harry's eyes flicked. There was a woman in her 40s, dark hair pulled back, wearing a business suit. She had a wedding ring and a faint tan line where a watch used to be. She was nursing a coffee and working on a laptop, but she hadn't actually typed anything in the last 2 minutes. Her jaw was tight. "Woman," Harry began quietly. "Mid-40s, business clothes, but her hair's wet at the back like she just washed it in a hurry. Wedding ring. No watch, but there's a tan line. She's pretending to work, but she's not actually typing. She keeps looking at the door. She's stressed." Natasha ordered him a hot chocolate without asking and sat down across from him. "Good. Now tell me why she's stressed." Harry thought, she's waiting for someone. Maybe, or she's running from someone. Why would you think that? Harry considered this seriously. Because she's trying to look casual, but she's not relaxed. Steve taught me about posture. Someone waiting for coffee usually sits different from someone who's hiding. Natasha took a slow sip of her coffee. "Notice the watch. She took it off. That tells you about control and anxiety. Someone who fidgets removes things they can fidget with. She probably turned her phone on silent or left it in her bag because she didn't want to be a distraction to herself." Natasha paused. "When did you last eat?" "I had lunch." "Eat?" She gestured at a small selection of pastries. Harry chose a chocolate croissant. For the next hour, Natasha walked him through the art of observation. Not the broad strokes, which he'd already started to grasp, but the details that mattered. The differences between a nervous habit and a calculated movement. The way someone's pupils dilated when they were lying about something that mattered to them. The slight asymmetry in how someone's face moved when they were faking an emotion versus feeling it. "Micro-expressions," Natasha explained. "The real feeling shows up for about a quarter of a second before the mask goes back on. Most people miss it. You don't have to." She demonstrated on herself, a flash of genuine sadness across her face before it went neutral again. "See," Harry nodded. He'd seen it. It had been there and gone, but it had been there. "That's the skill that matters most," Natasha continued. "You learn to see what people are really feeling underneath what they're pretending. Once you can do that, you can predict how they'll behave. And once you can do that, you're never surprised." They left the coffee shop as the sun was beginning to turn gold at the edges. Natasha led him through Washington Square Park, and Harry noticed more this time. The subtle differences between the chess players who were good and the ones who were just playing. The homeless veteran with the sign who was actually surveying the crowd with the careful attention of someone trained in observation. The young couple arguing quietly that was masking something deeper than just the surface disagreement. "That's the one," Natasha said, nodding slightly toward the couple. "What's really happening there?" "She's angry, but not at him," Harry said. "Look at her eyes. She's looking at him like she loves him, but she's disappointed. He's angry at himself. He's trying to apologize without the words. And their real problem." Harry watched for another moment. The man reached out to touch her arm and she didn't pull away, but she didn't lean into it either. He lied about something important, and she found out. Now she's deciding whether to forgive him. Natasha nodded once, sharp and approving. "You're a natural at this, which makes sense." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because you spent years reading your family to survive," Natasha said, and she said it the way someone might say you know how to walk or you can hear. Just fact, no sympathy. You learned young that survival depended on understanding people before they could hurt you. I'm just teaching you to do it consciously instead of instinctively." They took the subway back as the city lights were beginning to reflect off the buildings. Natasha was quiet for the ride, and Harry found himself observing her the way she taught him to observe others. The way her breathing never changed, even when the train jolted. The way her eyes constantly moved, scanning, assessing. The way she sat with her body positioned for quick movement, even in rest. "You're watching me," Natasha said, not looking at him. "You said to observe," Harry said. "Yes. But people notice when they're being observed, even if they can't articulate why. You're creating discomfort." She finally turned to look at him, and her eyes were that clear, assessing green. "You need to be better at this. When I observe, no one knows. When you do it, people feel it like a hand on their shoulder. How do I stop them from knowing?" "Practice," Natasha said simply. "Intention. You're observing to gather information, but if someone's watching you watch them, they get defensive. So you observe like you're not doing anything at all. You're just a kid on a train daydreaming. You're not scanning people like they're security threats." "But that's what I'm doing." "That's what you are," Natasha corrected. "Eventually, everyone in this tower will be trying to teach you to be a weapon. Me, Steve, Tony, Clint if you meet him, Bruce if he ever comes back. We're all going to pour our particular skills into you and hope something useful sticks. But weapons are obvious. Weapons are frightening. What's useful is being invisible until you don't want to be anymore." Harry thought about this for the rest of the ride. When they got back to the tower, Steve was in the common room doing push-ups with a level of intensity that suggested he'd been waiting and worrying. Tony was in the kitchen, pretending not to be waiting and worrying. "Home safe," Natasha said, handing Steve back the cell phone. "Same time tomorrow, 5 p.m. And that was how it began. Over the next 3 weeks, Natasha's training took up more of Harry's days than anything had before. It wasn't like Steve's training in the gym, where you could measure progress in faster times and heavier weights. It wasn't like Tony's training in the workshop, where you could see results in finished designs and solved equations. Natasha's training was subtler and somehow more intense. She took him to train stations during rush hour and had him profile people based on a single glance. She set up specific scenarios. "That man there is about to buy a ticket. Tell me his destination." Harry learned to read the subtle cues in posture, the way people stood when they were planning a short journey versus a long one, the micro-movements of habit that telegraphed intent. She took him to a crowded farmer's market in Brooklyn and had him identify which vendors were scamming customers, short-changing people, substituting inferior produce, lying about origin. Harry watched the quick hands, the way certain vendors avoided direct eye contact, the subtle movements of misdirection. One older woman was using the natural chaos of the market to switch out fresh berries for older ones. Harry caught the sleight of hand mid-motion, the moment her fingers shifted the container while her eyes distracted the customer with a compliment about their choice. She took him to the Museum of Natural History on a Tuesday morning when it was moderately full, and he had to identify the undercover security guards among the tourists and school groups. Harry moved through the halls, understanding that security would position themselves near exits, near valuable displays, in locations with good sightlines. He found 3 before Natasha confirmed it. Then she pointed out 2 more he'd missed, one because she was posing as a docent, one because he was genuinely interested in the dinosaur exhibit. "The best hiding," Natasha explained, "is hiding in plain sight by actually being interested." She taught him to use his voice and accent in new ways, how to make himself sound younger by raising the pitch and affecting slight hesitation, how to sound older by deepening his voice slightly and adjusting his pace. She had him practice regional American accents, the clipped Boston accent, the Southern drawl, the flat Midwestern tone, until his tongue could slide between them like switching masks. "Why do I need to do this?" Harry asked during one training session. "Because," Natasha said, "if someone's looking for you, they're looking for the 8-year-old boy with the British accent. They're not looking for a kid who sounds like he's from Texas or New Jersey. Voices are identity. Change the voice, change the identity." She even taught him basic French and a smattering of other languages beyond just Russian. "Why French?" he asked. "The international community of spies and operatives uses French," she explained. "You'll hear it. You'll need to understand it even if you don't speak it fluently. And intelligence operatives in Eastern Europe often speak French because it's less common than English. People let their guard down around it." She had him practice phrases every day. French words for colors, directions, emotions. "Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci." She corrected his pronunciation with the precision of someone who'd spent her entire life speaking multiple languages. The Russian came more naturally, perhaps because Natasha's passion for teaching it showed more clearly. She taught him not just the basic phrases Tony had started him on, but deeper vocabulary. Words for observation, for emotions that didn't translate cleanly to English, for the kind of communication that happened between operatives. "Sliced menya. Do you hear me? Yaponameu. I understand. Beregi sebia. Take care of yourself." This last one she said with a tone that suggested it was important beyond just language acquisition. Then came Latin. "The wizarding world uses it," Natasha explained one afternoon. "Spells are in Latin, institutional language, cultural touchstones. You learn their language, you understand their thinking better. You understand why they name things the way they do, what their values are, what matters to them. Language reveals culture. Culture reveals psychology. Psychology reveals vulnerability." She started him on basic Latin conjugations, having him memorize the essential incantations from the books Harry had brought from Privet Drive. "Defindo, rictu sempra, expecto patronum." She had him recite them with proper pronunciation, understanding that getting the sounds right wasn't just about the magic. It was about understanding a world that operated on different principles than the one he'd lived in before. But underneath all of it, she was teaching him something else, something that took longer to name. It happened on a Tuesday, about 2 weeks into their training. They were sitting in a small Vietnamese restaurant in Greenwich Village, and Harry was picking at a bowl of PH letter 1 EDF while observing a businessman 2 tables over who was clearly in the middle of a covert financial transaction over his phone call, when Natasha said, "Tell me about your family." Harry's spoon paused. "You mean the Dursleys?" "Yes." He didn't want to. The automatic resistance rose up in him, the same resistance he'd felt the first time Steve had asked about it, the first time Tony had. But Natasha's green eyes were waiting, and they held something different than the careful sympathy in Steve's or the uncomfortable curiosity in Tony's. Natasha's eyes held understanding the way the ocean held salt. It was fundamental, part of the composition. "They hated me," Harry said finally. "My uncle and aunt, they didn't want me." "Why?" "Because my parents were magic users and they thought that was bad, dangerous." Harry paused. "Weird." Natasha took a sip of her tea. "Magic is real." "Yes." "And your uncle didn't understand it." "He was terrified of it," Harry said. "The memory of it felt strange, distant, and close at the same time. Used to lock me in a cupboard when I did things, when my magic came out." "How often did he lock you in?" Harry thought. "A lot, most days, whenever my magic would." He made a vague gesture, show. "And your aunt, she hit me, or she'd starve me, or she'd make me do all the work in the house." Harry was speaking very carefully now, like each word had to be placed correctly or the whole structure would collapse. "My cousin was allowed to do whatever he wanted. I wasn't." Natasha nodded slowly. "You learned to read them because you had to. You needed to know when they were angry so you could hide, when they were about to punish you so you could prepare or run, When your uncle was volatile and your aunt was just frustrated. When the attention was on your cousin so you could exist without being noticed. Yes, Harry whispered. That's why you're good at this, Natasha said. This skill we're training, it's not new for you. You've been doing it your whole life. Harry wasn't sure what to do with that information. He ate a piece of noodle very slowly. I was like you, Natasha said, and her voice had shifted somehow, become quieter but also more present. Not exactly, but similar. They tried to make me into a weapon, took away my name, my past, my ability to choose anything about myself. They taught me to observe so I could be useful to them, to read people so I could control them, to hide who I was so I could be whatever they needed. Harry looked up. They called it the Red Room, Natasha continued. She wasn't looking at him anymore. She was looking at something distant, something that existed only in her mind. It was a place where girls became tools, but she paused, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second, Harry saw something break in her expression before she controlled it again. I chose something else. I walked away. And I became myself, not what they wanted, what I actually was. You're not a weapon, Harry said. No, Natasha agreed. Not anymore. I have the skills of one, the training of one, the reflexes of one. But I decided a long time ago that I wouldn't be one. That I'd use the skills differently, that I'd choose my own purpose. She finally looked back at him. You get to make that choice too. A lot of adults are going to try to teach you to be useful to them, to use you. Steve wants to make you brave. Tony wants to make you brilliant. I'm going to teach you to understand people so well that no one can ever manipulate you. But that's a tool. What you do with it, that's your choice. Harry felt something shift in his chest, like a lock opening. He didn't have the words for it yet, but he recognized the feeling. It was relief. There's something important you need to know, Natasha said, and her tone had shifted into something more practical, more businesslike. About your past, about the man who left you with your uncle. Harry's attention sharpened. Dumbledore. Yes, there's a file on him. S.H.I.E.L.D. has intelligence reports on the magical government in Britain, on the wizarding world. Natasha pulled out her tablet, swiped to a specific document, and turned it around so Harry could see. It was a photograph of an old man with a long silver beard, wearing robes decorated with small silver stars. Under it was a name, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Below that, a list of titles and positions. He's the headmaster of the school where your magic users train, Natasha said. Hogwarts. He's also the chief figure in their government structure. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. records, he knew your parents. He knew you existed. And when you were a baby, after your parents died, he made a decision. Harry felt his hands clench. He put you with your uncle, Natasha continued, speaking with the careful precision of someone delivering bad news that needed to be understood exactly right. Your uncle who hated magic. Your uncle whose own resentment of your parents was well documented. Your uncle who he knew would love you exactly as much as he loved your mother, which is to say, not at all. Made that choice deliberately. Not in anger, not in haste, deliberately. Why? Harry's voice had gone small. According to the file, Natasha said, pulling up pages of dense text, Dumbledore's reasoning was documented. He believed that you were destined for something, that keeping you unhappy, powerless, and hidden would eventually serve a greater purpose. He called it necessary protection. He argued that suffering would make you stronger, or more compliant, or more useful to him when the time came. That living in a place of darkness would prepare you for darkness. I've read the file multiple times. His reasoning is all in there. It's very logical if you don't care about the child. Natasha pulled up another file. This is from the woman who was supposed to adopt you, a Minerva McGonagall. She objected to the placement. She sent Dumbledore a memo saying she believed it was wrong, that the boy needed care and safety. She recommended an alternative arrangement, a wizarding family, people who understood what he was and who would protect him accordingly. Natasha met Harry's eyes. Dumbledore ignored her. He sent you to the Dursleys anyway. And do you know what he told her? Harry shook his head. He said, Natasha read from the document. The boy must learn that not everyone in this world wishes him well. Let him learn this lesson early in safety. He called your years in that cupboard a safety lesson. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. A man who sacrifices a child for the greater good is not a man you trust, Natasha said quietly. Maybe his intention was good. Maybe he genuinely thought it would work out. Maybe he believed he was saving the world. It doesn't matter. He left a baby on a doorstep in November with a letter at a house run by people who hated everything about him. That's not protection. That's calculated abandonment, and more than that. She paused. The file shows that he checked on you regularly. He knew what was happening at the Dursleys' house. A magical authority can see into homes where magic is present. He knew, and he did nothing. Harry felt tears prickling at his eyes but refused to let them fall. I'm going to have to go back there, when I'm older, when I go to Hogwarts. Maybe, Natasha said, but you won't go the way he expects. You won't go unprepared or without options or without understanding exactly what you're walking into. You'll go as someone who understands people well enough to read a room full of ambitious adults and understand exactly what each one wants from you. And you'll decide what to give them and what to keep. You'll choose. She reached across the table and opened Harry's clenched fist gently, pressing the tablet into his hand. Knowledge is the most dangerous weapon, she said. Information is currency. You collect both. You spend them wisely. You don't waste them on people who don't deserve them, and you don't hoard them out of fear. You use them to build the life you actually want. And right now, the first thing you need to understand is that Dumbledore made a choice. It was his choice. Not your fault. Not something you caused. Not something you deserve, just his choice. And because it was his choice, it's information you can use. Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't sure he understood all of it yet, but he understood enough. He understood that someone he was supposed to respect had made a decision to let him suffer. He understood that knowledge of this fact was something he could hold. And he understood that Natasha was right. It changed how he would approach his future. They continued training, day after day, week after week, but something had shifted. Natasha began incorporating new elements now that Harry understood the deeper purpose behind the observation. She refined his language training, having him practice rapid conversational switches between English, Russian, French, and Latin. She'd throw questions at him in one language and require him to answer in another, training his mind to operate fluidly across linguistic boundaries. She taught him psychological tactics with increasing sophistication. How to ask a question so the other person answered more than you asked. How to agree with something small so someone felt invested in agreement on something larger. How to make someone feel special and understood, which was how you made people want to help you. How to detect when someone was using those tactics on him. She had him practice these in real-world situations, at shops, in parks, with service workers, learning to navigate social dynamics with strategic precision. She taught him emotional control that was different from either suppression or explosion. Suppression breaks, she explained during one training session in a shield safe house where she was teaching him to resist interrogation. You hold everything in until you can't anymore, and then you shatter. Control endures. You feel everything, just choose when and how to show it. It was a distinction that mattered, and Harry felt it click into place. It wasn't about not feeling things. It was about being honest with himself about what he felt, while remaining strategic about what he revealed. The interrogation training was intense in a way that made Steve visibly uncomfortable when he asked what they'd been working on. Natasha set up a proper interrogation room, consulting with SHIELD advisors on psychological interrogation techniques. She had Harry sit in a chair while she asked him questions designed to elicit emotional reactions. Accusations against Steve, insinuations about Tony, suggestions that he was unwanted in the tower. claims that the Dursleys had been right about him. The kinds of things designed to break a child's confidence or make him defensive. Don't answer defensively, Natasha instructed. That shows you're vulnerable. Don't refuse to engage, that's suspicious. Answer the question honestly if you can, but in a way that doesn't give information you didn't intend to give. It took practice. Harry's first attempts were clumsy, too obviously evasive. His emotions spilled across his face, hurt at the accusations, anger at the insinuations, defensiveness at the suggestions. But gradually, through repeated cycles of interrogation and feedback, he learned to parse what each question was really asking underneath the surface question, and to answer in a way that was honest but not revealing. "You lied about where you were yesterday," Natasha said during one session, her voice cold and accusatory. "I was training with Clint," Harry replied, keeping his voice steady. It was true. He'd gone to the SHIELD facility where Clint was occasionally present. "You said you were in the library. You didn't ask where I was, you told me to study. I did study, in the library, before and after." Natasha leaned back, her expression unreadable. "You're being clever about your words." "Yes," Harry said, understanding that this moment was a test. "Because what matters is whether I followed your instruction, not whether you approve of how I structured my day." Natasha smiled. It was one of her rare, genuine smiles, which meant she approved of the answer. "Good. Not defensive. Not lying. Not giving information you didn't need to give. And more than that, you redirected the interrogation back to her original instruction, which is a technique that strong subjects use. Most people would either confess or resist. You reframed." She continued the interrogation for the next hour, pushing harder with each question. Accusations about things Harry hadn't done. Implications that people in the tower resented him. Suggestions that he would never be trusted. Harry held firm, learning to separate the truth of his situation from the psychological pressure being applied to him. And as the session continued, something shifted in how he understood his own mind. He could feel the pressure to break, to defend himself, to prove his worth. But underneath that pressure, there was something solid, something that knew the accusations weren't true, and he learned to hold onto that solid thing while the rest of his emotions thrashed around it. "That's the technique," Natasha explained when the interrogation ended. "You find the core of what you know to be true, and you lock onto it. You let them try to shake everything else, but you don't let them shake that. It doesn't matter if they make you cry or angry or scared. They can't break you if they can't shake the core." But the real turning point in the training came about 4 weeks in, during a SHIELD briefing in a secure conference room. Fury had called Harry in specifically, whether because he wanted to assess Natasha's work or because he wanted to see how a child with magical abilities would behave in a room full of trained operatives. Harry wasn't entirely sure. The room was full of SHIELD agents and officers. Harry recognized some of them, people he'd seen around the tower or the facility, but most were strangers. Professional, controlled, the kind of people who trained hard to show as little of themselves as possible. "Observe," Natasha had whispered as they took their seats. "Tell me what you see. Not just facts. Tell me the dynamics. Tell me where the power is, who's afraid, who's hiding." The briefing was about a weapons facility in Eastern Europe. Nothing Harry needed to understand, nothing that involved him. But Harry wasn't really paying attention to the briefing. He was doing what Natasha had taught him. He was watching. The man on the far left, third row, was lying about something. His jaw was clenched in a way that suggested he was holding back words. His eyes didn't quite align with the direction of his head when Director Fury was talking about supply chain logistics. He was hiding something about the supply chain, something he'd observed or been involved with that contradicted what the official briefing was stating. The woman in the front, to the right of the projector, was afraid. Not of the mission or the danger. Harry could see that in the micro-expression that flashed across her face when something personal was mentioned in passing. She was afraid of judgment, fear of making a mistake, fear of disappointing someone she respected. There was an older officer in the back who was bored. Actually bored. He'd been briefed on this already, maybe was briefed on it regularly, and he was wondering if he could leave early. He was checking his watch and looking at the door with the calculated patience of someone enduring something tedious. A younger agent, maybe late 30s, was intensely focused on something that wasn't the briefing. His attention kept drifting to a tablet in front of someone else's seat, and when Harry followed his gaze, he could see a classified document that clearly contained information the agent wasn't supposed to have. The agent wanted that information, wanted it badly. There was a slight tension in his shoulders, a change in his breathing pattern that indicated real need or real desperation. And there, in the middle, was someone whose emotion Harry couldn't read at all. An older man, military bearing, absolutely still. His face showed nothing. His eyes moved but gave away nothing. His hands didn't move. His breathing appeared perfectly regular. Harry focused on him hard, trying to find the crack in the facade, the way Natasha had taught him to find cracks. There, just the smallest thing. When Fury mentioned something about Eastern European operatives and extracted teams, the man's breathing changed infinitesimally. It was subtle. Harry might have missed it if he wasn't specifically looking for physical changes when emotional triggers occurred. The pupils dilated a fraction of a millimeter. His diaphragm shifted in a way that suggested a sudden internal reaction being brought back under control. He had a connection to Eastern Europe, or to the operatives, or to the extraction, and it was something he didn't want anyone to know about. When the briefing ended, Natasha led Harry out quietly and took him to a private room off the corridor. "Report," she said simply. Harry did, laying out everything he'd seen, everything he'd observed. The lying officer and his hidden knowledge about supply chains, the afraid woman and her fear of judgment, the bored supervisor, the ambitious agent with his eye on classified material, the still man with the hidden connection. When Harry finished, Natasha was quiet for a long moment. Then, the man in the middle, third row back, "How did you detect his connection?" "His breathing changed," Harry said, "and his pupils, when Director Fury mentioned the operatives." Natasha nodded slowly. "That man is a SHIELD operative who was extracted from an Eastern European base 3 years ago. His entire team was killed in the extraction, a failure of planning and execution that was classified. He's been in therapy since then. And he was not briefed on this operation, which means Fury was either testing him or setting him up for something." She paused. "You read a room of trained military and intelligence operatives and found something most of them wouldn't have found. Do you understand how significant that is?" Harry didn't, not really. But he was beginning to understand that Natasha considered it important. "Everyone in this tower will teach you different things," Natasha continued. "Steve will teach you to be good. Tony will teach you to be clever. I will teach you to be aware. But awareness is what keeps you alive. Awareness is what lets you choose. Everything else flows from that." She leaned against the wall, and for once, her posture wasn't perfectly controlled. She looked tired in a way that suggested a tiredness that went deeper than just physical exhaustion. The most dangerous person in any room is the one nobody's watching. Harry thought about that. "But I was watching." "Yes, and you found things that matter." Natasha pushed off from the wall, straightening back into her professional posture. "But Harry, don't become what they expect. Don't become so good at reading people that you forget how to be yourself. Don't disappear so completely into the mask that there's no one home underneath it. Use the mask. Learn to hide. Learn to observe without being observed. Become home to yourself. At the end of the day, come back to who you actually are, not who you've learned to pretend to be." It was the most personal thing she'd said to him, and Harry understood that it wasn't just advice. It was a warning born from experience. It was Natasha telling him what she'd learned the hard way, that if you spent too long being what other people needed, you could forget what you needed yourself. "I don't know who I am," Harry said. "I know," Natasha said. "That's fine, you're 8, you have time. But you have to remember that learning about yourself is just as important as learning about other people. Don't forget that." In the weeks that followed, Harry found himself integrating Natasha's training into everything he did. He'd sit with Steve during training, and instead of just focusing on the physical exercise, he'd read Steve's mood by the way he moved, the way he corrected Harry's form. He'd work with Tony in the workshop, and he'd observe Tony's problem-solving process with the attention of someone trying to understand the person, not just the problem. One afternoon, while working with Tony on a robotics project, Harry accessed his invisibility cloak for the first time since arriving at the tower. He'd brought it with him but hadn't used it, understanding that magical items might trigger security alarms. But curiosity got the better of him, and while Tony was occupied with a holographic interface, Harry slipped the cloak on. He'd expected to feel invisible. Instead, he felt the dissonance of it, his body present but his appearance gone. His breathing was still audible. His footsteps still made soft sounds. The cloak was old and imperfect, and invisible didn't mean undetectable. Harry moved through the workshop silently, understanding for the first time that Natasha's training had changed his entire relationship with the cloak. Before, invisibility had meant safety. He could hide from the Dursleys, exist without being noticed or punished. Now it meant something different. Now it meant understanding that even when you couldn't be seen, you could still be detected. That invisibility was incomplete without the skills to move silently, to control your breathing, to be truly undetectable. He watched Tony work, unobserved, and saw how Tony solved problems, the false starts, the moments of frustration, the sudden leaps of intuition. And he understood that watching people when they don't know you're watching was different from watching them when they do. The data was different. The behavior was different. Tony suddenly looked up, directly at where Harry was standing. If you're going to learn to be invisible, you need to understand that most people have proximity sense. Even when I can't see you, I can feel you. There's something about air displacement, heat, the subtle changes in the environment. It's not magical, it's just awareness. Harry pulled off the cloak. "You're getting better at this," Tony said. "The spy training, Natasha's teaching you things that matter. But don't let it make you careless about the magical elements. You have tools Steve and I don't have. Don't waste them trying to be something you're not." And gradually, Harry became better at something he hadn't expected: balance. He could observe without losing himself. He could read people without becoming cold about it. He could wear different masks for different situations without forgetting which one was actually him. He could use his magic in the context of spy skills, the invisibility cloak not just for hiding, but for observation, the magical acceleration of his thought processes combined with the psychological understanding of how people thought. The final lesson came on a Friday afternoon, in Natasha's small training room off the main SHIELD facility. They'd been working on something called compartmentalization, the ability to keep different pieces of information in different mental spaces so that torture or interrogation couldn't extract everything at once. It wasn't exactly a clumency. Natasha had never heard of it, and Harry was learning that there were many ways to protect your mind. But it was similar in principle: building walls, deciding what to think about in what moment, controlling the flow of your own thoughts. Natasha taught him techniques from espionage training, mental chambers where you stored different information, walls you could reinforce under pressure, the ability to fragment your mind in ways that protected the core while giving interrogators less essential information. "This is the hardest part," Natasha said, and for once, she sounded almost uncertain. "I'm going to teach you to hide yourself so thoroughly that no one will ever see you unless you want them to. But you have to promise me something." "What?" Harry asked. That you'll remember how to be seen. To the people who matter, to the people who earn your trust, you have to be willing to let your walls down. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. She paused, and Harry saw something break in her expression before she repaired it. I'm very good at hiding. So good that sometimes I don't know if anyone's ever really seen me or if they've just seen what I wanted them to see. I've spent so many years behind masks that I'm not sure there's a real person underneath anymore. I don't want that for you. I'll remember, Harry said. He wasn't sure he could promise it, but he meant it. Natasha reached into a drawer and pulled out a small object. It was a small dark stone, smooth and polished, worn in a way that suggested it had been handled many times. She placed it in Harry's palm. When you're hiding, when you're performing, when you're wearing the mask, that's the stone. You carry it with you consciously, you know it's there. But when you come home to yourself, when you're with people who see you, when you decide that someone is trustworthy enough to be real around, you put it down. You remember what it's like to be just Harry, not the trained operative, not the weapon, not the spy in training, just the kid. Harry closed his fingers around the stone. It was warm from her hand. Now, Natasha said, show me what you can do. The final assessment was elegant in its simplicity. Natasha took Harry into the common areas of the SHIELD facility during what should have been quiet hours. There were maybe 30 people scattered across the space, some working on laptops, some in conversations, some alone. Natasha handed Harry a tablet with specific questions on it. Who here is lying about their whereabouts yesterday? Who's in love with someone they shouldn't be? Who's about to quit? Who's hiding an injury? Who's planning to sell secrets? Harry moved through the space like he was just another person, not observing, not hunting for information. He got coffee he didn't want. He read a poster on the wall that he didn't care about. He sat near a few different people, not directly watching them but noticing everything. He practiced the techniques Natasha had taught him: peripheral vision, micro-expression reading, the subtle art of observation that looked like nothing at all. And then he reported to Natasha, the analyst in Section 3 who'd reported being in a meeting but had actually been in medical. Harry could tell from the way she was favoring her right side and the medical badge on her lanyard. The junior operative who'd been stealing glances at someone's new partner. The way his eyes tracked one specific person with a mix of admiration and longing. The senior officer whose hands trembled slightly and whose conversation had turned toward pension questions and retirement planning. The communications specialist favoring his left side and wincing slightly when he thought no one was looking, obvious injury management. The technical expert whose internet searches had been flagged, according to his quiet conversation with someone in a corner, and who was panicking about whether anyone had noticed, the anxiety clear in his body language. When Harry finished, Natasha was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Now you're ready for the hard part," she said. "What's the hard part?" Harry asked. "Living with what you know about people," Natasha said. "Most people are trying their best and failing in small ways. Most people are afraid. Most people are hiding something. And now that you can see that, you have to decide what to do with that knowledge. Do you judge them for it? Do you use it against them? Do you help them with it? Do you ignore it?" She paused. "That's where your character matters more than your skill." Harry thought about the analyst in the meeting who needed medical care, the officer with the injured side who might be working through pain, the specialist afraid of being caught, probably for something that wasn't even his fault. "What would you do?" Harry asked. "I'd help the ones I could help quietly," Natasha said. "I'd ignore the ones whose problems aren't my business. And I'd take action against the ones selling secrets because that affects more than just them. I'd approach it from a place of understanding, not judgment, but I'd still act." She straightened up. "But that's my answer. You have to find yours." On the way back to the tower, Harry held the stone Natasha had given him in his pocket, and he thought about everything she'd taught him. Not just the skills, the observation, the languages, the emotional control, the strategic thinking, the interrogation resistance, the psychological understanding. But the underlying lesson, the one that mattered more than all the rest, that the most powerful thing you could do was choose, to see clearly, to think honestly about what you saw, and to choose what kind of person you wanted to be in light of that clarity. Steve was waiting when they got back to the tower, and he looked at Harry with that careful, worried expression he got sometimes. "Everything okay?" "Everything's fine," Harry said, and he meant it. "Natasha says I'm ready for the next phase." Natasha was already moving toward the elevator. She paused and looked back. "He's going to be fine," she said to Steve. "Better than fine, he'll be ready for whatever comes." She rode the elevator up alone, and Harry watched her go, the small stone still warm in his pocket, a physical reminder that underneath the mask, underneath the training, underneath all the skills and observation and emotional control, there had to be something real. Someone home, something to come back to. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The thunder god stormed the training room, fell silent when Thor entered. Harry had been working through a combative sequence that Steve had drilled into him. Basic footwork, stance transitions, the endless repetition that built muscle memory. At 9 years old, he'd already begun to move with the economical precision of someone who understood that wasted motion meant wasted energy. Steve Rogers didn't tolerate sloppy movement. Neither did Harry anymore. "Take a break," Thor said. Not a request. The god of thunder filled doorways the way other people barely filled rooms. At 6'3", with shoulders that looked like they could support buildings, Thor had an almost crushing physical presence, but it was more than that. When he moved, the air seemed to acknowledge his passage. Even the light seemed to arrange itself differently around him. Harry stood, breathing hard, his focus wristband pulsing faintly with the residual energy of his exertion. Tony had made the device to help channel his magic, though Tony still wasn't entirely satisfied with it. "Always tinkering," Tony said, which meant he'd be redesigning it again within the month. "I was in the middle of," Harry began. "I know what you were in the middle of," Thor interrupted, but not unkindly. There was something ancient in his blue eyes, something that seemed to have watched empires rise and fall. "Come. There is something we must discuss, and the others must hear it." Thor left the training room without waiting to see if Harry would follow. Harry exchanged a glance with Vision, who had been running the simulation, and jogged to catch up. The conference room was rarely used for anything as mundane as an actual conference anymore. It had become a gathering place, the heart of the tower where the Avengers, now his family, though Harry still couldn't quite believe it, came together. Tony was at the table with a holographic display of something technical floating in front of him. He didn't look up. Natasha was there too, reading something on a tablet with the focused intensity she brought to everything. Steve stood near the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the New York skyline. When he heard them enter, he turned. "What's this about?" Steve asked. "A matter of importance," Thor said, taking a seat that creaked ominously under his weight. "One that concerns the boy." Harry felt a flutter of anxiety in his chest. One of the first lessons Natasha had taught him was to read situations, to assess threat levels through observation. The posture of the room shifted when Thor spoke. Tony's hologram minimized. Natasha actually set down her tablet. Steve's hand moved from the window frame to his thigh, where habit said a tactical assessment was beginning. "Harry is healthy, correct?" Tony asked immediately. "I ran full diagnostics last week, all nominal." "He is healthy in body," Thor said, "but I have been observing his development since his arrival, more closely than perhaps any of you have realized." Thor turned his eyes to Harry. They were the blue of a summer sky at the edge of a thunderstorm, and there was something in them that made Harry straighten his spine involuntarily. This was a god, a literal god. Harry had met many people who carried power, wizards, Dursleys, Avengers, but Thor was different. Power lived in him like the way the ocean lives in water. The boy possesses something your science cannot measure and your spycraft cannot quantify, Thor continued, addressing the room but keeping his gaze on Harry. Midgardian wizardry reaches only so far. Your wands, your spells, they are tools. Important tools, yes, but Harry's magic is something far greater. It is a river, while your wizards have learned only to drink from streams. Are you saying his power is stronger than what Dumbledore has? Steve asked. There was an edge to his voice. Natasha's warnings about the old wizard had become part of the tower's operating philosophy. They'd even gone so far as to cut off Harry's access to Hogwarts, a decision that had required months of legal maneuvering that Tony's lawyers had handled with brutal efficiency. I am saying something more fundamental, Thor said. His magic is not of the same type. It is older, deeper. It resonates with the fundamental forces that predate your modern civilization. The boy carries power that your science and spycraft cannot reach. He needs to learn what he is, and that is my turn. Your turn? Tony looked up sharply. We've been running his education through modules. Physical conditioning with Steve, engineering and tech with me, espionage and emotional regulation with Natasha, linguistics and academic foundations with Vision. It's a comprehensive program. We have a timeline. The timeline, Thor said with what might have been amusement, has just changed. For how long? Natasha asked. Her tone was neutral, but Harry could see the calculation happening behind her eyes. She was assessing Thor's commitment, his intentions, the risk factors inherent in giving up direct control of Harry's training even temporarily. Time is complicated, Thor said mysteriously. We may be gone a day, we may be gone a week. In Midgardian terms, the duration will be minimal. That's not an answer, Steve said. It is the most honest answer I can give you, Thor replied. I have been granted access to the Bifrost. It will open a gateway to a training realm, a pocket dimension where time flows differently. The boy will learn what he must learn in relative peace. We will return when the training is complete. Harry realized his hands were shaking. He forced them still, a technique Natasha had taught him. Control the physical manifestation of emotion. Control the emotion itself through controlling the body. But underneath the control, excitement and terror warred in equal measure, the Bifrost. He'd heard the others speak of it, the Rainbow Bridge, the gateway between worlds. He'd never left Earth. The idea that he might leave Earth, that he might see something beyond the blue sky he'd known his entire life, was almost too large to fit in his mind. You're not taking him off-world, Tony said flatly. The training realm is not technically off-world, Thor said. Though I suspect the distinction will matter little to the boy. He will be safe. I will ensure it with my own life if necessary. Steve was quiet for a long moment, then he looked at Harry. What do you think? It was, Harry realized, one of the greatest gifts Steve could give him. The question wasn't whether he could go. Steve could have made that decision unilaterally. Instead, he was asking what Harry wanted. I want to understand my magic, Harry said quietly. I want to be stronger. Then go, Steve said, but come back the same person. Better trained, but the same person. Thor's expression suggested that this might be impossible, but he didn't contradict Steve. Instead, he rose to his feet. Come, boy, gather nothing. You will need nothing. The realm will provide what is necessary. The Bifrost was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined it as a bridge, an actual structure you could walk across. Instead, it appeared in the courtyard of Avengers Tower as something like an aurora borealis frozen in time, a column of light that spiraled upward with colors he didn't have names for. They were beyond the normal spectrum, beyond the capacity of his eyes to fully process. Thor stepped into the light without hesitation. Come. Harry stepped forward. The instant his foot touched the edge of the column, the world inverted. There was a sensation of falling upward, of being unmade and remade, of traveling through distances that weren't measured in miles. He wanted to scream but found he had no voice, no body, no sense of self at all, just consciousness spiraling through impossible geometry. Then it stopped. Harry collapsed to his knees on stone, gasping. His entire body was vibrating at a frequency that matched the hum of magic in his veins. When he could breathe again, he looked up. The landscape before him was unlike anything he'd ever imagined. They stood on a vast plateau that stretched beyond sight in every direction. The sky above was not blue but the deep purple of twilight or prophecy, streaked with bands of cloud that moved with purpose and intelligence. To the north, mountains rose like the teeth of the world itself, their peaks crowned with snow and something that looked like electrical discharge. Lightning split the sky there constantly, but slowly, not the quick strikes of normal storms, but the ponderous movements of something conscious and deliberate. The mountains themselves seemed alive. Their slopes shifted with shadow and stone, and occasionally Harry caught glimpses of massive structures within them, doorways that opened onto nothing, walkways carved into sheer cliff faces leading nowhere, evidence of civilizations and architecture that defied explanation. The rock formations around the peaks were carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly, as if they existed partially outside three-dimensional space. To the south, a forest stretched endlessly, each tree massive and ancient beyond measure. They glowed faintly with a light that came from within, as if the trees themselves were storing sunlight for some future use. Between the trees, Harry could see movement, shapes that might have been animals or might have been something far more complex. The air itself seemed to shimmer there, as if heat and magic and reality were engaged in an ongoing negotiation about what could and couldn't exist. The trees had no leaves in the traditional sense, but instead their branches bore what looked like crystallized lightning, twinkling and humming with energy. To the east, a vast canyon cut through the landscape, its walls impossibly deep and revealing layer upon layer of geological history, but not normal stone. The layers were of different substances. Some looked like solid ice that never melted, others like hardened water, still others like compressed air itself. Rivers of light flowed through the canyon, sources of illumination that were neither sun nor lamp. Ruins dotted the landscape at regular intervals, positioned like the points of some vast magical diagram. Not the crumbling remains of buildings Harry understood, but structures that seemed to exist partially in other dimensions. Walls would shift between stone and something that looked like solidified light. Columns held up ceilings that appeared to be made of stars. Some of the ruins had visible entrances leading downward, spiraling staircases that descended into shadows so complete that light itself seemed unable to penetrate them. Others were open to the sky, vast amphitheaters or training grounds where the stone bore scars from ages of magical combat. The air itself was thick with magic, so dense that Harry could almost taste it, like copper and ozone and electricity all at once. It pressed against his skin like atmospheric pressure, making him acutely aware of every breath he took. "Welcome to Yggdrasil's shadow," Thor said, an echo of the World Tree, a pocket dimension maintained by Asgardian magic, where warriors have trained since before your civilization learned to make fire. This realm exists outside standard space-time. It was created by the ancient mages of Asgard as a sanctuary for learning. What you see around you, the mountains, the forest, the ruins, they are all alive in their own way, responsive to the magic of those who train here. Harry tried to stand but found his legs didn't want to cooperate. The gravity here was different, heavier. Or perhaps it was just that the magical density of the place was so thick it pressed down on him physically. Every nerve in his body was firing, responding to the sheer concentration of magical energy. It was like the feeling he got just before a lightning strike, but constant and everywhere at once. "How long will we be here?" Harry asked, his voice barely steady. "As long as we need," Thor said, He gestured to a flat expanse of stone in the distance, a plateau within the plateau. "Come, we begin now." Training with Thor was nothing like training with the others. Steve had taught him precision and control. Every movement had a purpose, a geometric perfection that left no room for wasted energy or emotion. Steve's training was like mathematics, absolute, verifiable, reproducible. Tony had taught him analysis and strategy. The training had been mental, demanding that Harry understand not just what to do but why it worked. Tony's training was like physics, fundamental, logical, capable of being broken down into constituent parts. Natasha had taught him to read people, to control his own responses, to compartmentalize and survive. Her training had been psychological, demanding that Harry understand himself and others at the deepest levels. Natasha's training was like psychology, the science of the mind, rigorous and relentless. Thor's training was different. It was not about technique or strategy or psychological manipulation. It was about feeling. "Your magic is alive," Thor explained as they stood in an open field. Above them the purple sky roiled with approaching clouds. Lightning flickered in their depths like thoughts in a brain, moving with deliberation and purpose. "You have been taught to treat it like a tool. Press a button, activate a function. This is the Midgardian way to analyze, to systematize, to reduce. But magic is not a machine. It is not even quite a living thing in the way you understand living. It is more like a river. It flows through everything. Most humans can barely dip their fingers in it. Wizards, with their wands and their discipline, have learned to cup their hands and drink. They've created systems, yes, elegant systems with rules and limitations and safety parameters. But you, boy, you are capable of something far greater. You are capable of learning to swim in it." "How?" Harry asked. The wind was picking up now, carrying with it the electric smell of approaching lightning. He could feel his hair beginning to stand on end from the static charge building in the air. "Stop thinking," Thor said. "Feel instead. What do you feel when you are near your magic? Not what you think you should feel, not what others have told you to feel, what you actually feel in the deepest part of yourself." Harry closed his eyes. This was harder than it sounded. Thinking was easy. He'd been trained to think analytically since arriving at the tower. His brain was his strongest tool. Feeling was harder. It was less precise, less reliable, less obedient. Natasha had taught him to compartmentalize feeling, to set it aside and observe it as a separate thing. Thor was asking him to do the opposite, to immerse himself in feeling. But when he stopped trying to think and simply paid attention to the internal landscape of his body, he felt it. Magic was there, humming in his blood, spiraling around his bones like vines of electricity. It felt like hunger and joy and terror all at once. It felt like drowning and flying simultaneously. It felt like the moment before a thunderstorm when the entire world holds its breath, waiting for something catastrophic and beautiful. "There," Thor said softly, "you feel it. That is not technique, that is truth. That is what the ancient ones knew, that magic is emotion and emotion is magic. They are not separate things wearing different names. They are one thing viewed from different angles." "It's overwhelming," Harry managed, his voice shaking. "Yes, good." Thor placed a massive hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your entire life you have been taught to control it, to press it down, to make it obey your will. This is the path of Midgardian wizards, and it is not without merit. Discipline has its place, but first you must learn to let it up, to feel its full power without fear. The focus wristband that Stark built, it is a dam, necessary perhaps for now, but a dam is not an answer. A dam is merely a postponement. You must learn to create dams and then to remove them at will. You must learn to be the master of your own power, not its prisoner." He removed his hand from Harry's shoulder and stepped back. "Right now, you only know how to build walls. But the greatest warriors do not hide behind walls. They dance with their power, merging will and magic into something unified and beautiful. As if summoned by his words, the storm arrived. Lightning crashed across the sky with the sound of the world breaking. The wind became a physical force, pressing against Harry's body hard enough that he had to brace himself to remain standing. Rain fell, not in droplets but in sheets, in walls of water so thick it was like drowning in the air. The temperature dropped precipitously, and Harry's breath came out in clouds of vapor. But it wasn't just a physical storm. The magical pressure increased exponentially. Harry could feel the power in the very air, feel the way the storm was being directed, controlled, shaped by forces beyond his comprehension. This was Thor's environment. This was where he was strongest. Stand in it, Thor instructed, his voice somehow carrying clearly through the roar of the tempest. Feel the lightning without fear. Do not push it away. Do not try to control it. Simply feel it and understand that you are strong enough to endure it. It'll kill me, Harry said. The electricity in the air made every hair on his body stand on end. He could feel the charge building, the way the sky itself seemed to be gathering energy like a breath before a shout. No, Thor said. Not here. In this place, the storm is a teacher, not an executioner. Stand. Harry forced himself to remain still as the lightning crashed down. It struck near him, close enough that he felt the heat of it, close enough that the shockwave knocked him sideways, but it didn't touch him. The lightning seemed to curve around him as if his magic was creating a sphere of separation between himself and the raw power of the storm. His fear was creating walls, and those walls were protecting him. Good, Thor called out, though Harry could barely hear him over the chaos. Now do not push it away. Do not resist. Invite it in. Lower your walls. Feel it without resistance. Trust your core, Harry. Trust what you are beneath the fear. Harry took a shuddering breath. This was the hardest thing yet. Every survival instinct was screaming at him to raise his defenses, to protect himself. But he'd already learned from the training in the tower. The best defense sometimes was not to resist, but to absorb, to redirect, to flow around the source of danger rather than opposing it directly. He lowered the barriers he'd instinctively created. Immediately, lightning struck him directly. The pain was extraordinary. Every nerve in his body screamed. His muscles contracted involuntarily, jumping and spasming beyond his control. His bones felt like they were singing at a frequency that was tearing him apart. If the strike had lasted more than a fraction of a second, he would have been burned from the inside out, his blood boiling in his veins. But it lasted exactly as long as it needed to, a moment of perfect agony, and when it faded, Harry was gasping but unharmed. His skin didn't even smell singed. His clothes weren't burned. There wasn't even a mark. Again, Thor said, and his voice was not cruel. It was the voice of a teacher who understood that the greatest growth came from the edge of what you could survive. For what might have been hours or might have been days, time moved differently here, stretching and compressing in ways that made Harry's head hurt if he tried to think about it. Thor had Harry stand in that storm. Over and over, lightning struck him. He tried every approach: resistance, absorption, flow, surrender, aggression. Some approaches worked better than others. Some led to more pain. Some led to breakthrough. With each strike, he learned something new. He learned that his magic could diffuse the electricity, spreading it across his entire body rather than concentrating it at a single point. He learned that his body was far more resilient than he'd believed. He learned that the pain was temporary, a sensation that could be observed and accepted rather than feared. He learned that there was power in the lightning itself, ancient, primal power that resonated with something inside him that predated his birth, something that might have been carried in his blood for generations. He learned that fear was a teacher if you didn't run from it. The storm raged on, and Harry stood in its center, gradually learning to stand taller, to move with less defensiveness, to exist in the space between destruction and transcendence. When the storm finally passed, Harry collapsed. Thor caught him before he hit the ground. The god was surprisingly gentle as he lowered Harry to the stone, which was still warm from the lightning strikes. "You did well, young one. Rest now. This first lesson is complete." Harry's dreams were strange and terrible and beautiful. He saw the tower, not Avengers Tower, but a much older tower, one made of wood and stone that predated modern architecture by centuries. In the dreams, he was much older, maybe the age Tony was now. He stood in that tower and faced something made of shadow and hunger, something with red eyes that burned like the lightning had burned. But in the dreams, he didn't flee. He stood and faced it, and there was no fear in him, only clarity and purpose. He woke gasping, his heart pounding, but the terror faded quickly. It was just a dream, just a possible future, nothing more. Thor was sitting nearby, watching over him with the patient stillness of someone who had learned to wait centuries ago. He didn't speak, but his presence was comforting, a reminder that Harry was not alone in this strange place. "The nightmares are expected," Thor finally said as the sun rose over the mountains. "Your magic is waking up. As it wakes, the things that were sleeping within you will stir as well. Parts of yourself that have been dormant, parts of your potential that have been locked away. These manifest as dreams, as visions, as moments of clarity that can feel like nightmares if you don't understand them." "What things?" Harry asked, his voice rough from disuse. His throat felt like he'd been screaming, though he knew he hadn't. "That," Thor said, "is a conversation for when you are stronger." The training evolved from there. Each day, though the passage of time was impossible to measure accurately, Thor pushed Harry in different ways. He taught Harry to summon lightning without the storm, to call electricity from the very air and bend it to his will. The magic that Harry produced was crude and wild at first, sputtering like a broken engine, dissipating into the air in great bursts of unfocused energy. But gradually, it became more controlled. His will and his power began to align. Thor taught him meditation, a very different kind from what Harry had imagined. Not the peaceful sitting that Natasha sometimes suggested, but an active engagement with his own magic. Harry would sit in the shadow of the ruins, feeling his magic move through him, tracing its currents and flows like a sailor learning the currents of an ocean. He learned to sense where his magic pooled and where it ran thin. He learned to feel when his power was strong and when it was depleted. He learned to understand his own internal landscape as intimately as a blind person learns to navigate their home. Thor also taught him combat of a different kind. He created training constructs, humanoid shapes made from the stone of the plateau, given animation and intelligence through Asgardian magic. At first, they were slow and clumsy. Harry could easily defeat them. But as he progressed, Thor made them faster, stronger, more cunning. Some were made of stone and moved with the slow certainty of mountains. Others were made of the crystallized lightning from the forest and moved with impossible speed. Still others seemed to be made of the very fabric of the dimension itself, sometimes solid and sometimes not, unpredictable and fierce. Harry failed countless times. He was thrown across the training arena, crashed into the pillars that marked its boundaries, was defeated in ways both dramatic and humiliating. But each failure taught him something. The constructs didn't tire, didn't relent, didn't show mercy. They were perfect teachers because they never let him settle into complacency. On what might have been the 5th day or the 50th, everything changed. Thor had constructed a training arena from the material of the pocket dimension itself. The ground was stone, absolutely flat and featureless, perfectly smooth except for the impacts of 1,000 battles. Surrounding it on all sides were pillars of that strange solidified light, standing 30 feet tall, glowing with a soft blue radiance. At the center stood a construct, something Thor had created that was part humanoid, part elemental, part just pure magical force shaped into the rough approximation of a person. It was 12 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and its fists were as large as Harry's head. "This is your test," Thor announced. "Defeat it." "It's twice my size," Harry said. "Yes," Thor agreed. "And it moves faster, hits harder, and cannot feel pain or fatigue. This is intentional. You will not win through matching its strength. You must win through understanding what you are, what it is, and the difference between the two." The construct attacked. Harry had trained in hand-to-hand combat with Steve since he was 7 years old. Steve had taught him that physical strength was just one variable in a larger equation. Leverage, timing, positioning, momentum, these were the factors that could make a smaller person defeat a larger one. But the construct didn't fight like a person. It fought with the ponderous certainty of something that knew it was stronger and faster and more durable than its opponent. Harry defended. He used the technique Steve had drilled into him. He moved where the construct's strength was weakest, struck at the joints where its magical structure was least reinforced. For a while, he managed to hold his own. He avoided direct hits, used the pillars as cover, forced the construct to chase him rather than allowing it to corner him. He was learning to read the way the magic moved through the construct's body, understanding its patterns and movements. But the construct was tireless. And Harry was not. A blow got through his defense, just a glancing hit, but it caught him on the ribs and sent him flying. He crashed into one of the pillars hard enough that all the air left his lungs. The impact cracked the pillar, and for a moment he thought it might collapse on top of him. The construct was on him immediately, closing the distance with lumbering but inexorable purpose, and there was nowhere left to run. Harry was going to lose. Something in that realization broke open inside him. All his life, Harry had been afraid. Afraid of the Dursleys, of their cruelty and their unpredictability, of never knowing when Uncle Vernon's hand might come down, never knowing if this was the day the abuse escalated beyond pain into actual danger. Afraid of magic itself, of the power he carried and didn't understand, afraid that he'd accidentally hurt someone, afraid that he'd lose control, afraid of Dumbledore's manipulation, of the destiny that people kept insisting was his, of the weight of expectations that had been placed on his shoulders by people he'd never met. Afraid of being alone, afraid of being special, afraid of being ordinary. Afraid of Voldemort, a name he'd only ever heard whispered, but that whisper carried a weight of terror that seemed almost supernatural. Afraid of the scar on his forehead, afraid of what it meant, afraid of what might be inside him. The fear was old and deep, and it ran through him like roots, growing through every cell of his being, shaping him from the inside out. And in that moment, with the construct descending on him, with all hope of victory seemingly gone, the fear erupted. His magic came out of him like a shockwave, not contained or directed, but just pure unleashed force. It was everything he'd been learning from Thor, but without the discipline, without the control, without the carefully constructed pathways. It was raw and wild and utterly devastating. The construct shattered into fragments of light, each piece hanging in the air before falling slowly to the ground like ash. The pillars cracked and several tumbled. Trees in the distant forest fell, their massive forms toppling like matchsticks. The sky itself seemed to flinch away from the sheer power of it. A section of the canyon wall collapsed, revealing deeper layers of impossible geology. Harry was on his knees, shaking, surrounded by the wreckage of his own unleashed magic. The air around him crackled with energy. Rocks floated in a slow spiral around him, suspended by the force of his power. The very ground beneath him had fractured from the blast, creating a crater with him at its center. He was terrified. Not of the magic anymore, but of himself, of what he was capable of the sheer destructive potential that he carried. The magic wasn't something external that had happened to him. It was him. It was as much a part of his being as his heart or his lungs. Thor did not flinch. The god stood at the edge of the crater, completely untouched by the explosion, and said, "There, That is what you are. Now learn to hold it. It took time. Hours or days, Harry couldn't tell. Time had become meaningless in this place. Thor taught him to contain the power without suppressing it. Not the hard containment of steel walls, the way the focus wristband worked, but something softer and more sustainable. Like channeling a river, he learned to direct the flow without damming it completely. Like the difference between a clenched fist and an open hand that could still hold whatever it grasped, Thor had him meditate while small amounts of that raw power circulated through his body. Had him practice releasing and containing it over and over until the process became natural. Had him channel it into specific forms: lightning, heat, force, healing light. Had him mix emotions into the magic deliberately, learning to use fear to sharpen his focus, anger to amplify his power, love to refine and direct it toward protective purposes. He learned to feel the power running through him and be at peace with it. Not to ignore it, not to fear it, but to understand it as simply part of what he was. Like learning to live in your own body after a lifetime of being estranged from it. Thor also taught him to meditate on his scar during this time. Harry would sit and consciously turn his attention to the small mark on his forehead, and with Thor's guidance, he could feel something deeper there. A presence. A fragment of something that didn't belong. It was small but definite, like a splinter that had worked so deep into skin that you couldn't see it anymore but could always feel it if you paid attention. We do not address it directly yet, Thor told him during one of these meditation sessions. But you must learn to feel it so that eventually we will know what must be done. On what Harry eventually understood was the last day, there was a feel to it, a sense of completion, an intuitive knowledge that this phase of training was ending. Thor took him to one of the ancient ruins. Inside, in a chamber that seemed to exist in more dimensions than three, Thor had Harry sit. The walls seemed to be made of that solidified light, but the light was older here, tinged with colors that suggested great age. Symbols covered every surface, some carved, some painted, some seeming to exist beneath the surface of the stone itself. The chamber was warm and hummed with a low vibration that Harry felt in his bones. Thor sat across from him, and for a long time they simply existed in silence. The chamber hummed with magic. The walls seemed to breathe with each slow, profound inhale and exhale. Harry could feel the history in this place, the weight of ages, the accumulation of thousands of warriors' training and growth and transformation. "There is something I must tell you," Thor said finally, his voice grave. "Something I have perceived, something that required confirmation from the wise ones of Asgard before I could speak of it with certainty. Something that will shape who you become." Harry felt his stomach tighten. This was the tone Natasha used when she was about to tell him something difficult. This was the voice of someone about to deliver truth that would change things irrevocably. "When I first trained alongside you, when I entered your presence in earnest, I felt something beyond your normal magical signature," Thor continued. "A darkness, a corruption. It was faint, masked beneath your own power, so subtle that it was almost invisible. Like a shadow that clings to a stone even in bright daylight. I could sense it but not identify it. So I consulted with the Ancient Ones, the mages who have kept records of magical phenomena across all 9 realms. They exist outside normal time, observing the currents of magic as they flow between worlds. They have seen things the younger races cannot imagine." Thor stood and moved to the chamber wall, running his enormous hand across the symbols carved there. "They showed me histories of magic that predate your civilization. They showed me the work of a dark wizard of Midgard, one Salazar Riddle, who in his arrogance sought to cheat death itself. He created abominations, fragments of his own soul bound to objects and anchored to reality through dark magic. He called them Horcruxes." Thor turned back to Harry, and the weight of his gaze was almost physical. When I first entered your presence, Thor continued, I felt one of these fragments, a piece of Riddle's soul bound to you, bound to the scar you carry. The words shouldn't have surprised him. Part of Harry had always known something was wrong with his scar. He'd felt it his whole life, that sense of otherness, that shadow that was not quite him but not quite separate either. But knowing theoretically and having it confirmed by a god, by the ancient mages of Asgard themselves, were two very different things. Harry felt the knowledge settle into him like a stone in water, sinking slowly toward the bottom. There was something in his head that didn't belong, something that was part of a wizard who'd tried to kill him, something that had killed his parents, something that would always be connected to him, even if he managed to get it out. Can you remove it? Harry asked. His voice was steady. That was Natasha's training, control the physical manifestation of emotion, and the emotion itself often follows. Can you take it out? Not without damaging you in the process, Thor said. He moved back and sat across from Harry again, his massive frame folding itself into a position that was surprisingly graceful for someone so large. The fragment has roots that touch your very essence. They wound through your being like a vine wound through stone, interconnecting with your magic in complex ways. It would be like removing a tumor that has woven itself through every organ. The surgery might kill you. And even if I had the skill to do it, which I do not, there is the matter of the anchor point. The scar itself has been a point of magical convergence since the moment Riddle attempted to kill you. It has gathered power, become a focus point. To remove the fragment would require unmaking that connection, and the backlash could destroy your mind. Harry felt fear rising in his chest, the old fear, the deep fear. He pushed it down the way Natasha had taught him, compartmentalizing it. But this is a conversation for when you are stronger. But this is not entirely troubling news, Thor said, and there was something in his voice that made Harry look up. Something that sounded like certainty. How is that not troubling? Harry felt the panic rising and pushed it down harder, compartmentalizing it with more force. Observe the feeling, acknowledge it, set it aside. How is carrying a piece of someone's soul not absolutely terrifying? Because, Thor said, the fragment does not control you. It cannot. You were born into magical power that predates this wizard, that is deeper and older than his corruption. His attempted murder created a connection, yes, but it did not create ownership. You are not his. You will never be his. The shadow is merely a scar, nothing more. It is a mark of survival, not a mark of subjugation. Thor leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. I have consulted with mages older than your civilization. They have watched magic flow across the 9 realms for countless millennia. They say that such fragmentation of soul is dark magic of the deepest kind, magic that corrupts the nature of the one who practices it. But to you, it is something different. It is an anchor, yes, but an anchor you can learn to master. Just as I have learned to master the power of the storm, just as you have learned this day to begin mastering your own power, you will learn to incorporate this knowledge into who you are. Then why are you telling me this? Harry asked. The fear was still there, but it was becoming something else now, a sense of weight, of understanding, of preparation. If it doesn't control me, why does it matter? Because, Thor said, we will find a way to remove it. Not today, not this year perhaps. Not even for many years. But eventually, you will be free of even this last tether to that darkness. And you must know what you carry so that you can understand yourself fully. Truth is the foundation upon which warriors are built, young one. Without it, we are just animals with power. But with it, we become something greater. Something that might, with luck and determination, change the world. Over the following days, or what felt like days, Thor began teaching Harry magic from a warrior's perspective. Not spellwork in the way Harry had learned it from the wizarding world, but the philosophy of magical combat. How to sense the intent in another's magic, reading the way power was shaped and directed to understand what the wielder meant to do. how to shield not with walls but with layered defenses that could bend and flow, absorbing impact and spreading force rather than resisting it directly. How to strike with precision, targeting not just the body but the magical currents that animated it, understanding where the flow of power was strongest and where it was weak. Thor created new training constructs, and this time, Harry fought them with purpose. Each time he managed to defeat one, Thor created something stronger. A construct of pure stone that was nearly indestructible but slow to move. A construct of crystallized lightning that was impossibly fast but fragile. A construct of water that could reform no matter how it was broken. A construct that mimicked Harry's own techniques, forcing him to stay ahead of something that learned from his every move. Harry learned to read the flow of magical energy, the way a swordsman reads a blade, understanding the intent and the power behind it. He learned that magic could be a language, and that understanding that language meant understanding how to speak to it in return. He learned to move between offense and defense fluidly, never committing so fully to one that he couldn't transition to the other. Thor told him stories of Asgard during these training sessions, sitting around fires that seemed to burn with colors that shouldn't exist in nature. He spoke of the 9 realms and the wars fought across dimensions and ages beyond counting. He told Harry that magic was not native to Earth, that it was a fundamental force that pervaded all existence, as fundamental as gravity or light, and that humanity had forgotten how to use it in its purest form. The wizard civilization had rediscovered it, yes, but only fragments, only echoes of what it once was. Your wizards are like children playing with toys they do not understand, Thor said, staring into the fire. They have rediscovered fragments of ancient knowledge, encoded them in rules and structures, and convinced themselves that this is all magic can be. Wands, incantations, precise movements, and rigid discipline. But magic is older than civilization. It is older than consciousness itself. It is one of the fundamental forces, like gravity or the electromagnetic spectrum. Your scientists are beginning to understand that matter and energy are one thing. They are different expressions of the same underlying reality. The ancient ones have always known that magic is simply another expression of the same fundamental reality. He gestured toward the alien landscape around them. This realm exists because Asgardian mages learn to work with magic at its deepest level, not as wizards do, commanding and controlling, but as philosophers do, understanding and collaborating. The distinction is subtle but profound. Your wizards try to impose their will on magic. Asgardian sorcerers ask magic what is possible and work within those parameters. Can I learn that? Harry asked. To think of magic as a partner instead of a tool. You are already learning, Thor said. Every moment you spend here, you learn. The fact that you have not destroyed yourself or broken the fabric of this dimension is evidence of your growing wisdom. On their last night in the training realm, Thor took Harry to the highest point of the plateau. From there, they could see all the way to the boundaries of the pocket dimension, the point where the landscape simply ended, as if the world had been drawn in a circle and nothing existed beyond the edge. Beyond that boundary was a shimmer of something, like heat distortion or the aurora, and beyond that was void. Not darkness exactly, but absence. The end of this created space. The stars above were different from the stars of Earth. More numerous, more vivid, arranged in patterns that had meaning Harry couldn't quite grasp. The purple sky had deepened toward an even darker shade, but it was not night. It was something beyond the simple day-night dichotomy, a state that existed outside normal temporal parameters. What you are beginning to understand, Thor said, is that you are not limited by the expectations of those around you. Dumbledore thought he knew your destiny. Prophecies, he would say. The will of fate. But fate is not written in stone, no matter what the seers claim. The Norns weave threads, yes, but you hold the other end of yours. You can pull that thread where you will. You can weave it into patterns no one has foreseen. You can unweave it entirely if you choose. The only thing that limits your destiny is your own belief in limitations. What if I pull it wrong? Harry asked. The weight of the statement suddenly felt enormous. If his destiny wasn't predetermined, then he was responsible for creating it himself. The freedom was as terrifying as the constraint had been. Then you will have learned something, Thor said simply, and there was deep wisdom in the simplicity. Failure is the best teacher of all. The mistakes you make are the marks of growth. I have lived for 1,500 years, Harry. I have made countless mistakes. Some of them cost me greatly. But each one taught me something I could have learned no other way. The fear of failure is understandable, but fear should not be your guide. They stood in silence as the purple sky deepened toward an even darker shade. The aurora at the edge of the dimension pulsed with colors that had no names in Harry's vocabulary. Eventually, Thor said, "You should know that Mjolnir has been observing you." Harry's head snapped up. Mjolnir. My hammer, Thor said. His voice carried something like pride, like a father speaking of a child. It is not merely a tool, though it is a powerful tool. It is alive in its own way, conscious and discerning. It observes all those I deem worthy of observation. I felt its interest in you the moment you stepped onto the plateau. That is rare, very rare. Mjolnir judges worthiness not by strength or courage alone, though those are factors, but by something deeper. It evaluates the willingness to serve something greater than yourself, even at great cost. It recognizes those who would sacrifice for others, who would carry burdens not their own if it meant protecting the innocent. Does that mean I could? Harry hesitated. To wield Mjolnir was to wield the weapon of a god. It was inconceivable that he might be worthy of such a thing. Not yet, Thor said, though his voice suggested he wasn't saying no forever. Worthiness is something that must be earned through the living of life, not through a test of strength. You are powerful now, yes. You have grown in ways that would have been impossible yesterday. But worthiness, true worthiness, comes from choices made under pressure, from sacrifices embraced rather than imposed, from a willingness to stand against darkness even when victory seems impossible. When the time comes, if it comes, you will know. And if you do, the hammer will know as well. The return to Earth was disorienting in reverse. They stepped back into the courtyard of Avengers Tower to find that barely a day had passed. The sun was in the same position in the sky. The weather hadn't changed. Tony was still wearing the same shirt. A cup of coffee on the table still steamed as if they'd left mere minutes ago. But Harry had changed. He could feel it in every fiber of his being down to the molecular level. The magic that had been a thing he carried was now a thing he wore. It sat under his skin like coiled lightning, thrumming with power and potential. His focus wristband hummed differently, a deeper, more resonant frequency, as if acknowledging the new reality of what he was. He moved differently, stood differently. There was a new center of gravity to his being, a new way of occupying space. Steve was the first to approach them, and he studied Harry with the careful assessment of a commander evaluating a soldier's readiness for combat. The old soldier could read the changes in his body language, his posture, the way he breathed. Steve had trained too long with too many soldiers not to recognize the markers of someone who had been through something transformative. "You're different," Steve said. "Yes," Harry agreed. The words seemed to carry weight now, as if he was speaking with authority earned through experience. "Better." "Yes," Harry said. "But also, more, I know things now, about what I am, what I might be. I understand my magic in a way I didn't before. It's not separate from me anymore. It's part of me, part of who I am fundamentally." Steve nodded slowly, as if this was exactly what he'd expected to hear. He clapped Harry on the shoulder with enough force to knock another person sideways, though Harry barely moved. The force that would have sent most people staggering backward barely rocked him. Steve's expression shifted, surprise, then satisfaction. Good, we'll need that. Tony came over with a handheld scanner, one of his personal devices that he used for field analysis. He ran it over Harry, and his eyes widened significantly. The numbers on the device climbed higher and higher, rising beyond the parameters that Tony had set previously. His energy readings are off the charts. This is not a small training session. He looked at Thor, and there was something like awe in his expression. What exactly did you do to him? Showed him what he is, Thor said simply. The god moved past them toward the window, gazing out at New York with the expression of someone who was already thinking about leaving again. Natasha appeared from wherever she'd been waiting and watched Harry for a long moment without speaking. She studied him the way she would study a potential threat, assessing, calculating, looking for changes in behavior and capability. Then she did something she rarely did. She smiled. It was small and quick, barely more than a quirk of her lips, but it was there. He's different. You're thinking differently now. I can see it in how you move, how you hold your body. Something fundamental changed. Thor told me about the Horcrux, Harry said. The room went very still. The word was new, something the others hadn't discussed in front of him. That too was information, Harry realized. It meant they'd known about it or suspected it but hadn't been sure how to tell him. It meant they'd been preparing for this conversation, waiting for the right moment. We'll deal with that, Steve said firmly. His voice carried the tone of someone making a promise and binding himself to it. That's not your priority right now. Your priority is understanding your power and learning to use it. The Horcrux, the fragment, whatever you want to call it, that's something we address when you're ready. We address it together. That's not a burden you carry alone. And training with the rest of us as well, Tony added. Your magical parameters have changed fundamentally. What you were generating before, your power signature, it was contained, managed. This, he gestured to the scanner, which was still displaying numbers far beyond normal parameters. This is uncontained raw power, which means I need to adjust all your tech-based training. And your focus wristband, I'm going to have to completely redesign it. What you're carrying now would burn out the current architecture within hours. Actually, it's a miracle you got through today without frying it. When you are ready, Vision said from the doorway. He'd apparently been present the whole time, his movements so quiet that Harry hadn't noticed. I would like to resume our discussions about magic and the fundamental nature of reality. Your understanding has expanded significantly during your time away. This will be illuminating and, I suspect, will require considerable revision of my current theoretical models. Only Thor remained quiet. When Harry looked at him, the god placed one massive hand on his shoulder. The weight of it was comforting rather than oppressive, a gesture that carried both blessing and acknowledgement. You carry a great burden, young one. Multiple burdens, the fragment bound to your scar, which you now understand fully, the power that runs through you like rivers of lightning, the destiny that others would attach to your name, the knowledge that you are capable of both great creation and terrible destruction. These are the weights that gods carry. This is the responsibility that comes with power. Thor's voice dropped lower, though everyone in the room could still hear clearly. But you do not carry them alone. This is a family. They will support you. And I will be here as well, should you need further training. You have made a beginning, Harry. You have started the journey toward becoming what you are meant to be. But know that the journey is long and there will be challenges ahead that will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. Thank you, Harry said, for telling me the truth, about all of it, about my magic, about the Horcrux, about what I might become. Truth is the foundation upon which warriors are built, Thor said. Without it, we are just animals with power, but with it, we become something greater, something that might, with luck and determination, change the world. I believe you have that potential, Harry. I believe you might be the one to do it. That night, Harry stood in his room in Avengers Tower, looking out at the New York skyline. The The city lights spread out before him like an ocean of gold, like a constellation brought down to earth. His magic thrummed beneath his skin, steady now and under his control, but never sleeping. It was part of him in a way it had never been before, as much a part of him as his heartbeat or his breath. He thought about the darkness in his scar, the piece of riddle that would always be a part of him, at least for now. It didn't terrify him the way it once might have. He understood it now, understood what it was and what it wasn't. It was a fragment of a soul, yes, but it was not his soul. It was an anchor, yes, but it was an anchor he could learn to control. It was a burden, yes, but it was a burden that others would help him carry. And eventually they would find a way to remove it. Thor had said so, and Harry believed him. For now, though, it was just another weight to carry. Another part of what he was. Another scar that would mark his journey and define him as something that had survived. And he would carry it, because he was not alone. Because he had a family, Steve and Tony and Natasha and Vision, and now Thor as well. Because they had shown him that strength wasn't about carrying things alone. Strength was about knowing when to ask for help, about trusting others with your burdens, about building something together that none of you could build alone. His magic spiraled beneath his skin, and he let it flow freely now, not resisting it but dancing with it, the way Thor had taught him. He was stronger now. He was more than he had been, and the best part was that he was just beginning. There was so much more to learn, so much more to become. And for the first time, instead of that thought terrifying him, it filled him with something that might have been hope. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5 The Archer's Eye. The training simulation ended with Harry's fists still raised, breathing controlled, movements sharp as a blade. The holographic enemies dissolved into pixels around him, and the tower's gymnasium became quiet again, just the hum of electronics, the soft beep of JARVIS acknowledging the completion of another combat drill. Clint Barton leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, watching the kid run through what should have been his victory lap. Instead, Harry was already moving to reset the parameters, calling up the next iteration, pushing himself harder, always harder. JARVIS, reset to difficulty 8, Harry said, still breathing steady, not even winded. Might I suggest a brief hydration interval, Master Harry? JARVIS responded, his British accent smooth as ever. I'm fine. Reset. Clint straightened up and walked out onto the gym floor. The kid was soaked through his shirt, and there was this look in his eyes, the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd been trained by soldiers, spies, demigods, and genius billionaires, all before his 11th birthday. It was the look of a child who'd been taught that rest was weakness and survival was the only acceptable outcome. Harry's gaze snapped to him, and Clint watched the shift. Immediately, the boy's posture adjusted, weight redistributed, hands repositioned, threat assessment running like code through his brain. Natasha had done that, had turned the kid into something that evaluated every person in a room as either an asset or a liability, the automatic response to a potential threat. That was training. That was also a tragedy. Mr. Barton, Harry said, I didn't know you were arriving today. Clint hated that. Hated how formal it was. How much like a soldier the kid sounded. How there was absolutely nothing in that voice that suggested Harry was 11 years old. Yeah, Tony didn't give you a heads up. Clint walked closer, not approaching but not keeping his distance either. Casual, safe. The kind of movement you made around animals you didn't want to startle. Fury called, said I should probably take a look at what you guys have been doing to this kid. Harry's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. Something that looked like shame, as if being discovered in the act of pushing himself to exhaustion was somehow a failure. I've been training consistently, Harry said, and Clint heard the autopilot in that response, the script he'd been given. My combat efficiency has improved by 47% since Steve's initial assessment 3 months ago. I'm currently maintaining endurance levels typical of soldiers with 8 years of conditioning. My tactical recall is— Yeah, I get it, Clint said gently, holding up a hand. You're amazing. You're probably the most impressive 10-year-old I've ever seen. That's actually the problem. Harry's brow furrowed. The kid was still breathing harder than he should be, still in that post-combat state where the mind was sharp, but the body was catching up. Clint recognized that look because he saw it in the mirror sometimes, usually right before Tony made a joke about him needing to stop acting like he was trying out for the Olympics. I don't understand, Harry said. If I'm improving effectively, then the training methodology seems to be sound. Shouldn't I continue? Nope, Clint said, and he moved to the equipment rack and grabbed a towel, tossed it to Harry. The kid caught it automatically, still in that ready state. Here's the thing about being 11. You get to be 11 for exactly 1 year. After that, it's gone. You're 12, and you never get this back. And I'm watching you trade it in for better combat efficiency metrics, which is objectively the worst deal I've ever seen. Harry didn't respond. He just stood there holding the towel, processing. Come on, Clint said. Shower. We're going somewhere and you can't show up looking like you've been through a war zone. But my training schedule can take 1 day off, Clint said, and there was something in his tone that didn't leave room for argument. Steve had trained the kid in obedience after all. That's in order. 30 minutes later, they were on the Quinjet, and Clint was running through the pre-flight checklist with the kind of practiced efficiency that came from doing something thousands of times. He'd done this route enough that he could probably fly it blindfolded, though JARVIS kept insisting that wasn't safe protocol. And could Clint please keep his eyes open? Thank you very much. Harry sat across from Clint in one of the crew seats, showered and changed into actual clothes instead of tactical gear, jeans and a simple blue shirt that made him look, for the first time, vaguely like a normal kid. His hands were folded in his lap, posture perfect. The kid looked like he was heading to execution. Clint powered up the main engines and felt the familiar rumble as the Quinjet came to life around him. He'd named this particular aircraft Trusty in his head, a testament to either his complete lack of creativity or his way of dealing with trauma through humor. Possibly both. You know where we're going? Clint asked, checking their heading and compensating for the wind patterns he could feel in his bones. Flying without instruments was a skill he didn't talk about much, mainly because it freaked people out. No, sir. Stop calling me sir. That's a Fury thing, and I'm not about that life. Clint adjusted their trajectory slightly, settling into the easy rhythm of flight. We're going to Missouri. My place. Harry's green eyes widened slightly. Clint watched the calculations happen, the kid trying to figure out why Clint would take him anywhere that wasn't operational, why an Avenger would have a personal residence, why any of this made tactical sense. I didn't know you had a residence outside the tower, Harry said carefully, in that measured way he used when he was running threat assessments in his head. Yeah, well, most people don't know that about me, Clint said. He throttled up slightly, watching the city fall away beneath them. That's kind of the point. The Avengers thing is nice, very glamorous, very public. But I had a life before all that. A real one, with actual people in it. And when all this craziness is over, and it always ends, Harry, one way or another, I want to have something to go back to. A place that's just mine. A place where nobody needs me to be extraordinary. He glanced at Harry, who was watching the city disappear with an intensity that suggested he was filing away everything about this experience. That's not weakness, by the way, Clint said. That's insurance against losing your mind. The flight took 3 hours. Harry watched the landscape shift beneath them through the Quinjet's windows, and Clint noticed he was trying not to look, trying not to show interest, trying to stay in mission mode. This was probably a coping mechanism. The kid had learned that wanting things was dangerous, so he'd learned to want nothing and pretend it didn't matter. They left the urban sprawl of the city behind and passed over suburban developments that looked increasingly sparse. Then the highways gave way to smaller roads, and the roads gave way to farmland. Clint pointed out a few landmarks as they went: the river where he and Cooper had learned to fish, the town where they got supplies, the ridge where you could see 3 states on a clear day. The Midwest seems vast, Harry observed, staring down at the landscape of fields and forests. It is, Clint agreed. That's kind of the whole point. Out here you can breathe. You're not tripping over the next crisis. You're not worried that the building next to you is going to explode. You're just existing. It's weird at first, but you get used to it. As they descended toward the farm, the colors below became more defined. Greens and golds and the rich brown of tilled earth. You could see the neat patterns of crop rows, the darker green of the tree line, the white flash of the farmhouse in the distance. They landed on a gravel driveway next to a farmhouse that was painted white and had seen better days. The paint was peeling in places, and the porch sagged slightly on the left side. Nothing dangerous, just old and lived in. The barn beside it was older still, held together by stubbornness and red paint that had faded to a kind of rust color. There were actual fields around them, planted in neat rows that stretched toward the horizon, and trees that swayed in a wind that smelled like earth, and growing things and things that didn't have names in the vocabulary of New York City. The air was different here. Clint watched Harry breathe it in, watched the kid's shoulders relax slightly without seeming to realize they were relaxing. It was the kind of thing you noticed when you'd been trained to be a weapon, the moment the weapon realized you could set it down for a while. As they touched down and the engines whined down to silence, 3 kids erupted from the house like they'd been launched from a catapult. The oldest, a dark-haired boy of maybe 14, sprinted toward the Quinjet with the kind of speed that suggested pure joy. The other 2 followed, a girl around 12 with Clint's stubborn chin, and a smaller boy, maybe 6, who was running slightly crooked because he was watching Clint instead of where he was stepping. "Dad," the oldest yelled. "You made it. You said you'd be here by lunch, and I thought maybe the Avengers thing would keep you in the city, and I was this close to texting you like 1,000,000 times." Clint descended the ramp with a smile that transformed his entire face, and Harry watched as the Avenger who wasn't really an Avenger became just a dad. The boy, Cooper, Clint would call him, though the full name was nearly swallowed up in Clint's greeting, tackled him with the kind of hug that spoke of someone who didn't know how dangerous the people their father worked with could be, who thought of their dad as invincible not because he'd been augmented by science, but because he was their dad. "Coop, you're getting tall," Clint said, ruffling his hair, lifting him off the ground in a way that made the teenager laugh like he was 6 years old. "What are they feeding you at school? And you, short-stack?" The girl was already hugging his side, and Clint kissed the top of her head. She was dark-haired like her brother, and had the same focused intensity in her eyes that Clint had. She was definitely the one who'd inherited the Archer's particular brand of attention. The younger boy, Nathaniel, looked up at him with the kind of uncomplicated love that Harry had never known, the kind that didn't require anything except that you existed and were willing to exist near him. Then Laura emerged from the house, wiping her hands on her jeans, and Harry saw something he didn't have a word for. Clint's expression went soft in a way that had nothing to do with tactics or training. There was no calculation in it, no assessment. He just looked at her like she was the center of the world, like finding her exactly where he left her was the thing that made everything else make sense. "Welcome home," Laura said, and she kissed him like she meant it, like she'd been waiting for this moment. Like the second he arrived, he could finally stop being on alert. Harry looked away, suddenly very interested in the Quinjet's instrumentation. He'd never seen anything like that. Never understood what it meant to belong somewhere enough that someone would wait for you. "You must be Harry," a warm voice said. He turned to find Laura standing in front of him, and she had Clint's same direct gaze, but it was gentler somehow. She was looking at him like he was a person, not a project or a problem to solve. Like he was just a kid who'd shown up on her farm, not a tactical problem that needed strategic thinking. "Yes, ma'am," Harry said, and his voice sounded small. "Laura is fine," she said. "Come on, I've got lunch ready. You look like you could eat." The farmhouse kitchen smelled like fresh bread and something cooking on the stove, something that was clearly meant to be food rather than just fuel. There was a wooden table with mismatched chairs, the kind of table that had been part of at least 2 or 3 different sets, because that's what happened when you had kids and they grew and people needed different seating. The windows looked out onto the fields, and you could see the corn growing, the rows stretching toward the tree line in the distance. Cooper explained his summer reading assignment, something about a book that was supposed to be deep but mostly was just depressing. Leela complained about her teacher, who had apparently committed the cardinal sin of assigning homework over the weekend. Nathaniel mostly wanted to show Clint a drawing he'd made, which was abstract but very colorful, and Clint made a big deal about hanging it on the refrigerator in the exact spot next to the picture Nathaniel had made last month. Laura had made sandwiches, real sandwiches, with actual meat and cheese and vegetables on bread that was still warm, and there was potato salad that tasted nothing like the nutritionally optimized versions from the tower, and there was lemonade that was too sweet in the best possible way. Harry sat in a chair at the corner of the table and watched this normal family do normal things, and it felt like looking at something behind glass, something he wasn't quite allowed to touch. He picked at his sandwich, trying not to seem like he was starving even though he absolutely was. "Harry, you want seconds?" Laura asked, already moving toward the counter where the plate of extra sandwiches was waiting. She moved with the ease of someone who'd made sandwiches for this many people hundreds of times, someone who knew how to feed people without making it a project. "No, thank you." "That was excellent," Harry said, and his voice went back to that formal register because he didn't know how else to ask for things without sounding like he was demanding something he didn't deserve. "More, please," Clint corrected gently, and when Harry looked at him there was something in the archer's eyes that was serious. "Not no thank you, more please. There's a difference. No thank you is what you say when you're trying to be convenient for someone else. More please is what you say when you're allowed to want things. And you're allowed to want things, Harry. That's not a crime. That's not something you have to apologize for." Harry's throat felt tight. He nodded and Clint handed him another sandwich. "You can also just ask," Clint said. "Next time you can say I'm still hungry and we'll give you more food. That's the deal here. You get to be hungry. You get to ask for seconds. You get to take seconds before anyone judges you for it." Nathaniel, who didn't understand the weight of what was being said but understood the general idea that more food was available, immediately held up his plate for more. After lunch, Clint walked him out to the barn. It was shadowy and cool inside, filled with the smell of hay and old wood and thyme. Sunlight came through the cracks in the walls, creating long golden lines across the floor, and there were dust motes drifting in those light beams like the barn had its own weather system. Hanging on the wall was a bow. It was simple, wood and string, nothing more. The wood was weathered but not damaged, obviously maintained with care. Beside it hung several quivers full of arrows, and a target stood at the far end of the barn. It was a traditional target, not a high-tech holographic projection or anything fancy, just canvas and paint in concentric circles. Harry recognized what they were immediately. He'd seen weapons in 100 forms, from guns to swords to spears to things that didn't have names in any language he'd studied, but he'd never seen a bow quite like this one. It had history. It had weight. It had been loved. "Pick it up," Clint said. Harry moved toward it carefully, as if it might explode, and he lifted the bow from its hooks. It was lighter than he expected, and it fit against his palm like it had been waiting for him. There was a smoothness to it, a kind of worn comfort that suggested it had been used by someone who actually knew what they were doing. "This is the bow I learned on when I was around your age," Clint said. His voice was different when he talked about the bow, quieter, more honest. "Wasn't born with magic powers or super soldier serum or a genius-level intellect. This is what I had. My parents were complicated, not great. But there was an old carnival worker who ran a ring toss stand, and he saw me getting the shit beaten out of me by other kids, and instead of doing the normal thing and ignoring it, he taught me archery." He paused, remembering something. "Sounds like a movie, doesn't it?" Clint said. "Troubled kid finds mysterious mentor, learns archery, becomes a hero. But here's what they don't show in the movie. The first 100 arrows I shot were absolute garbage. My arms hurt so bad I wanted to cry. I missed targets that were 30 feet away. I thought I was the worst at everything, and I nearly gave up." Clint walked over to stand beside Harry, looking at the bow like it was an old friend. "But then I hit something," Clint said. "Just once at first, by accident," and he said again. "And I did it again and again. And it took months before I was actually competent, months of thinking I sucked and doing it anyway." He turned to look at Harry directly. "The point is, this isn't a high-tech weapon. This isn't something that requires genius-level intelligence or superhuman strength. This is something that just requires you to be present, to pay attention, to keep trying when it sucks." "What do you want me to do?" Harry asked. "Shoot at the target," Clint said simply. "No magic, no tech, no trying to be a super soldier, just you, the bow, and the target, no analyzing, no optimizing, just shoot. Feel that? That's patience. Most important weapon you'll ever have, because every other weapon you'll learn will be about taking action, but patience is about knowing when not to act. That's the harder thing to learn." Harry knocked an arrow, the motion was smooth, the mechanics immediately clear to his analytical mind. Years of combat training had given him the physical awareness to understand how his body should move. He raised the bow, sighted on the target, and released. The arrow flew true and strong and hit the target at least 6 inches from the center. Clint didn't say anything. He just handed Harry another arrow. The next shot was worse, and the next, and the one after that. By the 5th arrow, Harry was frustrated, calling up equations in his head, trying to apply what he'd learned about physics and wind resistance and ballistics. His perfect analytical mind was working against him because archery wasn't about perfect, it was about feel. "Stop," Clint said. "Don't think." "But if I analyze the trajectory, account for wind shear, adjust my stance, you'll still be wrong," Clint said. "Because you're thinking, your brain is in the way." "Shoot again. This time, don't solve it, just feel it," Harry tried. He cleared his mind the way Natasha had taught him to clear it, tried to achieve that meditative state. The arrow still missed. They spent 2 hours in that barn. Harry's hands grew sore. The muscles in his shoulders that could handle advanced combat drills protested in a way that surprised him. It was a different kind of exhaustion. Not the burning sensation of intense exertion, but something more like the aching that came from repetition and precision. By hour 2, he'd managed to hit the target 17 times out of 50 attempts, and every single shot had been by accident, by the rare moment when his mind had gone quiet and his body had simply done the thing. Clint watched the entire time, barely commenting, just handing Harry arrows and waiting. There was something patient about the archer that Harry hadn't recognized before, something that didn't show up in the tower. In the tower, everyone was always moving toward objectives. But here, Clint seemed perfectly content to stand in a barn watching a kid fail over and over again. "Okay," Clint said finally as the afternoon light started to shift. "Come on. Laura's probably got dinner starting, and if we're late, Nathaniel will eat all the good bread before we get any." They walked back to the house as the sun was sliding toward the horizon, and Harry could smell flowers blooming somewhere nearby, something sweet, maybe honeysuckle and fresh-cut grass, and other things that the tower's recycled air had no category for. The walk took 15 minutes, and Clint pointed out things as they went. That was the property line. That was where they grew the tomatoes. That was the path to the creek where the kids liked to catch frogs. It was the kind of tour that suggested this place mattered. That these details were worth noting. That home was something you could describe because it was something you cared about. Dinner was chaos. Nathaniel spilled his juice on his shirt and then on Leela's chair while trying to help clean it up. Leela argued with Cooper about whether a hypothetical dragon could beat a hypothetical werewolf, which evolved into a complex discussion about theoretical power levels and combat strategies that sounded suspiciously like things the Avengers had actually discussed. Laura told a story about a farmer down the road whose prize cow had gotten loose and ended up at the county fair, which was funny enough that even Harry found himself smiling. Clint laughed, a real laugh, not the controlled chuckle he used in the tower. It was the laugh of a man who wasn't performing for anyone, who was just happy to be with his family. After dinner, Harry helped Laura with the dishes. She showed him how to wash them without breaking anything, which somehow felt more dangerous than combat training. He'd never had to worry about breaking plates before. In the tower, everything was either indestructible or someone else's job. Here, it mattered. The dishes were part of the household. They'd been here longer than he had. Her hands were capable but not calloused. Normal hands. Hands that had raised kids and cooked meals and fixed things around the house, but hands that had also just held children and written letters and held Clint's face when they kissed hello. "Clint says you've been training very hard," she said, and there was no judgment in it, just observation. "Yes," Harry said. He was surprised by how hard it was to talk to her. "Everyone wants me to be ready." "Ready for what?" Laura asked, handing him a dish to dry. The dish was warm and it felt real in his hands. Harry paused up to his elbows in soapy water. "I don't know exactly. There's someone. Voldemort, he's very dangerous. He wants to hurt me. Everyone at the tower thinks I need to be prepared." "And do you feel prepared?" Laura asked. Harry thought about this. He thought about Steve's discipline and Natasha's control and Tony's brilliance and Thor's power. He thought about everything they'd taught him, everything they'd pushed him to become. He thought about the metrics and the efficiency ratings and the way his body could now do things that most grown adults couldn't do. "I feel like a weapon," he said quietly. It came out smaller than he meant it to, but it was the truth. Laura didn't respond immediately. She finished the last of the plates and drained the sink. Her hands moved in the water with the kind of unconscious grace that came from having done a task 10,000 times. Then she said, "You know what Clint was like when he came here, before the kids, before we really knew each other." Harry shook his head. "He was very much the same thing," she said. "Hard, sharp, built to do one thing very well. And then Cooper was born and he had to figure out how to be soft again, how to be a person instead of a tool." She looked at Harry and her eyes were kind but not pitying. He never completely managed it, but he learned that you don't have to choose. You can be both. You can be strong and still have things that matter more than being strong. She pulled the plug and the water drained away, taking the soapsuds with it. "The world needs warriors sometimes," Laura said, "but it needs whole people more. And a whole person is someone who remembers how to be soft, how to want things that aren't part of a mission, how to sit down and eat lunch with people they love." That night, Harry slept in a room with flower wallpaper and a quilt on the bed that someone had clearly made by hand. Every square was different, a patchwork of fabrics in warm colors. It smelled like lavender, like someone had put sachets in the drawers on purpose. He fell asleep to the sound of crickets and didn't wake up once. For the first time in months, he didn't have nightmares. The next morning, Clint shook him awake before sunrise. The room was still mostly dark, and for a second Harry had that disorienting moment of not knowing where he was. Then the shapes resolved into the flower wallpaper and the quilt and Clint standing in the doorway, holding 2 cups of coffee. "Come on," Clint said, handing one of the cups to Harry, who looked at it with the confusion of someone who'd never been offered coffee at 6 in the morning. "You like coffee?" "I don't know," Harry said. "I've never had it." "You're 11, Clint said. "So we're going to give you hot chocolate instead, and you're going to pretend to be very mature about it. But first, breakfast, then we train. And by train, I mean we're going to walk into the woods and I'm going to teach you the actual hard part." They ate while the world was still mostly dark, pancakes that Laura made, with butter and maple syrup that was so good Harry had to remind himself not to cry. Nathaniel sat on Clint's lap and fell asleep against his chest somewhere between the second and third pancake. No one seemed to mind that Harry was eating voraciously, refueling after a day of failed archery and emotional exhaustion. Clint was telling the kids about a time he'd tried to hunt deer in the forest and had accidentally spooked a family of raccoons instead, which had somehow resulted in him running back to the house covered in mud. The kids were laughing, and Laura was shaking her head like she'd heard this story 100 times but still found it funny. Leela asked why he didn't just use arrows, and Clint said, "Because I wanted the deer to still be alive, short stack. That was the whole point." And somehow that led to a discussion about hunting ethics and mercy, and when it was okay to take a life versus when you should find another way. It was the kind of conversation that would never happen in the tower. By the time the sun was fully up, they were deep in the woods behind the farm. Clint moved through the trees like he was part of them, and Harry had to focus to keep up. This was different from Natasha's training. There was no aggression in it, just awareness. The difference between hunting and being hunted was the difference between moving in a forest and moving through an environment you were preparing to kill in. Clint was teaching him to move like the forest was a home, not a battleground. "First rule," Clint said, stopping in a small clearing that had moss on one side and sunlight on the other. "Every environment is a teacher. You just have to learn its language." To the grass. "What do you see?" Harry looked. "Grass. Deeper." Harry knelt and examined the grass more carefully. There were tracks, subtle impressions in the earth where something had walked, multiple somethings, recently. "Deer," Harry said, tracing the pattern with his fingers. "Moving from east to west, several of them, they passed through maybe an hour ago." He paused, checking his calculations. "Perhaps 90 minutes at most." "Not bad," Clint said, "but you're thinking too loud about it. You're analyzing the data. Let me teach you the quiet way." He showed Harry how to look at tracks without examining them like a puzzle, how to let your eyes take in the information without your brain trying to solve it immediately. It was a strange skill, requiring a kind of relaxed focus that was hard to explain and even harder to do. For the next 3 hours, they moved through the forest, and Clint taught Harry to read stories written in broken branches and scat, and the way birds went quiet when a predator was near. It was tactical training, absolutely. Knowing how to move through an environment without being noticed was essential training for the kind of work the Avengers did. But it was also something else. It was teaching Harry to pay attention to things that didn't have tactical value. It was teaching him to be in the world instead of always analyzing it from a distance. They stopped by a stream, and Clint taught him how to hunt, not with weapons, but with patience. They set up a series of non-lethal targets, simple clay discs hanging from trees at various distances, and Clint had Harry stalk them without using any power beyond what his own body could do. No magic, no technology, nothing except the physical abilities he'd earned through training. "The thing about being the guy without superpowers," Clint said, watching Harry move carefully between trees, his footsteps barely audible on the forest floor, "is that you have to be smarter about where you stand. You have to see what people miss. You have to know that the moment where they blink is your moment. You have to understand that your advantage isn't bigger or faster or stronger. Your advantage is that you're paying attention when everyone else isn't. They spent 3 hours on the forest floor. Harry learned to move between cover without silhouetting himself. Learned to watch for sight lines and sound patterns. Learned that the best position wasn't necessarily the closest one, but the one that gave you the most information and the best escape route. Harry moved into position behind a fallen log. The distance to the first target was maybe 50 yards. He had his bow ready, one of the special arrows Clint had made for this exercise loaded in the quiver. The arrow was lighter than normal, designed to impart minimal force on the target while still being functional. "Breathe," Clint said quietly, so quiet that Harry almost missed it. "In through the nose, out through the mouth. Slow, you're not running, you're not in danger, you're just existing." Harry breathed. He could hear his own heartbeat, and then, as he paid attention to his breathing, he could hear other things. A bird somewhere in the distance, the wind moving through the leaves, the creek behind them making small sounds against the rocks. "Now," Clint said, "knock." Harry loaded the arrow. "Draw," Clint said. Harry pulled back the bowstring. His muscles trembled slightly, not from weakness but from precision. This was different from the raw power he could call up when he was fighting. This was something finer. This was about understanding exactly where the string needed to be, exactly how much tension was needed, exactly how to translate all of that into motion. "Sight," Clint said. Harry found the target in his vision. The morning light was hitting it at an angle that made it shine a little. He could see the exact center of the disc, and he realized that he wasn't calculating anymore. He was just seeing. He was just being present with the target. "Release," Clint said. Harry let go. The arrow flew in a clean arc and struck the target dead center. They didn't say anything about it. Clint just had him move to the next target and the next. By the time they'd finished the circuit, they'd set up about 10 targets, and Harry had made solid hits on 6 of them. "Not bad for day 2, Clint said as they walked back toward the house. "You've got the mechanics down. Now you just have to learn to be quiet enough to hear what your body's telling you." That evening, there was a neighborhood gathering. Some of the local families coming over for a barbecue. Harry met farmers and their kids. People who had no idea who the Avengers were, people for whom the biggest concern was the price of grain futures, and whether the late frost had damaged the wheat crop. They talked about weathering crops and, bizarrely, the merits of different dog breeds. No one mentioned training or optimization or combat efficiency metrics. Cooper and Leela introduced him around like he was just another kid, not like he was some kind of special situation. He played a game of catch with some of the local boys. Real catch, not tactical training disguised as recreation. Just throwing a baseball back and forth and laughing when someone missed. Someone's grandmother taught him how to make biscuits, showing him how to cut the butter into the flour, how to not overwork the dough, how to tell when they were perfectly golden. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment at getting them right, which was ridiculous because biscuits were not important and no one was measuring his performance. Nathaniel insisted on sitting next to him during the meal and kept offering Harry different foods, clearly concerned that Harry might not get enough to eat. There was something in that concern that made something crack a little in Harry's chest. A 6-year-old thinking about whether he had enough food. At one point, Harry found himself laughing. Not smiling, actually laughing. At something Nathaniel said that wasn't even particularly funny, something about how he wanted to be a superhero but also wanted to keep taking naps, and did superheroes get naps? It was absurd. It was perfect. He laughed and no one looked at him like he was broken. They just laughed with him. Clint watched from the porch where he was grilling meat, chicken and hot dogs and steaks, some kind of everything, and his expression was complicated. Harry caught him looking once, and Clint smiled in a way that suggested he was seeing something he'd been hoping to see. Later, after the guests had left and Laura had taken the kids to bed, a process that involved stories and negotiations about bedtimes and multiple requests for water. Clint and Harry sat on the porch with glasses of lemonade. The stars were impossibly bright, unfiltered by the light pollution of the city. You could see the Milky Way, a thick band of light stretching across the sky, something Harry had never really processed before. "You're different when you're here," Clint said. "More. You." "I don't know who that is," Harry said. It came out smaller than he meant it to. "Yeah, I figured." Clint leaned back in his chair, and it creaked comfortably, the sound of something settling, something that had creaked in the same way 1,000 times before. "Steve's training is good. He's teaching you discipline and strength. Tony's teaching you to think in ways most people can't. Natasha's teaching you the hard stuff, how to survive when everyone wants you dead. Thor's teaching you that the world is bigger than you thought." Clint paused, looking out at the fields that were dark now, lit only by starlight. The wheat was growing tall enough that you could see the tops of the stalks in the darkness. "And all of that is necessary," Clint continued. "You're going to need all of it. There's a person out there, Voldemort, who wants you dead badly enough that he tried to kill you as a baby. That's not nothing. That's a genuine threat that requires genuine preparation. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that everything they're teaching you isn't important." He turned to look at Harry directly, and his expression was serious in a way that made Harry sit up a little straighter. "But they've all taught you to be extraordinary," Clint said. "Someone needed to teach you to be ordinary. That's the hardest part. That's the part nobody tells you about being a hero." "I don't understand," Harry said. "The world doesn't just need people who can punch through mountains," Clint said quietly. "It needs people who remember what it's like to be the person hiding behind that mountain. It needs people who can stop and have lunch with their kids, who can laugh at something stupid, who can get tired and just rest, who can want things that aren't part of the plan and not feel guilty about it." He took a sip of lemonade. "Look, here's the thing about being a hero," Clint said. "You can become so focused on being extraordinary that you forget to be a person. And when that happens, you become dangerous in a different way. You become someone who forgets why they're fighting. You become someone who can justify anything in the name of the mission. You become someone who loses the thing that makes you worth saving in the first place." "Is that what happened to you?" Harry asked. "It was what was starting to happen to me," Clint said. "I was building myself into a weapon and I was pretty damn good at it. But then I met Laura and she was just kind. She saw me being this hard, dangerous person, and instead of being intimidated, she was just kind to me. And that kindness was scarier than any mission I've ever been on, because it meant I had something to lose." He gestured toward the house, where light was spilling through the windows. "Cooper and Leela and Nathaniel, they're my answer to that," Clint said. "They're the reason I remember how to be human. They're the reason I don't become the weapon all the way." "You know why I'm an Avenger?" Clint asked. Harry shook his head. "Because someone needs to see the things the big guys miss," Clint said. "Steve's looking at the strategic picture. Tony's thinking 10 steps ahead. Natasha's calculating probabilities. Thor's thinking about cosmic threats. But someone needs to be looking at the person in the corner. Someone needs to be paying attention to the individual life that's about to be destroyed by whatever grand strategy is being discussed." He looked at Harry seriously. "That's not a weakness, Harry. That's the whole point. The whole reason I'm useful isn't because I can do the most damage or think the fastest or see the furthest. It's because I remember that there are people, real people, with lives and families and hopes and fears, and that's what you're forgetting." Harry felt something crack inside him, something tight that had been holding him together since the day Steve pulled him from the Dursleys' house. His eyes burned, but he didn't cry. He just sat there, and the pressure behind his chest slowly eased, like a knot being untied. "The wizarding world is going to want things from you," Clint said. "Muldor probably, the Ministry, people you haven't even met yet, and Voldemort." Clint didn't finish that sentence. He didn't need to. They're all going to have plans for you. They're all going to tell you that you need to be ready, that you need to be more, that you need to sacrifice things to be what they need." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "But I'm telling you something different," Clint said. "It's okay to not be ready. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to just be a kid sometimes. Don't let anyone, not Fury, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, take that from you. The moment you give that up, you become the weapon instead of the person holding the weapon, and that's when you lose the plot." Harry looked at Clint's face, outlined in starlight, and saw something he'd never really understood before. This man who wasn't a super soldier, who didn't have magic, who couldn't lift a city or build a suit of armor. This man had something that all the others had in smaller amounts, something that made him who he was. "How do I do that?" Harry asked. "How do I be both?" "Slowly," Clint said. "One day at a time. One moment where you let yourself want something that isn't part of the plan. One laugh. One meal where you're not analyzing it. One night where you sleep without thinking about what you're supposed to become." He reached over and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, and his grip was warm and present and real. Not a tactical move, not a calculated gesture, just one person touching another to say, "I'm here." "I'm going to teach you archery," Clint said. "Real archery. The kind that takes patience and presence, and the kind of focus that lets your mind be quiet. And I'm going to teach you how to move through the world like you belong in it, not like you're always one mistake away from failing. And when you leave here and go to your wizarding school and face whatever's waiting for you, I want you to remember this." He gestured at the fields, the stars, the sleeping house behind them. "Remember that there's a place where you're just a kid. Remember that you can rest. Remember that you don't have to have all the answers right now. Remember that sometimes the most important thing you can do is just keep living." Over the next week, they fell into a routine. Mornings were spent with the bow in the barn or the woods, work that was meditative and precise. Clint taught Harry the anatomy of a good shot, not the physics, but the feeling. How your shoulders should settle. How your breathing should match the draw. How to be so present in the moment that time seemed to slow down. Harry improved each day. By day 3, he was hitting targets from 40 yards away consistently. By day 5, he could make difficult shots that required compensation for wind and distance. By day 7, he and Clint were having competitions in the barn, seeing who could hit the most targets in succession. Afternoons were spent helping around the farm, repairing fence that had come loose in the spring weather, working in the garden where Laura grew vegetables, helping Laura with the house. Harry broke a piece of equipment once, got frustrated when a hinge snapped, thought he'd ruined everything. Clint just said, "We'll fix it," and showed him how. He messed up a shot spectacularly one afternoon, dropped the bow in surprise when a bird flew past unexpectedly. Clint laughed. "That's called real-world conditions. Now shoot again." There was no judgment in it, just acknowledgement that things didn't always go perfectly, and that was okay. One afternoon, Clint took him up on the barn roof to teach him about elevation and positioning. They set up targets at various distances across the property, on fence posts and tree stumps, and standing in the open field at distances that would normally be impossible shots. Clint explained the tactical advantage of high ground, but the lesson was less about strategy and more about breathing in the wind and understanding how the world looked from somewhere different. The perspective you got from height, the way you could see patterns from above that you couldn't see from ground level. "The archer's eye," Clint said, sitting on the barn roof with his legs dangling over the edge, "isn't about seeing everything. It's about seeing what matters. And sometimes what matters isn't the biggest target. Sometimes it's the thing that's hidden, the thing that everyone else missed. Sometimes it's the shot you don't take." They practiced that too. Clint would set up a scenario where there would be a clear shot and a better shot. One where you didn't shoot at all because the target would move, and you'd have a better angle if you waited. Harry had to learn not to take the easy answer, to trust that there would be something better if he was patient enough. It was patience training, but also wisdom training, learning that the goal wasn't always to act, but sometimes to wait. By the end of the week, Harry had improved to the point where he could hit a target the size of a playing card from 60 yards away, 9 times out of 10. But more importantly, he'd learned to quiet his mind. He'd learned to exist in moments without trying to control them or predict them or be ready for something else. He'd learned to just be. The day before they were supposed to leave, Clint took Harry to a spot in the woods that had a natural clearing with trees rising up on 3 sides. It was one of the most beautiful places Harry had ever seen, the kind of place that made you understand why people wrote poetry. There was a stream nearby, and wildflowers bloomed in the clearing, and the grass was soft. In the center of the clearing was a single target, and it was placed farther away than anything they'd practiced with. Had to be nearly 100 yards, and the wind was tricky, shifted direction every few seconds as it moved through the trees. "This is a test," Clint said, handing Harry the bow. "Not a test you pass or fail, just a test to see what you've learned." Harry knocked an arrow. He breathed in through his nose, out through his mouth. He felt the wind against his face, and instead of calculating, he just let it be part of him. He let it inform his aim without his brain trying to solve the equation. He raised the bow, and his shoulders were steady. He sighted, and the target seemed to grow in his vision, the center point absolutely clear. He drew the string, and for just a moment, everything was quiet. No thoughts about Steve or Tony or Natasha or Thor. No worry about Voldemort or Dumbledore or his future. No concern about the wizarding world or his destiny or anything except this one moment. Just Harry and the bow and the target and the wind and the perfect alignment of breath and body and intention. He released. The arrow flew in a clean, almost impossible arc. It caught the wind perfectly, adjusted for the distance, and hit the target dead center. Clint slow clapped. Actually applauded, standing there in the middle of the forest, his voice echoing slightly off the trees. "That," Clint said, walking over to stand beside Harry, "is what mastery feels like. Not perfection. Not some impossible standard. Just the moment where everything aligns and you do the thing you intended to do. Remember it, because everything else you've learned, the fighting, the tech, the spy stuff, the magic, it all comes down to one moment, one decision, one shot, and you just proved you can make it." He handed Harry another arrow. "Again," Clint said. Harry shot again. This time the arrow missed slightly, caught the edge of the target but not the center, and that was fine, that was real, that was life. "Good," Clint said. "You know what's better than always being perfect? Knowing how to miss and not having it destroy you." That evening, their last on the farm, Harry and Clint sat on the porch again. Laura had put the kids to bed early, despite their protests that they wanted to spend more time with Harry. The sunset was painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and pink, and it was the kind of beautiful that didn't require analysis. "I'm scared," Harry said quietly. "About Hogwarts, about the wizarding world, about Voldemort." "Good," Clint said. "Fear means you're paying attention." They sat in silence for a while, watching the sun sink lower. Harry noticed that Clint was the kind of person who was comfortable with silence. Not like the silence of someone with nothing to say, but the silence of someone who was present enough that there didn't need to be words. "Just don't let it aim the bow," Clint said finally. "Fear is information, use it, but don't let it run your life. Don't let it make your decisions for you. You're the archer. Fear is just another thing you have to compensate for, like wind or distance." He looked at Harry, and his expression was serious and warm all at once. There was something in his eyes that suggested he was looking at someone he'd come to care about, not just someone he was training. "You know what none of the others told you?" Clint asked. "It's okay to not be ready. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to just be a kid sometimes. Don't let anyone, not Fury, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, take that from you." He paused, making sure Harry was really hearing this. "The moment you give that up, you become the weapon instead of the person holding the weapon, And that's when you lose the plot. That's when you become the thing you're trying to fight against. So hold onto the kid part, the part that wants things, the part that laughs, the part that can rest. That's your center of gravity, and that's what's going to keep you human. Harry's eyes burned, but he didn't cry. He just nodded, and the simple gesture seemed to acknowledge everything Clint was saying. Clint put an arm around him, and they watched the sunset in silence. The sky deepened to indigo, and the first stars began to appear. In the distance you could hear crickets. Somewhere a barn owl called out, that distinctive cry that belonged to the night. Normal sounds, quiet sounds, the sounds of a world that would keep turning whether anyone was ready for it or not. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The wizard's return. The owl arrived on a Tuesday morning in early September, and it nearly gave Happy a heart attack. The creature swept through the common areas of Avengers Tower, with the casual dignity of something that had been arriving at prestigious addresses since before happy cars were invented. It was enormous, brown plumage rippling like burnished leather, amber eyes that somehow communicated both superiority and a complete lack of concern for human furniture, and it was carrying a letter. Harry was in the training room with Steve when Jarvis announced the arrival. They were working through a new combat sequence, something that blended the hand-to-hand work Steve had taught him with the wandless magical manipulation Thor had drilled into him. It was odd training, not quite martial arts and not quite sorcery, but Steve insisted it would serve him better than excelling at only one discipline. "Sir, we have an avian visitor in the communal kitchen," Jarvis said with what Harry could only describe as amused precision. "It appears quite insistent on causing property damage." Steve and Harry exchanged a look, and Steve smiled. "That would be the owl, I think." They found the creature perched on the kitchen counter with the air of a monarch surveying a conquered kingdom. Natasha was already there, having somehow appeared in the way she did, and she was holding a letter at arm's length while the owl glared at her with what might generously be called patience. "It won't let me open it," Natasha said, sounding faintly offended. This was perhaps the first thing in Harry's experience that Natasha had been unable to simply take. Tony arrived next, still in his workshop clothes, covered with motor oil and what appeared to be scorch marks. "Is that a bird? That's a massive bird. Jarvis, why is there a massive bird in my kitchen?" "I believe," Jarvis replied, "it is the expected delivery from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sir." Clint and Thor materialized within minutes, Clint materializing from the vents like he'd been waiting for an excuse. Thor from the landing platform, where he'd apparently been attempting to teach himself to use an Earth motorcycle. Both seemed unsurprised, which told Harry they'd all been expecting this. Within 15 minutes, they were gathered around the kitchen counter like they were attending a state funeral for normality. The letter was addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, Avengers Tower, New York, which meant someone in the wizarding world had both remarkable sources of information and an interesting sense of humor. Nick Fury had called it a week ago. He'd been expecting the letter, he said, and had already been in contact with certain interested parties about Harry's situation. This was all Fury had volunteered, but all 5 of the Avengers had simply nodded. None of them asked what interested parties meant. "Well," Steve said, looking at Harry, "you should open it." Harry reached for the letter, and the owl finally relaxed its posture, apparently satisfied that the correct human was being consulted. The envelope was heavy, made of thick parchment that felt almost alive under his fingers. He'd been expecting this for months, ever since Thor had discovered the Horcrux during their training in the pocket dimension, and confirmed what Harry had begun to suspect. He was far more than just an ordinary orphan. The letter was exactly what he expected. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, dear Mr. Potter. Congratulations on your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please ensure that you obtain the following items before 1 September. A copy of each of the following, all available at Flourish and Blots. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A History of Hogwarts Magical Theory, a Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration the Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection Other Equipment. 1 Wand 1 Cauldron Pewter, Standard Size 2. 1 set of glass or crystal files 1 telescope 1 set of brass scales. Students may bring 1 animal companion owl, cat, toad, or rat. Harry James Potter would be starting Hogwarts in 3 weeks. He would be sorted into a house, assigned to a dormitory, and given a wand. He would be taught magic by wizards and witches who had no idea that he'd already leveled buildings with wandless magic in an Asgardian pocket dimension, that he could read lies the way Natasha read body language, that he'd been trained by the literal Avengers. He looked up from the letter to find all 5 of them watching him. "I'm going," he said. It wasn't a question. "Of course you're going," Tony said. "But we're taking you to Diagon Alley first, and we're doing it smart. No press, no attention, and definitely no random wizards knowing you're connected to us. Nick wants eyes in the magical world," Natasha said. She was already thinking strategically. Harry could tell from the way her eyes had gone distant. "That's your mission. You go to Hogwarts, you learn their system, you figure out how the wizarding world operates. We need to understand what we're dealing with. Specifically Dumbledore," Steve added quietly. "We need to know if he's trustworthy." "He's not," Natasha said flatly. "But we need to know exactly how he's not trustworthy before we move." Clint reached over and ruffled Harry's hair, which was very Clint and which made Harry smile. "You get to be a wizard now, kid. That's pretty cool. You'll also be staying in constant contact," Tony said, already pulling out his phone to make notes. "I'm upgrading your focus wristband, adding a communication relay, disguised as a watch, completely undetectable by anything I've ever seen about magical tech. Anything goes wrong, you get into trouble, you say the word and I'm there in the suit in 12 minutes. Anywhere in New York, 12 minutes. Thor looked at Harry with an expression that was somehow both proud and concerned. "The Horcrux in your scar, the magical darkness I sensed, it will grow more active as you return to the center of that world. You must be vigilant. The pieces you've learned, wandless magic, emotional control, mental discipline, they exist to prepare you for this." "So this is what we've been training for," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "This is the beginning of what we've been training for," Steve said. He moved to put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and it was grounding in a way that mattered. Steve always was. "You're 11 years old. You're going to see things at that school that will try to define your entire life. Your whole future, everything people expect from you, it's going to come at you all at once. You need to remember, you're not just a wizard. You're smarter than that, faster than you should be, stronger than you look, and you've got better people backing you than anyone in that castle has any idea about. Some of us are literal gods," Thor added cheerfully. "And some of us are just really good at breaking into secure facilities," Clint said. "So we've got you covered either way." The owl hooted softly, a sound that might have been approval. Diagon Alley was every bit as much a sensory overload as Harry had imagined it would be, and his training meant he hated it in a precise, organized way. The cobblestone street was narrow, winding, and absolutely packed with witches and wizards going about their business. Harry was hyper-aware of everything. The layout of each building, potential escape routes, defensible positions, bottlenecks, the distribution of crowds, thickest near the bank, sparse near the more expensive shops, the faces of everyone who passed them, most friendly, some suspicious, a few actively hostile. Natasha walked beside him in a disguise so complete she might have been a different person entirely, different hair color, different posture, different way of moving. She'd simply become an aunt taking her nephew shopping, and no one spared them a second glance. But underneath the tactical observation, Harry was experiencing something else. Genuine wonder. The buildings weren't just shops, they were living things. Ollivander's wand shop had windows that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd never heard of straight lines. The bookstore was so stuffed with volumes that you could barely see the actual walls. And the people, everyone was wearing robes or carrying wands or both, and they moved with the casual confidence of those living in a world that made complete sense to them, where magic was as ordinary as breathing. "Don't stare," Natasha murmured, not unkindly. "You're supposed to be a kid, not a government operative cataloging the terrain." Harry adjusted his gaze, let some of the wonder show through while keeping the assessment locked down beneath it. This was the balance they'd trained him for: be human but be ready. Show weakness, but never actually be weak. Ollivander's was a narrow shop smelling of wood shavings and something that reminded Harry of the moment just before a lightning strike. The wandmaker himself was impossibly old and impossibly thin, with silver hair and eyes that seemed to contain their own light source. "Ah," he said, the moment Harry stepped through the door. Just that single syllable and his entire demeanor changed. "I wondered when you might come." Natasha stepped back slightly, giving Harry space while staying close enough to move if things went wrong. Harry appreciated that she didn't try to hover, she just positioned herself like a chess piece, present and decisive. "Mr. Potter, I presume," Ollivander said, moving around the counter with a grace that belied his age. "Peculiar, most boys your age come in with their parents, or guardians at the very least." "I'm with my aunt," Harry said easily, the lie smooth and practiced. He'd worked on this with Natasha for hours. "She wanted to give me some independence for the shopping. I'm a bit practical like that." Ollivander smiled. It was a knowing expression, and Harry recognized immediately that this was a man who saw more than most. "Are you now?" "Well, independence is a valuable quality. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and I find the process is often more effective when the wizard in question is capable of listening to what the wand has to say." The measurement process that followed was like nothing Harry had expected. Ollivander didn't use any instruments. He simply moved around Harry, sometimes very close, sometimes standing at a distance, watching him with those two bright eyes. He asked strange questions. Did Harry prefer to work alone or with others? Did he value tradition or innovation? What was his deepest fear? Harry answered honestly, or as honestly as he could while still being a child rather than a soldier. The fear question got letting people down, which was true, even if it didn't encompass the full scope of Harry's relationship with failure. Then Ollivander began bringing wands. The first 6 were wrong immediately. Harry felt the moment he touched each one that there was a wrongness to it, like trying to write with the wrong hand. But the 7th wand was something else entirely. It was made of holly and phoenix feather, and the moment Harry's fingers closed around the handle, magic rushed into him like an electrical current. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was overwhelming, like trying to drink an ocean through a straw. The wand knew him. More than that, the wand seemed surprised to know him. Colors burst from the tip, red and gold like Gryffindor colors, like phoenix fire. Curious, Ollivander breathed. Very curious indeed. "What is?" Harry asked, lowering the wand slightly. It felt right in his hand, even if its contents seemed mildly overwhelming. "That wand," Ollivander said, and there was something almost reverent in his voice, "has a brother. The feather came from the same phoenix, and that other wand. Well, that other wand did terrible things, Mr. Potter. Killed many, many people. I've been wondering for 11 years whether the brother wand would do the same, or something quite different." Harry processed this information with the part of his mind that wasn't currently occupied with containing magical overflow. Brother wand, same phoenix, and one of them had belonged to someone who killed many people. Who? He asked, because he was supposed to be an 11-year-old, and 11-year-olds asked direct questions. Even if the rest of his training screamed at him to gather more information before asking specifics. Ollivander was watching him with an intensity that Harry recognized as dangerous. Not dangerous in the way Natasha was dangerous, but in the way old men who'd seen too much could be dangerous. That, Mr. Potter, is a question for another time, perhaps. For now, let's simply say that this wand has been waiting a long time for its match. I suspect it will do remarkable things in your hands. Remarkable things indeed. Harry bought the wand for 7 galleons and 15 sickles, and Natasha bought his books while he paid, managing to make the entire transaction look casual and unremarkable. As they left the shop, she leaned close and whispered, "That old man knows something." "He knows that Voldemort had the brother wand," Harry whispered back. They were walking toward Flourish and Blots, 2 figures among dozens. "Thor said some wizards know the story. He won or something, killed a lot of people. Then Ollivander just handed you the wand of the only person in this world who might be a match for a dark wizard," Natasha said quietly. "That's significant. I need to tell the others." That night in the tower they gathered again. This time Nick Fury was there via conference call, and his single eye was somehow more intimidating on a screen than it was in person. "The wand is a non-issue," Fury said flatly, once Tony had explained Ollivander's revelation. "What matters is that the magical world doesn't know Harry knows about the connection. Keep it quiet. Let them think he got a wand. It's nice. He's happy about it. What we actually care about is that he's now going to be in an environment where he can learn how the magical world operates. And where we can monitor the Horcrux," Thor said quietly. He was standing with his arms crossed, and there was something almost predatory in his posture. "The darker it becomes, the more active the soul fragment will be. Harry will sense it. He'll feel when it wakes." "Which brings us to the actual mission," Natasha said. She pulled up a holographic display courtesy of Tony's technology, and it filled with names, faces, organizational charts. "We have a week before Harry needs to be at King's Cross. We need to prepare him for what he'll encounter. I have files on Hogwarts staff, key students, the political factions within the wizarding world. There's a lot Harry needs to know." What followed was 7 days of briefing that made Harry's previous training look quaint by comparison. Natasha provided comprehensive dossiers on every significant figure at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore, who had basically run the wizarding world for decades and who had placed Harry with his aunt through deliberate choice. Severus Snape, potions master and head of Slytherin House, who was actively hostile to Gryffindor students, and who had apparently been obsessed with Harry's mother. Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmaster and an animagus witch, who was both brilliant and fiercely dedicated to the school. Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper, who was half-giant and who had known Harry's parents. There were notes on the other staff members as well, and on key students, the Weasley family, a large wizarding family with a standing reputation, Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch, a witch born to non-magical parents with extraordinary intellect, Draco Malfoy, from a pure-blood wizarding family with a dark past, and a dozen others who rated mention in the files. "Dumbledore will want to get close to you," Natasha explained, walking Harry through the psychological assessment she'd compiled. "He's always been interested in you, probably feels responsible for you since he put you with your aunt. He'll see you as needing guidance. Don't let him close too quickly. Let him earn your trust slowly, and be very careful what you tell him about your background. The less he knows about your actual upbringing, the less he can manipulate around it. Snape will test you," she continued, pulling up his file. "He's dangerous when provoked, but not stupid. Don't challenge him openly. Don't be disrespectful, but also don't be weak enough to seem easy prey. He respects competence even if he hates you on sight." "Why will he hate me on sight?" Harry asked. "Because he was in love with your mother," Natasha said flatly, "and she married your father instead." Snape's never quite gotten over that, and blaming you for your father's death seems to be his emotional outlet. It's not fair, it's not rational, but it's how humans work sometimes. Just be aware of it. Tony provided the technical briefing. The upgraded Focus wristband that looked exactly like a watch and contained a miniaturized version of JARVIS that could communicate with the tower, a backup communication device disguised as a book, instructions on how to activate them safely in an environment where electronic devices didn't typically work. Magic and electricity can interfere with each other, Tony explained, showing Harry the delicate circuitry. But I've built-in buffers shielding. As long as you're not actively casting while using the device, you should be fine. The wristwatch is your primary. If that fails, the book is backup. If both fail, you get to Hogsmeade, that's the village near the school, and find a regular postal system. What if someone finds them? Harry asked. Then you're carrying Muggle artifacts, which is weird but not illegal, Tony said. But more importantly, no one's going to find them. I didn't become Tony Stark by making things people could easily locate. Steve gave him the compass on the night before his departure. It was a beautiful thing, made of solid brass and aged wood, with the cardinal directions marked in an old-fashioned script. So you always know where home is, Steve said simply, putting it into Harry's hand. No matter what happens at that school, no matter what you learn or who you meet or what they tell you about your destiny, home is here. Home is us. This will always point to true north, and true north is where we are. Clint gave him a folding bow, compact enough to fit into a pocket, made from materials designed to be completely indetectable by any magical scanning Harry had heard about. In case you need to remind people that sometimes the old ways work better, Clint said with a grin. Plus, it won't get noticed the way a wand will. You get into real trouble, you've got options. Thor gave him an amulet, a piece of knotted Asgardian metal and something that might have been a rune or might have been decoration, strung on a simple leather cord. Wear this, Thor commanded. It will mask your true power level from magical detection. To their sensing magic, you will appear as a powerful but normal young wizard. Let them see a child. Let them underestimate you. This is strategy, not dishonor. What about when I need to actually use the power? Harry asked. Then you take it off, Thor said simply. And they learned their mistake. Natasha's gift was the last, and it came in a folder marked NON Digital Intelligence Briefing. Inside was everything. Family trees of major wizarding families, detailed psychological assessments, records of historical conflicts, notes on the current political situation within the wizarding world, political factions, power structures, the works. Read this, Natasha said. Memorize what you can, then destroy it. But before you destroy it, understand that the magical world is operating the same way every insular political system operates. There are power plays. There are people jockeying for control, and most people are more concerned with maintaining the status quo than with actual progress. Dumbledore maintains power by being the smartest person in the room and by making sure everyone owes him favors. Be careful about owing him anything. King's Cross Station was exactly as crowded and exactly as disorienting as Harry had been braced for. His trunk was packed with books, robes, cauldron, scales, telescope, all the things required by Hogwarts, plus the small backup devices Tony had given him, plus Clint's folding bow, plus Thor's amulet and Steve's compass. Natasha had checked his luggage 3 times to make sure nothing would draw attention. Platform 9 3/4, Tony had said during the final briefing, apparently exists in a wall between platforms 9 and 10. You run at it, don't think about it too hard, and the platform reveals itself. This is insane, by the way. Even for magic, this is genuinely insane. Harry found the platform easily enough. He simply watched until a group of wizarding families started moving toward the wall between the platforms, then followed at a careful distance. The moment of pushing through the barrier was indescribable, like walking through a curtain made of electricity and possibility. And then he was on a platform he could see, surrounded by witches and wizards, and an enormous scarlet steam engine was waiting to carry him away. The train itself was nearly as overwhelming as Diagon Alley had been. He made his way down the corridor looking for a compartment, and he'd nearly given up when a thin, red-haired boy stuck his head out of a compartment and asked if he could sit with him. "I'm Ron," the boy said, settling onto the bench across from Harry with the casual confidence of someone raised in a world where he belonged. "Ron Weasley. That's a famous name, probably. My family's been in Gryffindor for ages." "I'm Harry," Harry said, because lying about his first name would be suspicious. I don't really know much about families. I was raised by my aunt." Ron opened his mouth, clearly about to ask questions, when the compartment door slid open and a girl with bushy brown hair and intelligent eyes stepped inside. "Can I sit with you?" she asked, not waiting for an actual answer before claiming the seat next to Ron. "Everyone else's compartments are full. I'm Hermione, by the way, Hermione Granger. Are you two Muggle-borns as well?" "Half-blood," Ron said cheerfully. "My dad works for the Ministry Muggle department. But Mum's magical, and we've got about a dozen relatives in Hogwarts and the Ministry." Hermione was looking at Harry with an intensity that reminded him of Tony when Tony was examining something complex. "Your aunt raised you. Was she Muggle?" "I only ask because my parents are both Muggle doctors, and I didn't find out I was magical until Hogwarts wrote to me, and it's been absolutely extraordinary. I've been reading the textbooks they sent, and magic is absolutely fascinating from a theoretical perspective. The way wands channel magical energy, the way spellwork operates on both intention and precise verbal invocation, it's like a language system but for reality itself." Harry found himself actually engaged in the conversation, which he hadn't been expecting. Hermione's mind worked in a way that reminded him of Tony, pattern recognition, rapid connection-making, an almost compulsive need to understand systems. And Ron was simply warm and uncomplicated in a way that reminded Harry of Clint, genuine, loyal, not particularly strategic but solid. "Magic is complicated," Harry said, which was possibly the most accurate understatement he'd ever made. The sorting felt like walking into a scene from a performance Harry hadn't quite rehearsed. The train had pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Hagrid, who was so large Harry initially thought Natasha's intelligence might be off, had led the first-year students across the Black Lake toward the castle. And then Hogwarts itself had appeared, rising from the darkness like something out of a dream. Even after Asgardian pocket dimensions and the collective experience of training with literal gods, Hogwarts was something else. It was ancient, not ancient the way Rome was ancient, but ancient the way forests were ancient, alive and growing and fundamentally separate from human timescale. The magic in it was everywhere, thrumming through the stones and the walls and the very air. Harry could feel it the moment he stepped inside, could sense the wards and protections and centuries of accumulated magical power woven into every aspect of the structure. The Great Hall was even more extraordinary. The ceiling reflected the night sky above, stars twinkling as they did in the actual night, and 4 long tables filled with students stretched the length of the hall. At the far end was a raised platform where the staff sat, and Harry could immediately identify them from Natasha's dossiers. Dumbledore, robes elaborately embroidered, silver beard shining, Snape, in black robes like a piece of living shadow, McGonagall in her green robes, and the others. A stool sat in the middle of the hall, and upon it rested a hat that looked like it should have crumbled into dust centuries ago. The hat opened its mouth, actually opened its mouth like it contained a mouth, and sang. It was a song about houses and unity and the founders of the school, and it was exactly as strange as everything else about this place. Then the sorting began. Students were called one at a time, the hat was placed on their head, and within seconds, sometimes within a single second, the hat would announce their house. Gryffindor got the most cheers when students were sorted there, followed by cheers for the other houses. When Potter Harry was called, the noise level in the Great Hall changed completely. Ron's eyes went wide beside him, and students began whispering frantically. Harry could feel the weight of attention on him, the sudden focus of an entire school. He walked to the stool, and Minerva McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The hat descended, and Harry felt the moment it made contact with his mind, felt the actual psychic touch, the way the hat tried to reach in and read him the way it read every other student. Except it couldn't. Harry's mental shields, trained by Natasha over months, strengthened by years of compartmentalization and emotional control, held absolutely firm. The hat pushed harder and Harry let it see just a fraction. A glimpse of Gryffindor courage, Steve's training, a flash of cunning and strategy, Natasha's lessons. A hint of brilliance and innovation, Tony's influence, loyalty and patience, Clint's gift, and underneath it all, something raw and powerful that the hat had no framework for understanding. The hat went silent. It was a silence that stretched, became noticeable. Harry could hear whispering in the Great Hall. First-year sortings didn't take this long. The hat was supposed to decide in seconds. Then the hat whispered directly into Harry's mind, its voice like ancient fabric tearing. "You are no ordinary child. I see courage worthy of Gryffindor, cunning worthy of Slytherin, intellect worthy of Ravenclaw, and loyalty worthy of Hufflepuff. But beneath it all, you are a soldier." Harry thought about Steve and Tony and Natasha and Clint and Thor. He thought about everything they'd trained him for, everything they'd given him. He thought about the Horcrux burning in his scar, the darkness waiting at the center of this school, the things he was going to have to do. He whispered back, "Put me where I need to be." The hat was quiet for another heartbeat, and then it spoke, not to Harry but to the entire Great Hall, its voice somehow carrying to every corner of the massive room. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Ron was grinning wildly, pulling Harry toward the house table. But Harry caught something as the hat was lifted away, the barest hesitation in the hat's voice, the sense that it had wanted to say something else, some other house, before settling on Gryffindor at Harry's own direction. He filed that away for future consideration. The sorting completed, watching Weasley Ronald be sorted into Gryffindor as well. Watching Hermione Granger be sorted into Gryffindor a few students later. Watching Draco Malfoy be sorted into Slytherin with the confidence of someone inheriting a throne. And then Dumbledore stood to speak, and Harry felt the moment the old man's eyes found him across the Great Hall. It was a look of interest and calculation, and something almost like satisfaction. Dumbledore had expected something, Harry realized. Expected a scared, grateful orphan who'd lost his parents and would be grateful for guidance and structure, and the revelation that he was special and powerful. What Dumbledore was seeing didn't quite fit that framework. Harry could see it in the slight narrowing of Dumbledore's eyes, the way the old man's expression shifted as he recalculated. Natasha had been right. Dumbledore was reading the room, and Harry was suddenly not reading like the expected pattern. Snape noticed too. When Harry looked toward the staff table, Snape was staring at him with an intensity that felt almost like a physical force. The potion's master's lip curled slightly, and then he seemed to shift something in his expression, reaching out with magic. Harry felt it the moment Snape tried to enter his mind. It was a wave of oily darkness pressing against his consciousness, and Harry's shields held it back without breaking a sweat. The mental touch slid off him like water off glass, and he met Snape's gaze across the hall with a calm, blank expression that was pure Natasha Romanoff, all emotional control and no tell. Snape's eyes widened fractionally. His hand tightened on his goblet, and then he looked away, but not before Harry caught the flash of something, surprise, possibly, or concern. Ron was still talking about Quidditch, something about the house team tryouts. Harry let his attention settle on his friend while keeping part of his awareness on the dais, on Dumbledore and Snape, and the way the evening had suddenly become significantly more complicated than it had been an hour ago. The next few days passed in a blur of classes and exploration, and the careful process of appearing to be a normal first-year wizard while simultaneously conducting what amounted to a full intelligence operation. The classes were fascinating for multiple reasons. Harry already knew the theoretical frameworks. Thor had explained wandless magic, the basic principles of how intention shaped reality when you had enough magical power. The wand classes, what the wizarding world called spell work, were operating on a completely different model. Wands, it turned out, were like computers programmed to do specific things. You gave them precise input, the right words, the right wand movement, and they produced the specific output. It was beautiful, really. Constraining but beautiful. The wandless magic Harry had learned was pure intention and raw power. Wand magic was intention filtered through structure and precision. Both had value. In defense against the dark arts, the teacher, a nervous man named Quirrell who had a turban that smelled like something Harry couldn't quite place, assigned them to read Chapter 1, and they spent most of the class doing exactly that. But Harry noticed immediately that whenever Quirrell's attention was focused on him, the smell coming from the turban intensified. Something dark, something wrong. The same dark something that had brushed against Harry's Horcrux on the Hogwarts Express, and that had made his scar burn in a way that was almost familiar, like greeting an old wound. That night, alone in Gryffindor Tower after Ron and the other boys had fallen asleep, Harry activated Tony's communication device. The watch face lit up, Jarvis's voice coming through in a whisper. "Good evening, Master Harry. I trust your first full day at Hogwarts was educational." "There's something wrong here," Harry whispered back. "One of the teachers, his name is Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts. There's something dark in his turban, something actively malevolent. It matches the signature of the thing that touched my Horcrux on the train." There was a moment of silence, and then Tony's voice came through, surprisingly present, surprisingly focused. "You're sure?" "Yeah, and it's getting stronger as I get closer to it. Or as we get closer, I don't know which. But if it was trying to get out of the turban or trying to get to me, I'd know. It's watching me." Another pause, and then, "Hold on, let me get the others." It took maybe 2 minutes for the line to resolve into a group call. Steve was there, and Natasha, and Clint, who sounded like he'd been asleep, and Thor's distinct accent. "The presence you sense," Thor said immediately. "Does it feel like the corruption in your scar?" "Like it," Harry said carefully, "but not the same, like a shadow of the same thing, like there's something dark and this thing is tied to the same source but more distant." "Horcrux fragment," Natasha said flatly. "It has to be. He'd need multiple pieces of his soul scattered in case something happened to the main one." "Agreed," Steve said. "Harry, your orders are clear. Observe only. Do not engage. Do not draw attention. Gather intelligence. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we move." "What if it moves first?" Harry asked. "Then you use what we trained you to do," Natasha said. "You survive, you adapt, you report, but you don't try to be a hero by yourself. You've got backup, and backup is literally 12 minutes away in a flying suit of armor." 13 now, actually, Tony corrected. "I was working on some upgrades, but I can get there in 12 if the suit's already charged." The funny thing was, Harry believed them. Even 3,000 miles away, with only a miniaturized Jarvis in a watch for communication, he believed absolutely that if he needed them, they would come. "Understood," he said. "I'll observe. I'll report. I won't engage." "Good soldier," Steve said. and something in Harry's chest settled at the praise. Now get some sleep. School tomorrow. The watch went dark, and Harry sat in the darkness of Gryffindor Tower, feeling the pulse of the castle's magic all around him, feeling the distant throb of darkness somewhere in the depths below. He was 11 years old, and he'd been in his new school for approximately 24 hours, and he was already in possession of information that suggested something actively dangerous was happening. He wondered if this was what being an actual Avenger felt like. This combination of purpose and concern, of knowing that something was wrong and having to resist the urge to fix it immediately. The next day, Draco Malfoy approached him in the corridors between classes. Draco was exactly as Natasha's dossier had suggested. Pure-blood wizarding family, political connections, confidence that came from generations of assuming everyone around him was beneath him. He was flanked by two larger boys who were probably bodyguards or possibly just incredibly loyal friends. "Potter," Draco said, managing to make the name sound like an insult. "I don't think we were properly introduced. I could help you tell the right sort from the wrong sort. There are some families you shouldn't bother with, the Weasleys for instance. Blood traitors, the lot of them." Harry listened to the opening sentence of what was clearly a rehearsed speech, and he made a conscious decision not to shut Draco down with anger, which was what Draco expected, but instead to respond with measured politeness that gave nothing away. "That's kind of you, Malfoy," Harry said evenly, his tone suggesting genuine appreciation. "But I prefer to make my own assessments. I appreciate the offer, though." Draco's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, then anger, then something that might have been respect before he suppressed it. "Your funeral," Draco said finally, settling on anger as his emotional choice. He walked away, his bodyguards trailing behind him, and Harry caught the moment when Draco realized that Harry had just disarmed him without ever actually engaging. There was a moment of frustration there, and Harry filed that away as useful data. Draco was used to being either respected or hated, not to being simply neutral too. The weeks passed in the strange way that weeks do when you're simultaneously living a completely normal life and conducting an active intelligence operation. Harry performed well in classes, but not supernaturally so, good grades but not perfect ones, competent but not brilliant. He used his wand and learned the formal spell system, and he discovered that it was endlessly fascinating in its own way. The structure was beautiful. Intent plus precision plus practice equals controlled reality alteration. It was very different from the raw, wandless magic Thor had taught him, but it was compelling in a way he hadn't expected. He spent time with Ron and Hermione, and he found he genuinely liked them both. Ron had an easy, uncomplicated loyalty that reminded him of Clint, not because they were similar, but because they both led with heart rather than strategy. Hermione's mind was hungry for knowledge in the way Tony's was, the constant need to understand, to categorize, to know how things worked. He attended Quidditch matches, Gryffindor lost, but Harry found the sport fascinating from a tactical perspective. He explored the castle's hidden corridors. He sent regular intelligence reports to the tower through the miniaturized communication device. And he watched Quirrell. The dark presence in Quirrell's turban grew steadily more active as the weeks progressed, becoming especially agitated around Harry, becoming especially interested when Harry showed any kind of magical proficiency. On one occasion, Harry actually felt something like a pulling sensation, like the thing in the turban was trying to reach through to the Horcrux in his scar, trying to make contact. He reported that too, and Natasha had been very clear. Don't let it touch you. The connection might give it more information about where you are, about us, about what you're capable of. Keep your shields up. Block any psychic contact. This is reconnaissance. We need to know what it is and what it wants before we deal with it. So Harry did what he'd been trained to do. He observed, he reported, and he didn't engage. The night of the first Quidditch match after Gryffindor's loss, Harry found himself standing at a window in Gryffindor Tower, looking out across the grounds toward the Forbidden Forest. The castle sprawled beneath him, all turrets and towers, ancient stone that had weathered centuries. The lake beyond was dark and still, reflecting moonlight like scattered silver. He could feel the castle's magic all around him, humming through the walls and the architecture. He could feel the darker presence somewhere in the depths below, where Quirrell presumably kept his quarters, or where he was being kept, or where the thing in the turban needed to be. He could feel the faint pulse of the Horcrux in his own scar, a constant reminder that he carried a piece of a dark soul inside his own consciousness. He reached for the compass Steve had given him, and he let his thumb run across the brass surface. The needle pointed north, steady and sure. Home. The tower. The Avengers. Harry's hand fell. He didn't need a compass to know where home was. Home was the place where people cared about him, not because he was famous or important or special, but just because he was Harry. Home was Steve's hand on his shoulder, Tony's rambling explanations of his latest tech, Natasha's dry humor, Clint's acceptance, Thor's pride. Home was also here, though. Home was Hogwarts in some way that he hadn't anticipated. It was the castle's ancient magic, the strange combination of wonder and danger, the sense of standing at a place where something momentous was happening. It was Ron's uncomplicated friendship and Hermione's brilliant mind, and the feeling of belonging to something larger than himself. He was 11 years old and he'd been trained by gods, and now he was here at the place where everything he'd been trained for was about to become real. The dark presence in the depths of the castle stirred, responding to something. Harry felt it like a pressure against his scar, probing and testing. He pushed back gently, maintaining his shields, keeping his consciousness locked down behind the barriers Natasha had taught him to build. Not yet, he thought at the darkness, but soon. His reflection in the window glass stared back at him. A thin boy with glasses and a lightning scar, with green eyes that held far more than any 11-year-old should have to hold. In the glass, he could see the castle behind him and the darkness waiting somewhere in its depths. He thought about everything the Avengers had taught him. Steve's courage, the willingness to stand and fight to take hits so others wouldn't have to. Tony's brilliance, the endless problem-solving, the refusal to accept limitations, the innovation that turned weakness into strength. Natasha's control, the emotional discipline, the ability to see the truth underneath the performance. Thor's power, the raw magical might, the understanding that strength was only valuable when tempered with wisdom. Clint's patience, the knowledge that sometimes the greatest strength was just showing up and doing the work day after day without expecting recognition. He was raised by heroes, and now it was time to become one. The Horcrux in his scar pulsed, and somewhere in the castle something dark stirred and waited. The pieces were moving into position. The war was coming, whether Harry was ready or not, whether the magical world was ready or not. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, a boy who carried a god's training and a soldier's discipline, and the love of 5 extraordinary people who'd chosen to make him one of their own. And he was ready. Chapter 6 End.